Okay, and hopefully. Oh, hello. Okay, I hope that's us back here. A couple of 20 minutes afterwards. That's not coming through on the live stream. Oh, it is. It is coming through. It's just a bit delayed. Okay, I hope you can see me. Hope you can hear me. This is part 2 now. I'm gonna lock in for another 11 hour straight almost. I will take breaks now and again. I just went out, had a walk around. Hello to everyone who's out there on TikTok and everyone out there on Twitch. Anyone's watching me on those platforms, I don't know. But we're going out on YouTube at the moment. Yeah, so this will be okay, I think. I think we'll be able to go through the night. Tomorrow, I'm just going to start talking bollocks. This is going to be really bad, I guess, because the second half of this is just going to be, you know, the second 24 hours is just going to be me talking absolute gibberish. Oh, hang on a sec. I've still got the chat up from the old live stream, not the new live stream. So there you go. So let me know you're in the chat there, and I'll update the chat with you in it, which will be very exciting. I'm sure Russ is in there and Diz is in there. Well done one and well done all. I'm just gonna quickly update the chat here. The chat, where's the chat? Where's the chat window? And then we're gonna put in this in here. Okay, right. Hello. Oh, that didn't appear. Oh, I did. It's just taken a while. Hello again, says Russ. Hi again. Hi again, Graham, says Diz. Russ and Diz. Drops Chris. Hello, second stream. Best of luck, Graham. We like gibberish, says Elle is going on. Hello. Yeah, honestly, I'll get to a point where I just can't read anything anymore, and I'm getting all the countries' names mixed up because there's like 230 odd countries that I kind of try and differentiate from each other, and some of them have got very similar names, like Dominica and the Dominican Republic. Anyway, so on to the next country. Just on the Danish chapter, there is a little bit in my book of the world here on Hygge. Hugh. It's pronounced Hugh. That's what I got called when I was in jail in Congo, in Brazzaville. I got called Hughes. That's what I got called, and that's why the chapter in my book about me being in jail in Congo is called I have to behold the yodeling pygmies. The chapter is called Free Hugs. See, that's the chapter in my book, Free Hugs, because the police in jail in Congo couldn't say Hughes, so they just said Hugs. I'll show that to that screen there. Can you see that on that screen? Can you see that? No, that's the wrong thing to look at. Sorry. Free Hugs. There you go. Free Hugs. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at seeing which way around. Sorry. I was trying to show it to the other camera. I don't know if you saw it. Anyway, buy my book. It's really funny. Right. So, when you were going around the world, did you have to backtrack because a new country started to exist? Yes, I did. QA Library, and that country was. Hang on a sec. Keep streaming. That country was the South Sudan. South Sudan became a country while I was traveling. Became a country in July 2011, so I had to go there. I got there in November 2012. I had been to every other country in Africa apart from South Sudan. I had to go back to go there. One of the countries I went to in Africa, before I had to go back, was Djibouti, which is our next country on the list. Would you like to know a little bit about Djibouti? This tiny speck of a country packs a big punch. What it lacks in size, it more than makes up for in terms of beauty. Hugs of the world. Oh, that's really nice. Would you be angry if someone broke your record, says Fish Fingers? No, I'll help them out. In fact, I know someone who tried to break my record. He failed miserably because, some people, are just aren't as cool as me. Yeah, and I don't mind if someone fails, try and get my record. But just a bit of advice, if you don't want to look like a bad sport, if you fail to beat me record, Don't go around saying that I didn't do it properly, because I invented the damn thing. I took it to Guinness World Records. I helped make the rules about that you'd have to keep to in order to beat my record. And if you want to make up new and different rules, that's fine. But they weren't the rules that I had to keep by, because, you know, Guinness World Record in the Guinness Book of Records for the fastest time to visit all countries by public service transport, 4 years and 31 days, achieved by Graham Hughes, brackets UK, between the 1st of January 2009 and the 31st of January 2013. It's a bit wrong then, actually. I actually crossed the border into Kaliningrad, my final country, in on January the 30th, not the 31st. But it's fine. It's fine. If someone beats me by a day, then I might go, oh, actually, it wasn't. But yeah, that's what's in there. Shake Djibouti, shake the booty, right? But no, if someone tried to beat my record, I would certainly invite them to my island to come and stay with me, and help them out and give them all the advice that they need, and I'll encourage them to read my blog so they don't make the same mistakes that I do. And I'll be very impressed, actually. I don't think anyone can beat my record at the moment, just because of the way the world is. It's a much more dangerous place than it used to be, because of the idiots in power, the idiots in charge. That's a temperature graph on the TV behind me, but it's a bit too bright to to see. Apparently it's very hot today. Has anyone noticed it's very hot today? It's 22 degrees in here. Woof. Anyway, so Djibouti. Should we talk about Djibouti? This tiny speck of a country packs a big punch. What it lacks in size, it makes up for in beauty. Should we have a look? Do you know where Djibouti is? Should we locate you? Okay, so let's go. Where were we last? We were in Denmark, and this is why visiting every country in the world in alphabetical order would be really difficult. There's Denmark, sticking out of, like a finger, sticking out the top of Germany. And if we go down here, you see Ethiopia there. You can see Ethiopia. You see there's this country here, which is Eritrea. The country down here, Somalia, and Somaliland is the breakaway republic there. And we zoom in, we will see Djibouti. So that's where Djibouti is. So just to be clear, Africa, that place there, that is Djibouti. So let's zoom in on Djibouti. Djibouti, little country, little French country, used to be French Somaliland. Terrible pictures again. None of them are straight. I mean, why'd you let Google? Why'd you let just any old user take pictures? Why don't you pay for someone to go out with a decent camera and a decent eye and actually take good photos? I don't know. Blimey, you're going to truly talk some really nonsensical shit if this record attempt goes on too long. Yes. Well, more than I normally do, John. More than I normally do. So, Djibouti used to be French Somalia. Why would the French want this part of the world? Well, have a look where it is. It's on the little narrow bit between Yemen and Djibouti. This little narrow bit here, right? All the ships that are going to the Suez Canal, which is up here. See up in Cairo. See where Cairo is there? This is the Suez Canal. Goes across from there to Port Said up there, from Suez to Said. Yeah, just mate, just everything comes through this little narrow gap here, through the Gulf of Aden, and here controls the strait, controls the world, because straits are a little bit like these pinch points around the world. There's a few of them. There's a place up here called the Strait of Hormuz, which many have pointed out isn't actually straight, which is apparently causing problems at the moment, because the Americans and everybody else and the Israelis have found out that actually, Iran has a lot more power than they seem to think it had when it comes to stopping ships going through there. So that's a pinch point. There's another pinch point here. I mean, basically Somalia, most ships had to go past Somalia. That's why Somali pirates did so well in a way that the pirates of Zambia didn't do so well. Also down here, the Straits of Malacca. So here you go. All the boats that come out of Singapore, they go, oh God, what am I doing here? They go from Singapore down there, and then they come through the Straits of Malacca. And so if you're going to be going through the Strait of Malacca, if there's a pirate around, they might be able to take your shit. Now, it's very important that you know the difference between Malacca pirates and Malacca pirates and Somalian pirates. Somalian pirates will actually kidnap the crew and hijack the ship and take it and hold it to ransom. They will ransom your entire ship. Whereas Malacca pirates will just, they'll raid your ship and just take all your stuff. They'll just open some boxes and steal what's inside. Different MO. Anyway, so here we go. Djibouti, which is a great name for a place. Let's tell you a little bit about the history of Djibouti. Gather round, children. We're going to talk about Djibouti. Tanzania, Uganda, Angola, Botswana. That's too far too south. Rwanda, Kenya, Ethiopia. Oh, it's got to be in here, hasn't it? Burundi, Djibouti. Yay! Let's see what it says about Djibouti in my book, Hughes of the World. It's one of the last countries I visited, actually. Ethiopia, Djibouti. Lake Assal in Djibouti is the saltiest lake outside of Antarctica, even saltier than the Dead Sea. So there you go. And so now you know. Fascinating stuff. Okay, so where were we? Djibouti. Let me tell you a little bit about Djibouti. Around the 1st century AD, Djibouti made up part of the powerful Ethiopian kingdom of Aksum, which included modern-day Eritrea and stretched across the Red Sea to parts of southern Arabia. It was during the Aksumite era in the 4th century AD that Christianity first appeared in the region. As the empire of Aksum gradually fell into decline, a new influence arose that would forever supersede the Christian religion in Djibouti, and that was Islam. It was introduced to the region in around AD 825 by Arab traders from southern Arabia. There you know. In the second half of the 19th century, European powers competed to grab new colonies in Africa. The French seeking to counter the British presence in Yemen. See, there's Yemen. There, British presence in Yemen. Here, oh god, let's be pointing on right. British in Yemen. They were like, I'm going to counter that. We need to do something about this. The British presence in Yemen on the other side of the Bab al-Mandab Strait made agreements with the Afar sultans of Obok and Tajura. This gave them the right to settle. In 1888, the construction of Djibouti city began on the southern shore of the Gulf of Tajura. So that happened. Oh, hello. Sorry, I didn't want the intro to come on again. That shouldn't have happened. Oh, we're back, says Steves. Hey, Steves, how you doing? I wonder if the goal will work now. He asked, hopefully, in all hope. Let's see if just yay. I've just put, it says share how you'll celebrate. I've just put the word yay. Maybe because I was putting like little funny little emojis in there. That was the problem. I don't know. You notice if I sit back this far, I go out of focus. I've got to kind of sit forward. I don't like that. I want to be able to sit back and chill. Anyway, where were we? In 1888, blah, 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 French Somaliland, present-day Djibouti, began to take shape. So not French Somalia, French Somaliland. See, I was lying to you already. France and the Emperor of Ethiopia then signed a pact designating Djibouti as the official outlet of Ethiopian commerce. This led to the construction of the Addis Ababa-Djibouti City Railway, which was of vital commercial importance until recently. As early as 1949, there were a number of anti-colonial demonstrations that were led by the Issa Somalis, pardon me, who were in favour of the reunification of the territories of Italian, British and French Somaliland. Meanwhile, the Afars were in favour of continued French rule. Major riots ensued, especially after the 1967 referendum, which produced a vote in favour of continued French rule. A vote achieved partly as a result of the arrest of the opposition leaders and the massive expulsion of ethnic Somalis. After the referendum, the colony's name was changed from French Somaliland to the French territory of the Afars and Isis. Or Izzas. I don't know how you pronounce that. On June 1977, the colony finally won sovereignty from France. The country became the Republic of Djibouti. Despite continuous Clive? What was Clive doing there? Go away, Clive. Despite continuous clan rivalries between the two main ethnic groups, the Afars and the Izzas, who have been jostling for power since the 1970s, Djibouti has learned to exploit its strategic position. When the Gulf War broke out in 1990, the country's president, Hassan Gulad Aptidon, while appearing to oppose the military build-up in the Gulf, simultaneously allowed France to increase its military presence in the country, as well as granting the Americans and Italians access to the naval port. And he skillfully managed to retain the support of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait during the modernization for the modernization of the Djibouti port. During the war between Eritrea and Ethiopia in the 1990s, Djibouti port provided to be strategic when Ethiopia divides its foreign trade through it, which it still does. So the foreign trade doesn't from out of Ethiopia doesn't go through Eritrea, and it hasn't since the 90s. So just to explain, we will go over Eritrea and Ethiopia's relationship later in the show, because when we get to these. But Eritrea used to be part of Ethiopia. Well, it was lumped in with Ethiopia against its will. So they had a civil war and they got independence. So there you go. During the second, so obviously Ethiopia now is landlocked, and it relies on Djibouti for getting stuff in and out of Ethiopia. They have a special arrangement, so it doesn't cost them too much. It's not like it's a massive country filled with jungle that you have to get across. Djibouti is very deserty. It's a very deserty country. During the Second World War in 2000 and the Second Gulf War in 2003, Djibouti continued to play an ambivalent role, allowing US presence in the country to the great displeasure of France. Click like to see how many are still on with Graham and his re-journey to the world. Yay! Give us a like. We like a like. If you want to give us a thumb, we like a like. Or if you want to subscribe, that is also awesome. Or even better, if you want to hit the bell notification icon so that lets you know when we're going to go live like we are now, that'd be great. Russell Cannon has left a message saying Twitch still working at 9 o'clock. Fantastic. It's all good stuff. Can someone look up whether there's a maximum length of a video on Twitch? Because I might need to stop that and start again, maybe. I don't know. Kew Gardens beat the May temperature record today and even higher than the June record, and the records have been broken twice today, and Wales set a record as well. Yeah, it's called global warming, and because of the El Nino effects, this year it's going to get even warmer than ever before. All because the oil companies want loads of money. Even though they had loads of money, it's not like they were going, we need all this money so we can stop poverty around the world. That's not why they wanted loads of money. They wanted loads of money because they already had a load of money and it wasn't enough money. They wanted slightly more money so they could burn the yacht they've got and buy a slightly bigger yacht. Or whatever it is rich people spend on all their money on. More than they can spend on many lifetimes. Amanda Castleart, well done, Graham, amazing. Oh, thank you. Wishing you all the best on your record attempt. Been watching you on 2x speed to catch up, and then started watching you around 2:30 this afternoon. Brilliant. Sorry, I'm just having some nuts. Nothing better than putting some nuts in my mouth. While I'm supposed to be doing a live stream. These are particularly salty nuts. Pistachios. What's going on TV? Oh, there's been 8 spectators and a rider hurt at the TT practice on the Isle of Man. Russia threatens more Kyiv strikes and threatens foreign nationals to leave. Fuck off, Russia. Desperate they are. Right. Sorry, not supposed to be talking about stuff, are we? It's that woman on BBC News. She looks like might be Iranian. I don't know. She looks a bit like an Iranian. She's probably not Iranian. It's probably is that offensive for me to say that? I don't know. She looks like Anne Hathaway if she came from Iran. Still here with you, Graham, says Sarah Davis. Yay! Peter paints a lot. We now have the technology to make possible an equitable distribution of wealth and resources throughout the world, but our leaders do not allow this to happen. Yes, Peter paints a lot. You're absolutely right. There's enough money. There are enough resources. There is enough food. There is enough drink. There is enough men. There's enough women for everyone to be happy. Everyone to be happy. But you see, the thing is, there's people who are never happy. And what they think is if they get enough money, they'll be happy. Wow. You know that never works out, don't you? Only thing better is ginger nuts. That's very true. Okay, so I'm looking to see if the super chat's gone up to 1. Oh no, we haven't had a super chat, so that's probably not going to work, is it? 16,000. What? Oh, Peter Murrell admits embezzling SMP funds, spending the money on himself rather than what he was supposed to be spending on it. Anyway, let's go back to Djibouti for a moment. I'll just tell you a little bit of a story Let me tell you a story about my time in Djibouti. So, picture the scene. It is December. It's actually Christmas Day, 2009. I'm in Addis Ababa, down here in, I love the Ethiopian script. It's beautiful. It's so cool. I'm in Addis Ababa, chilling out. It's Christmas Day. And my girlfriend is about to fly into Cairo up here, right? And I've got to get from here to here. And it's Christmas Day. And I need to be there by midnight on December the 31st. So, there's no way I could get through Sudan in that time, because I'll need a visa for Sudan. And whereas you can get a visa for Sudan in Egypt, same day, in Sudan, it takes 7 years. Well, not 7 years, but a very long time. So, instead, what I did was me mate Dina found a ship that was leaving. It's a CMACGM Jade, I think it was called, from Djibouti. So, I headed over to Diradawa in Ethiopia, then headed up to Djibouti here. And then I got there in the evening and then spent the night in Djibouti with my with another camera op that I had with me at the time, Matt. And he then flew up to Egypt to get to the pyramids. And well, actually, no, he did to meet me. So he flew up to Egypt to meet me. I got on the cargo ship. The people from the cargo ship company actually turned up at my hotel because, or they called me. I think they called me. The phone was going, and I picked it up, and the ship was leaving early, which sometimes happens. So I had to get down to the port like quick smart. Twitch max stream is 48 hours, and it will automatically disconnect at that time. Okay, cool. So yeah, if we get through to 48 hours on the Twitch stream, then that works. Martin Harrow, testing. 1, 2, 3. Still not working, but we can have the confetti anyway. Thank you for the super chat. Woo! Why is the goal counter not working? That makes me sad. That makes me really sad. Remove the goal. Remove. Anyway, so Addis Ababa. Why is it showing that? I don't know. So I got on the ship and we went with CMACGM Jade. And we went up through the Red Sea. Hottest sea in the world. Ridiculously hot. And we came into Jeddah. Met a guy from Jeddah. He wanted the demonym for people from Jeddah to be Jedis, which I really liked. And we came into the port here. And so I guess that's there. Came into the port. DP World Jeddah. That stands for Dubai Ports World. So we came in here. And came alongside. And then I went out onto the port here and said, yeah, I'm in Saudi Arabia, country number 132. And then I got back on the ship and I got told off for using a camcorder in the docks. And it's like Saudi Arabia, so you don't want to get told off for things like that. So I quickly got back on the boat and hid. And then they came after me and they told me I had to hand over the tape. And I had to hand over the tape to the authorities because I've been secretly taping. And I was like really upset because there was quite a lot of tape before I got there, which I'd lose. And then one of the guys on the ship managed to get me tape back for me before we left, which was very nice of him. Thank you. Anyway, then I headed back along here and then came up to past Hurghada to over here to up the Gulf of Suez. See, I always think that looks like two fingers, doesn't it? It always looks like that. Yeah, no, that. Yeah. Look, see. Do you see what I mean? Looks like that. Sorry, we're looking at the Red Sea. People who don't know what's going on the other channels. Came up to Suez. And we sat outside. We got to Suez about 3 in the afternoon. And I was like, yay, I'm going to meet Mandy in time and we're going to be fine and it's going to be great. And then I just sat there for ages, just bobbing up and down in the water. And eventually someone came out from Port Taufik to do the papers and things to organise the pilotage through the Suez Canal, which is there. That's a Suez Canal. Going to the Great Bitter Lake. There is a great documentary called Bitter Lake. Adam Curtis. Anyway, so eventually it was like 9 o'clock by the time I got off the boat and got to Suez and then had to quickly get a taxi to Cairo. Had to get a taxi to Cairo in order to meet up with Mandy. Now, I mean, I wasn't really supposed to take taxis over such an extended bit of what's it called thing, but I ended up staying in Cairo for a week anyway, so it's not like it helped me do the journey any faster. But the taxi driver didn't know where the pyramids were. So we got to Cairo, and then we faffed around for ages. I think we had an oil change. We changed the tires on the car. We filled up with petrol. We emptied it with petrol, and then put diesel in. Then we emptied it with diesel, and eventually, we ended up in at the pyramids. I got there at a few minutes past midnight. Reagan Ali, thank you very much. Thank you. But yeah, I managed to make it almost for midnight at the pyramids with to meet up with my then girlfriend, my Aussie girlfriend who I travelled around Australia with, and yeah, so that's where it all took place. It took place because Djibouti is this cool little place here, big mad American air base here. I think it's around here. Is that it there? Yeah, no, that's the airport. Oh, okay. Djibouti town. I'm sure there was an American air base or something. Maybe it's not shown. Maybe it's not shown on the map because they don't want to show. Where's the big American air base? Oh, is that it? No, it's a power plant. What the hell? I don't know what's going on here. American air base. Well, I'm sure there is an American air base somewhere in Djibouti. I thought it was on the way to the border. So what I did to go to Somalia, I was in Djibouti City and met up with the guys I was getting on ship with, and they took me to the border here. And I went over the border, literally walked to Lea Kodo here, and then I walked back. There's some shops. I just got some Somaliland money, which I've still got to this day, and then went back over the border. So I didn't die. Yay! Okay, you're bored of hearing about Djibouti? Let's move on to the next country on our list of the ultimate A to Z countries, detailed maps. 221 countries are listed in this book. 221. We're going to try and go through them all. Talk about my experiences there and what I think of them and all that stuff. So there's Djibouti. Okay, next we are going to leave Djibouti behind, and we are going to go to the other side of the world. And we're in not Dominica, that's the Dominican Republic, but Dominica, which is in the Caribbean. So obviously Trinidad, there's Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Dominica. Now, if you need to get to Dominica, I have good news for you, because if you can get to St. Lucia or to Martinique or Guadeloupe, there is a ferry service, or at least there used to be, which goes from St. Lucia to Martinique to Dominica to Guadeloupe, and then it goes back, and then I'm forward and back and forward. Oh, sorry, I'm going mad. So yeah, it's an easy way to go. The capital is called Rosso, and it's a lovely little place. It's a bit ramshackle, but I think that adds to the charm. Look at there's some really nice places that you should definitely check out there. I'm going to read you what it says in my Lonely Planet. Caribbean Islands, Lonely Planet. See, I came prepared. I told you, I came prepared. Okay, so little bit of a potted history here. Become a member of PBS. Oh, become a member of PBS. What else is going on in this? Sherman's. Got a time there. Reykjavik. Reykjavik's not in the Caribbean. What's happening? Okay, so Jamaica, Caymans, Turks and Caicos. These are in a weird order. I think these are in they're in geographical order rather than Saba. Oh, there you go. There's an island for you. Saba. You mentioned that. Montserrat, Guadeloupe, Dominica. Yeah, so not alphabetical order, this book. It's in the order of the way the countries go from north to south. So, Dominica. Dominica was the last of the Caribbean islands to be colonized by the Europeans due chiefly to the fierce resistance of the native Caribs. I said they were peaceful. Oh, that's a lie. I was telling a lie. What's going on there? Graham, can you pin the Good Law Project link? Yeah, hang on a sec. The updated code laid before Parliament. There you go. Well, they've raised £70,000, so if we can add to that, that would be absolutely amazing. And obviously, raising awareness is a big part of this. There we go. Woohoo! And then I will pin that. There you go. Thank you very much, Alistair. Right, so I was talking about Dominica, the Caribs. The Caribs who were settled here in the 14th century called the land Waitiki Kubulu, which means tall is her body. Aww. Christopher Columbus, with less poetic flair, named the island on the day of the week in which he spotted it, a Sunday, Domenica in Italian, on November the 3rd, 1493. Daunted by fierce resistance from the Caribs, for which the Caribbean takes its name, and discouraged by the absence of gold, the Spanish took little interest in Dominica. France laid claim to the island in 1635 and wrestled with the British over it through the 18th century. In 1805, the French burned much of Rousseau to the ground, and since then the island has remained firmly in the possession of the British, who established sugar plantations on Dominica's more accessible slopes. In 1967, Dominica gained autonomy in the internal affairs in a West Indies associated state, and on November the 3rd, 1978, the 485th anniversary of Columbus's discovery. I think you'll find it was discovered by the Caribs a long time before that. Dominica became an independent republic within the Commonwealth. The initial year of independence was a turbulent one. In June 1979, the island's first Prime Minister, Patrick John, was forced to resign after a series of corruption schemes, service including one clandestine land scheme to transfer 5% of the island to US developers. In August 1979, Hurricane David, packing winds of 150 miles an hour, struck the island with devastating force. 42 people were killed, and 75% of the islanders' homes were destroyed or severely damaged. To get a feeling of the hurricane's force, see the school bus in the Botanical Gardens in Rousseau. I didn't see that. In July 1980, Dame Eugenia Charles was elected Prime Minister, the first woman in the Caribbean to hold the office. Within a year of her inauguration, she survived 2 unsuccessful coups, and in October 1983, as chairperson of the Organization of East Caribbean State, endorsed the US invasion of Grenada. Bloomin' heck, why did you do that? Jorgen, thank you very much, Jorgen. I don't have anything to say, really. Just wanted to give you some money. Oh, thank you. Do you know what you get? Jorgen? You get confetti. You get confetti. Woo! Confetti. Confetti for you. Confetti for all. Thank you so much. That is patently awesome. Thank you. Dominica's more recent political history has been turbulent after the sudden death of Prime Minister Roosevelt Douglas Rosie in 2000, only 8 months in office. His successor, the radical Pierre Charles, also died on the job 4 years later. In 2004, the then 31-year-old Roosevelt Skerritt stepped into the breach. A popular choice for young people, Skerritt comes from a Rastafarian farming family in the north of the island and still leads the country today. Well, that was in 2007, so who knows. The Dominican and Chinese governments formalised relations in 2004, and a sparkling new Windsor Park Sports, mostly cricket stadium in Rousseau, was a gift from the Chinese. That cost an estimated $17 million. Skerritt broke off long-standing relations with Taiwan that same year and said on the record that China will give Dominica $122 million in aid. So yeah, Taiwan and China vie for support from other small countries to get Taiwan can't have direct seats on the UN, so it was trying to indirectly get more seats on the UN. But then the Chinese have been, the Beijing Chinese have been rather forthright in taking those places back. In August 2007, Hurricane Dean beat up Dominica and the nearby islands. Damage wasn't too heavy compared with Hurricane David, but there were at least 2 deaths. In January 2008, Dominica joined the Bolivian Alternative for the Americas, or ALBA, a regional trade group that includes Venezuela, Cuba, Bolivia, and Nicaragua, designed to counterbalance American trade power. Plans for a Venezuelan oil refinery on Dominica are up in the air at the moment at the time of writing. After the refinery was announced, the tourism industry protested the plan, saying it would ruin the island's image. It's kind of ironic considering how much I think that the bloody ships coming in, the big cruise ships, kind of wrecked the place. Well, there you go. Anyway, so there's a place called Scott's Head. There you go. And Rousseau, like I say, is the capital. I don't know if it's named after John Jack Rousseau. If it is, it's spelled incorrectly. And then there's the Dominica Botanical Gardens, which are beautiful. And just as part of my, how I got around, I got the ferry. I spent the night in Martinique. I slept on the floor of a hotel of two guys who so I could sleep on the hotel floor, who I met when I was out. And otherwise, I was just been walking around the park. Then I got on the ferry in the morning over to Rousseau. And then later that day, I went up to the port up here. I'm pretty sure I went north to the port. Or maybe I just went here. Maybe I just KFC. There's a road there. Rousseau Port and secondary crew. No, that wasn't it. Pretty sure I had to go. Did I have to go north of the island? I don't know. It's not a very big island, but I'm pretty sure that I got on the boat on this side. But yeah, I had to go down to the port. Maybe that was the port. I don't know. Oh no, it was here. It was here. Yeah, there you go. That looks about right. That looks like where I went. There you go. Yeah, it's a little port here. Yeah, got on a ship there. Yeah, I recognise that. Yeah, in fact, I remember being on this jetty. This one here, right? So I went down that jetty and got on a boat, a small boat, which took me from here. Took me from here in Rousseau that same day, and then it was an overnight boat, which took me to past Guadeloupe, past Montserrat, to St. Kitts and Nevis. Yeah, that was cool. And they let me on board. It's cool. I think I had to pay them. It was only like $20 or something. It was insanely cheap. I kept the stream on in the background. I have to admit, just checking in on it now and again. You don't have to admit to anything. It's fine. Was it on the Brian Ferry? Fisherman's Friends available, says Al. Nice touch, a nice day, a touch warm, pretty good for me. I've read and listened to Graham, says person impersonator. Oh, thank you. It's like a GTA map. So I'm going to clear. Right, where to next? We've done Dominica. So obviously the next country along is going to be the Dominican Republic, which is over here. Right, so we zoom out again. This is the island of Hispaniola, and it is shared between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. I came into La Romana there. Got the bus to San Domingo. Then I got the bus up to Puerto Plata up here. Then I went over to Jarabon there to cross the border into Haiti. I just went over here on the Sunday market because on Sunday the borders just open. You can just walk across. And then I came back and then over to the back to Ficado. The reason why I was going to Ficado is I was trying to get to Jamaica or to Cuba via a little ship, and if you zoom in here and get rid of these lines here, you will see Puerto Plata. There should be little boats. Here we go. Oh wow, there's pretty big boats. There's a couple of cruise ships coming in. But yeah, a lot of boats coming over from like America and stuff. And I was hoping to get on one of but there's a marina somewhere. Where's the marina? That's not the marina. That's the airport. What? Why is there no marina? Marina. Oh, there it is. Ocean World. Yeah, I remember it was called Ocean World. So there's the marina. I was trying to get one of these boats to take me over to Cuba, but there was no go. They said, no, Graham, not taking you to Cuba, you bastard. Darian the Star, just remembered you're doing this. Has Diz passed out of Confetti Madness yet? No, not really, because the confetti's not working, unfortunately. Even though we've had loads of people chipping in. And even I put one super chat and it's just coming up now. Computer says no. Generous support. That's from Viper Scott. Thank you. It's all good. Anyway, Mm. But yeah, couldn't get on any boats. So what I did was I turned tail, like a dog with its tail between its legs, from Puerto Plata, which means the port of Plata, silver, I guess, over to, where was I? So I was right up here, and I went down to Santo Domingo, and then I hung out there and tried to get someone to take me away from Dominican Republic, and eventually I did manage to get on a ship, which I was talking about earlier, which took me all around here and to Port-au-Prince, which is okay. I didn't need to go back to Haiti, but I went to Port-au-Prince, and then it came over here and went to under here, and then it went to Jamaica. It went to Kingston in Jamaica, something like that. Not quite that elegant, I don't think. More wiggly, possibly. So yeah, that's the route. That's the route it took. That's the route it took. I tell you. So Dominic Dom Rep. Some good books about Dom Rep. I recommend the Wondrous Life of Oscar Hu, which is well worth reading. So let me tell you a little bit about Dominican Republic, because Dominican Republic is the place where, arguably, Christopher Columbus set up his colony, his first colony. I think that was in. Anyway, so before Christopher Columbus arrived, the indigenous Tanos, meaning friendly people, lived on the island now known as Hispaniola. Taínos gave the world sweet potatoes, peanuts, guava, pineapple, and tobacco. In fact, the word tobacco is Taino in origin. Yet the Taínos themselves were wiped out by Spanish diseases and slavery. Audible sigh. Of the 400,000 Taínos that lived on Taínos, lived on Hispaniola at the time of European arrival, fewer than 1,000 were still alive 30 years later. None exist today. Oh my God! Thank you, Darian DeStar. That is so kind of you. Darian DeStar has just dropped a mega chat on us. Woo! Which means I'm going to set off the confetti. Yeah! You definitely deserve it. Darian, thank you very much. To pay for the tea, coffee, Red Bull, definitely no illicit substances that you'll need to get through this. Thank you so much, Darren. I'm relying on coffee here. I'm not actually taking my ADHD medication, which might help me, I don't know, or it might send me to sleep, because I don't normally have the same reaction to stimulants that other people have. I can drink numerous cups of coffee and then fall asleep. So who knows what my brain chemistry is doing right now, but thank you so much. That is really, really wonderful. Are you really generous? Thank you so much. Oh wow, Darian, yay! The largest population of intersex babies, Dominican Republic. Intersex babies? Ooh. Well, the men there are incredibly good looking, and so are the women. So it's one of them, isn't it? Anyway, so if somewhere in between. Of the 400,000 Taínos that lived on Hispaniola at the time of the European arrival, fewer than 1,000 were still alive 30 years later, and none exist today. 400,000 Taínos that lived on Hispaniola, and fewer than 1,000 were left alive 30 years later. Mind blowing. None survived today. Two colonies grew up on Hispaniola, one Spanish and the other French. Both brought thousands of African slaves to work the land. In 1804, after a 70-year struggle, the French colony gained independence. Haiti, the Taino name for the island, was the first majority black republic in the New World. In 1821, colonists in Santo Domingo declared independence from Spain. Haiti, which had long aspired to unify the island, promptly invaded its neighbour and occupied it for more than 2 decades, but Dominicans never accepted Haitian rule, and on February the 27th, 1844, Juan Pablo Duarte, considered the father of the country, led a bloodless coup and reclaimed Dominican autonomy. The country resubmitted to Spanish rule shortly thereafter, became independent for good in 1864. The young country endured one disreputable caudillo, military leader after the other. In 1916, US President Woodrow Wilson sent the Marines to the Dominican Republic, ostensibly to quell a coup attempt, but they ended up occupying the country for 8 years. Sounds what the Americans would do. Though imperialistic, this occupation succeeded in stabilizing the Dominican Republic. Rise of the Codillo. Rafael Leonidas Trujillo, a former Trujillo, a former security guard and the eventual chief of the Dominican National Police, muscled his way to power in the presidency in February 1930 and dominated the country until his assassination, couldn't come soon enough, in 1961. So 31 years they had to live under Trujillo, who was Trujillo, who was an absolute gobshite. He implemented a brutal system of repression, killing and imprisoning political opponents, though he himself was partly black. Trujillo was deeply racist and xenophobic. In October 1937, he ordered the extermination of Haitians along the international border. In a matter of days, some 20,000 Haitians were hacked to death with machetes and their bodies dumped into the ocean. During these years, Trujillo used his government to amass personal fortune by establishing monopolies that he and his wife controlled. In 1934, he was the richest man on the island. To this day, there are many Dominicans who remember Trujillo's rule with a certain amount of fondness and nostalgia, in part because Trujillo did develop the economy. Arseholes. Factories were opened, a number of grandiose infrastructure and public works projects were carried out, bridges and highways were built, and peasants were given state land to cultivate. Joaquin Baluja was Trujillo's puppet president at the time of Trujillo's assassination. Civil unrest. Oh, thank you. I'm telling the world about Dominican Republic. Where was I? Civil unrest and another U.S. occupation followed Trujillo's death. But Balaguer eventually regained the presidency, which he clung fiercely to for the next 12 years. And like his mentor, Balaguer remained a major political force long after he gave up official control. In 1986, he became president again, despite frail health and blindness. He was repressive as ever, and his economic policies sent the peso tumbling. Dominicans whose savings have evaporated protested and were met with violence from the national police. Many fled to the USA. By the end of 1990, 12% of Dominican Republic, that's now 900,000 people, have moved to New York. After rigging the 1990 and 94 elections, the military had grown weary of Baluga's rule, and he agreed to cut his last term short, hold elections, most importantly, not run as a candidate. But it wouldn't be his last campaign. He would run once more at the age of 92. Winning 23% of the vote in the 2000 presidential election. Thousands will mourn his death 2 years later, despite the fact he prolonged the Trujillo-style dictatorship for decades. His most lasting legacy may be the Cerro a Colon, an enormously expensive monument to the discovery of the Americas that drained Santo Domingo of electricity whenever the lighthouse was turned on. I wouldn't be celebrating the bloke who turned up and murdered the entire population, the native population of the land. Thank you. Got a new coffee. Might have to down this one. So I don't fall asleep. That's good. It's good. The Dominican Republic signaled their desire for change in electing Leonel Ferdinand, a 42-year-old lawyer who grew up in New York. Sorry. Grew up in New York, blah, 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 blah. Where was I? As president in the 1996 elections, he edged out the three-time candidate Jose Francisco Pena Gomez in a runoff. But would too much change too quickly. Shocking the nation, Fernandez forcibly retired 24 generals, encouraged his defense minister to submit to questioning by the civilian attorney general, and fired the defense minister for insubordination. All in a single week. In the 4 years of his presidency, he oversaw strong economic growth, privatization, and lowered inflation, unemployment, and illiteracy, though endemic corruption remained pervasive. Hipólito Mejia, a former tobacco farmer, succeeded Fernandez in 2000, immediately cut spending and increased fuel prices. Not exactly the platform he ran on. The faltering US economy and World Trade Center attacks ate into the Dominican exports, as well as cash remittances and foreign tourism. Corruption scandals involving the civil service, unchecked spending, electricity shortages, and several bank failures, which cost the government in the form of huge bailouts for the depositors, all spell doom for Mejia's re-election chances. Familiar faces appear again and again in the Dominican Republic, and Fernandez returned to the national stage by handily defeating Mejia in 2004 presidential elections. Even though he's widely considered competent and even forward-thinking, it's not uncommon to hear people talk about him rather unenthusiastically as a typical politician beholden to special interests. The more cynical claim that the Fernandez administration is allied with corrupt businesses and government officials who perpetrate a patronage system different from Chiquitos rule in name only. In 2007, the faltering US economy, the devastation wrought by Tropical Storm Noel, the threat of avian bird flu, and continued tension with Haiti provided challenges to Fernandez's re-election campaign. So I'm just going to blow my nose. So I'm going to just 1 second. Oh, do you know what? They're going to have to put in the, if I do this, they're going to have to put on the certificate the longest solo live stream with a cold. Elle was just off stream giving Graham a coffee. Everyone's saying hi, Kat. I presumed it was Kat handing Graham a coffee by the way he raised his hand to lower mouth. Now I know now it's about sign language, but that I presumed. Yeah, that's thank you. Behind the chat on screen, L. I only know a few things in sign language. I know the alphabet and stuff. If I'm going to the bar, I can just do like, which means G and T. G and T. Make sure that's what Cat wants. But I know that this means lesbian, but it also means Liverpool. It means Liverpool, but also lesbian in certain context. Context is everything. Right, au pairs, you made it worse now. I guess I'll be back in 25 minutes. What happened in 25 minutes? I don't know. Coffee, I'll be back. I bloody knew it. Why called person impersonator if not a Terminator? I'll be back. On closer inspection, these are loafers. So I'm just having a look. What's happening in the world? What's happening in the world? Let's have a look. £400,000 in embezzlement in SNP chief executive. £400,000 he took out the party. God, it's disgraceful, isn't it? But then again, Nigel Farage was given £5 million by a guy who launders money for the Russians. So, Russia threatens more Kyiv strikes and tells foreign nationals to leave. What's all this about? They're attacking the Ukrainian capital. I mean, this is just desperate, isn't it? This is just absolute. I hope this is the death rattle of the invasion. Just like they're just firing everything that they've got left because it's all going horribly, horribly wrong. I don't know. Do you have any breaks? Ask the cook, Chris. What do you do if you need the loo? I got the loo. So under the Guinness World Record rules, I am allowed a 5-minute break. 25 minutes, Jesus Christ, most of the hour, almost. I'm allowed a 5-minute break from the live cast for the live stream once every hour, and I can bank them. So I went for 12 hours straight with only a short break to go to the toilet, 90 seconds each time. So off the back of that, I've got an hour to play with. So now anything over that, but I did go away for just over 10 minutes at just after 7:45. Came back at 9 o'clock. Went for a walk. I walked around the block. It's so beautiful out there. It's really lovely. Walked around the block. So that was nice. And I splashed my face with some cold water. I came back. Gave Kat a kiss and came back. So yeah, I gave Kat, my partner, not the cat. That would be weird. Especially as a cat that's got like a rough tongue. You wouldn't want to snog a cat. I once snogged a girl who had a tongue like a cat, actually. I was like really, really rough. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. Martin Howard, my Egyptian brother-in-law, is trying to explain to our elders, just wearing shorts isn't the way to stay cool. When do you ever see a topless Egyptian? Yeah, no, I agree. I always wear jeans. Like, I don't know, no matter where I am in the world. I wore jeans in the hottest countries in the world. I wear jeans in the coldest country in the world. Hmm. What if you're constipated? Oh, I don't get the record, do I? The cook Chris, he gets 5 minutes per hour and he can add them all together. That's the plan. So, if I can, what my plan is at the moment, see how far I can get through the night, right? Going up to 10 o'clock now. See how far I can get through the night. There is a chance at like 4 o'clock I'll really start, you know, not doing too well. At which point, I'll take a break. And there's a couch behind that telly. I'm going to lie down on that couch. And if you want to keep watching, you go onto Twitch. Go to Graham David Hughes on Twitch. You're able to watch me on the couch. There. And I'll set an alarm on my phone and a countdown. Make sure that I don't sleep for more than an hour. And then just reset and then just keep going. See how far we get. That's your plan. What to do? Do my conservate while I go to the toilet, don't I? Hi everyone. Don't worry, I'm holding the fort for 2 days. I'm gonna keep him alive. Says Kat. Hey Kat, how you doing? Ooh. Okay, so do not worry about me. So Dominican Republic shares the island of Hispaniola. So the island is called Hispaniola, and it is shared between Haiti and Dominican Republic. Haiti's got an interesting story, tragic story, but an interesting one nonetheless. And Dominican Republic is Spanish speaking. Haiti is French speaking, and Haiti is the place where the slaves revolted, and they took over the place. And ever since, the colonial powers have done everything in their power to make sure that Haiti doesn't get its head above water. Because if Haiti did well, that would be a signal to other countries around the world to throw off the shackles of their imperialistic overlords. Billy Kershaw says, "Nice one, Cat. Congrats on your park run." It's it'll be a bit like Big Brother, broadcasting all night for viewers to watch people sleeping. Yeah, a bit like that. A cat star wave from Lost Mission there. Hey, so on to the next country on the list. What comes after the Dominican Republic? I'm just gonna brighten this up a little bit. Oh no, that darkened it. Okay, I think that's right. That looks a bit better. Yeah, we're getting the news behind me, proof that we're going out live. So let's have a look. So we've done that much of the book. We've got that much to go. I don't know if anyone's been counting. But let's crack on, shall we? We've got Dominican Republic. I just said that. The Dominican Republic, DR, is one of the Caribbean's most geographically diverse countries with stunning mountain scenery, desert scrublands, evocative colonial architecture, and beaches galore. Yeah, I also got quite a nice flag. It looks like a Battenberg. That's been dyed funny colours. Listen, Dominican Republic, like I had a great time in the Dominican Republic. I stayed with a sushi chef from Iran. He was an Iranian refugee who lived in Puerto Plata, and he worked as a sushi chef. So he was an Iranian making Japanese cuisine in the Caribbean. I mean, God, what isn't there to love? Like, I really enjoyed it. The people are beautiful. I just had a really good time in Dominican Republic. Like, and it felt like quite Caribbean and like laid back. And I've got to say, right, I much prefer the Caribbean vibe, you know, to that of the. It's like a child trying to climb up on top of me. Go away, child, under your blanket. What are you doing? I don't care what's going on in your baby brains. Yeah, no, it's just a really good vibe, and I enjoy the Spanish-speaking places around the Caribbean more than the English-speaking places or the French-speaking places. I know that's a sweeping statement to make, and they're all quite groovy, but I know I'm biased because I spend a lot of time in Panama. But yes, So that's it. That's it for the D's. We've done the D's. We've done the deed. We're finished with the D's. We're now up to Ecuador, which is on the equator. It's actually gets its name from the fact it's on the equator. So, little backstory here. So, the Ecuador, the equator, used to be part of Peru. There we go, everyone. There's South America. And if we zoom in, oh, it's turned off the globe mode. Why is it turned off the globe? Mate, I want the globe again. Way, yeah, that's better. Have we not had the globe for a while? Did I accidentally? I must have pressed some button that turned it off or something. Let me just move this over a little bit. Let me just move it. I don't want to work down coal mine. I just want to dance. I just want to dance. It's my Billy Elliot impression. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so here's South America. Hello, South America. And we are going to go to Ecuador. So, Ecuador used to be part of Peru until there was the Great International Geodesic Expedition of the 1830s, which came to Ecuador to measure what's it called? A quadrant of the, not a quadrant. What's the word for it? Part of an arc. They wanted to measure an arc of the meridian at the equator. Annoyingly, the equator is not appearing on this map. There we go. So that line there, that's the equator line. So, what is the equator, I hear you ask, but not very loudly. The equator is the place on the planet where the sun is directly overhead at noon twice a year. Okay, so the Tropic of Cancer is where it's overhead during the middle of summer in the northern hemisphere, and the line of Capricorn is where it's overhead during the middle of summer in the southern hemisphere. Pardon me. Like I say, I've got a cold. I apologise. So the equator is in between. So if you can imagine the world is on an angle and it goes around the sun at an angle. As it goes around the sun moves directly over your head at noon from, the Tropic of Cancer, goes down to the Tropic of Capricorn, then back up, and it switches across the equator twice a year. If you live near the equator, your days are nearly 12 hours of night and 12 hours of day, almost, pretty much. And you're likely to live in a tropical environment. So if you look at the line of the equator here, and then you look at the greenery, lots of green, and then you get down to wherever the Tropic of Capricorn is dicking around, or wherever the Tropic of Cancer is dicking around, you tend to get a lot of deserts. So if you go over here, look, see that massive, oh God, hang on. Damn it. I was showing you that on the map, but it wasn't actually appearing. So, yeah, what was I? Okay, so Ecuador, I was just saying, look how green it is around Ecuador, right? But then you zoom out and it's down here in Chile. It's down by the Tropic of Capricorn. It's quite deserty. Up here in Mexico, it's quite deserty. And we move around the world, you'll see the massive deserts up there where the Tropic of Cancer is. So the Tropic of Cancer actually comes into Egypt about there or somewhere. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's not marked on this map. Never mind. And it goes through Saudi Arabia, goes through Afghanistan, Pakistan. So Tibet. This is why these areas are really arid and up in the mountains and stuff. And yeah. So Tropic of, if you're going to live somewhere in the world, living either on the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn is not always recommended, although some places do quite well out of it. Here's down the Tropic of Capricorn. Down here, you've got Namibia and Botswana, so you can see how there's lots of deserts around there. That's quite desertified. And then if you look at Australia, which is where the Tropic of Capricorn comes down here, I think it goes through South Australia. I might be wrong, it might be the Northern Territory, but it definitely goes through Australia. In fact, what I can do is I will look. I'll show you because I think it's on this map. Yes, it is, but I can't show you it. Well, I can show you it, but it's very, very faint on the page here. But it goes across. Oh, yeah, it's the Northern Territory, so it's the driest part. So it's about here. It's about there in the Northern Territory. You get the Tropic of... Stop doing that. You get the Tropic of Capricorn. Goes through there. Obviously, all deserty places. And this is not a hard and fast rule. There are areas that the Tropic of Cancer or of Capricorn race through that aren't deserts, but they're the exception rather than the rule. Sorry, was I showing you that then? I don't think I was. Okay, Australia. Right, so there you go. Northern Territory. That's about where the Tropic of Capricorn goes through, by the looks of things. Just to the north of Alice Springs. So sorry, that's the wrong place. So just about here. I wonder if it's marked. It's not marked, is it? It would be smart to mark it on this map, just so you know. But plain. Yeah. Anyway, it's so faint. It's so faint on this map. It's ridiculous. But yeah, the Tropic of Capricorn. Why is it a desert? Why, Graham? I hear you ask. Well, because, put simply, the equatorial regions get the same amount of sunshine pretty much every day, right? Which is nice. But the desert areas get like mad sunshine, but only once a year. The rest of the year, they don't get mad sunshine. And so when they get that mad sunshine, it tends to kill everything that lives because it's just so intense. Whereas, just the way the world turned out, the equatorial regions, the flora and fauna grow to adapt to the conditions. And desertification isn't allowed to take hold. Unfortunately, because of global climate change, desertification is happening faster and faster each year, and more and more areas are becoming desertified. And it's quite difficult to turn places back once they have become a desert, which is kind of worrying. Richie Goff says, "Hi Viper, the heat is on live in my phone." Oh no. Viper Scott says, "Oh, you're a bit stuttery on Twitch, my friend, but still live on there. Oh, a bit stuttery. That's no good. I don't know why it's stuttery. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it. It seems to be going through at 6,000 kilobytes, and that's supposed to be the Twitch speed that you're supposed to put it on. Where's my bin? Put it in that bowl. Right. So where was I? Ecuador. I was telling you about the French geodesic expedition of the 1830s, led by Monsieur de Condamine. It was an expedition, the first international expedition in history, with Spanish and French scientists, and they went out to measure an arc of the meridian at the equator in order to prove the British, most notably, what's his name, Isaac Newton, wrong, because there was at the time there was a big argument about the shape of the Earth. I know it looks like a ball to you, but there was a lot of argument about the exact shape of the Earth. For instance, there was the British thought, which was that it was an oblate spheroid, that it bulged slightly at the equator, right? So you can squish it down, it bulges slightly at the equator because of the force of gravity pulling it out, pushing out, which kind of makes sense. Whereas the Rossini, who was an Italian scientist, but his son was kind of French, so he was adopted as French. Was it Rossini? Although he was a composer. It was the French scientist who was from Italy who said French geodesic expedition. French geodesic expedition. Goal to measure a degree of latitude at the equator to understand the Earth's curvature. Led by Charles Marie de Condamine and Louis Gaudin, the team travelled to the Spanish Viceroyalty of Peru, modern day Ecuador. It's widely recognised as the world's first major international scientific expedition. They battled disease, extreme terrains, and internal conflicts. The expedition proved that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, Cassini, not Rossini, Cassini said that it was a prolate spheroid, so it bulged at the poles. And the Newtonians who followed Newton's ideas on it said that it bulged at the equator. So the French spent millions, the equivalent of millions of francs at the time. They travelled all the way from France to Panama, and then across Panama down to, and then they took another ship from Panama down to Quito here. Well, I think they went to Guayaquil and up to Quito, and they spent many years. I mean, it took about 7 or 8 years to measure this line of the arc of the meridian, or 1 degree of the Earth's curvature, 1 degree of the Earth's the distance at the equator. And from this, there was another mission at the same time that went to Lapland in the Arctic Circle, and that was led by a guy called, it was led by Pierre Louis Maupertuis, but the team included a guy called Mr. Celsius, and measured an arc along the Torn River in Lapland, in what's now Finland. And by comparing the measurements taken in Lapland against those in the Ecuador, the Academy definitively proved Newton's theories of an oblate Earth. The Earth is a oblate spheroid. And as part of the celebration of the fact that, I don't know, they proved the British right, the French and the Spanish said, hey, let's create this whole new area called Ecuador, which they did. And that didn't matter too much back in the day when it was all run by Spain. It was more of a governing thing. We'll have this extra governor here in Ecuador. But then when independence came, Peru and Ecuador became 2 separate countries. And just like Colombia and Panama would later split into 2 countries because they were 1 country. And Ecuador there is also responsible for the Galapagos Islands. So if you zoom in here, these are the Galapagos Islands. There's a part of me that really wants to go to the Galapagos Islands, and there's another part of me that doesn't want to go to the Galapagos Islands. For the simple reason, oh my God, for the simple reason that sorry, that coffee's too hot. For the simple reason that the tourism there is kind of destroying the wildlife, so I don't really want to go. But that's actually part of Ecuador. So let's learn a bit about Ecuador, shall we? I love learning a little bit about places. So we will go to South America on a shoestring. There we go. South America on a shoestring. This is a classic text from many, many moons ago. I've got a little picture of Bart Simpson. Hang on a sec. He's no tienes un vaca, señor, which means don't have a cow, which I've written there. And that's my journey. That's my journey in 2002 around South America. So that was fun. So let's tell you a little bit about. Oh, this is in alphabetical order. That's handy. What's this? Ooh, bank gyro credit, nectar points. Oh my God, look at this. Colonia. Wow. So this is a ticket for the boat across the River Plate from Buenos Aires to Colonia, which I would do that journey again a few years later, but that was in 2002. Ecuador. Oh, there's a copy of my passport there. That's cool. So Ecuador. You're going to have to excuse me for a moment while I blow my nose again. Sorry, I've got a cold. I know I shouldn't be trying to do a Guinness World Record while I've got a cold. What can you do? Apologies to everyone on TikTok. I couldn't turn the camera off. I couldn't turn the camera sound off. Couldn't turn it off fast enough. Why is it just telling me to invite people to co-host and things? It's very strange. Anyway, where are we? Witchy Goth. Hello. Every time you say Ecuador, I start raving. Is it only if I say it like that? Witchy. I had to have a cold shower to sort of my workshop. After the first minute of gasping, it was really nice. Yeah, have a cold shower. That's always good. Anyway, Ecuador, lying along the equator with Peru to the south and Colombia to the north. Ecuador is a country both blessed and cursed by abundant nature. Its blessing, its geography is so varied with so many species that Ecuador boasts some of the greatest biodiversity on Earth, but its astounding landscape is due to the shifting tectonic plates that Ecuador sits on, and when they're feeling capricious, the country gets rocked by earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. That's very true. Gotta say, Quito's beautiful. Quito, the capital of Ecuador, there's an old town there, old city, and it's just gorgeous. Okay, Ecuadorian Stone Age tools have been dated to 9000 BC. The oldest signs of a more developed culture date back to 3400 BC. There are many ceramics of Valdivia period, found in central coastal area of Ecuador. The pre-Inca Ecuador is less well known than areas in Peru, but the existence of numerous raised field earthworks for cultivation suggests a very large population in the Gaia's lowlands in very early times. Blah blah blah. The Inca conquest happened in the mid 1400s. The south was ruled by the north was ruled by the descendants of Dutch Sela, a Puruha prince, and the south was ruled by the Cañari people, I think, who defended themselves fiercely against the Inca invaders. It was some years before the Inca Tupac, Yupanqui, was able to subdue them and turn his attention north. During this time, a Cañari princess bore him a son called Hunya Capac. The subjugation of the north took many years, and Hunya Capac grew up in Ecuador. He succeeded his farmer. He succeeded a farmer. Oh, piss off, Trump. I'm just going to sit here so you don't have to see him. Sorry. The subjugation of the north took many years. He succeeded his father, second wife, died in 1526. Left his empire to not one son as was traditional, but to two half-brothers, thus dividing the Inca Empire for the first time. In the same year, the first Spaniards, led by Bartolomé Ruiz de Andrade, landed near Esmeraldas in northern Ecuador, a portent of the invasion that would subjugate the empire some years later. Meanwhile, the rivalry between the Incas, led by Huáscar of Cusco and Atahualpa of Quito, fled into civil war. After years of fighting, Atahualpa defeated Huáscar in a battle near Ambato in central Ecuador. Atahualpa thus ruled a weakened and still divided Inca Empire when Pizarro landed in Peru in 1532. Bloody Pizarro. Francisco Pizarro was an absolute bloody scumbag. He appointed his brother Gonzalo governor of Quito in 1540. Gonzalo, hoping to find more gold, sent his lieutenant Francisco de Orellana to explore the Amazon. Orellana and his force ended up floating clear to the Atlantic, the first men to descend the Amazon and cross the continent. Lima was the seat of Ecuador's political administration during its first centuries of colonial rule. Ecuador was the first gobernation, a province, but in 1553 it became the Audiencia de Quito, a more important political division. In 1739, the Audiencia was transferred from the Viceroyalty of Peru to the Viceroyalty of Colombia, then known as Nueva Granada. Ecuador remained peaceful during these centuries, and agriculture and the arts flourished. Cattle, as well as bananas and other agricultural products, were introduced by Europeans. There was a prolific construction of churches and monasteries. These were decorated with unique carvings and paintings, resulting from the blend of Spanish and Indian artistic influences. Life was comfortable for the ruling Spaniards, but Indians and Mestizos were treated abysmally. Systems of forced labour and tribute were not only tolerated but encouraged, and it's no surprise that by the 18th century there were several uprisings of Indians against the Spanish rulers. One of the best remembered heroes of the early revolutionary period was Eugenio Espero, born in Quito in 1747, of an Indian father and a mulatto mother. A brilliant man who obtained his doctorate by the age of 20. Espejo became a major literary voice for independence. He wrote political satire, founded a liberal newspaper, and spoke out strongly against colonialism. He was imprisoned several times and died in jail in 1795. The first serious attempt at independence was made on August 10th by 1809 by a partisan group led by Juan Pío Morafa. The group took Quito and installed a government, but only lasted for 24 days before royalist troops regained control. Independence was finally achieved when Simón Bolívar, who I mentioned again, the Venezuelan liberator, freed Colombia and his march southward from Caracas in 1819. But Bolívar then supported the people of Guayaquil, and when they claimed independence on October the 9th, 1820. It was almost 2 years before Ecuador was entirely liberated from Spanish rule. The decisive battle was fought on May the 24th, 1822, when Field Marshal Sucre, one of Bolivar's best generals, defeated the royalists at Pichincha and took Quito. Simon Bolivar's idealistic dream was to form a united South America. He began by amalgamating Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador into the independent state of Gran Colombia, which lasted for 8 years. Don't forget that would have also included Panama, because that was part of Colombia at the time. Ecuador became fully independent in 1830. That same year, a treaty was signed with Peru, establishing a boundary between two nations. After a war between the two nations, the boundary was redrawn at the Conference of Foreign Governments in the 1942 Protocol of Rio de Janeiro. Ecuador never recognized this border, and minor skirmishes with Peru have occurred because of it. The most serious was a short war early in 1995 when several dozen soldiers on both sides were killed. Hostilities were confined to remote border areas of the jungle, and travellers were not directly affected. Following more fighting in 1998, Peru and Ecuador negotiated settlement to the dispute. Peru retained a majority of the land in question, save for a portion known as Tiwintza, a 247-acre area Ecuadorian troops successfully defended in 1995. Independent Ecuador's internal history has been typically Latin American turmoil, a political and open warfare between liberals and conservatives. Quito emerged as the main centre for the church-backed conservatives, and Guayaquil has traditionally been considered liberal and socialist. The rivalry continues on the social level today. Quiteños have been given Guayaquileños the nickname monos, or monkeys, and the lively coastal people consider the highland inhabitants very staid and dull. The rivalry between these groups frequently escalated to extreme violence. Conservative President Garcia Moreno was shot and killed in 1875, and Liberal President Eloy Alfaro was killed and burnt by a mob in Quito in 1912. The military began assuming control, and the 20th century has seen more periods of military rule than civilian. Ecuador's most recent period of democracy began in 1979 when Graham was born. When President Jaime Roldés Alguira was elected. He died in an airplane crash in 1981, and his term of office was complicated by the Vice President Osvaldo Huerta Lavia. In 1984, the conservative Leon Febres Cordero was elected on August the 10th, 1988. Following democratic elections, Soviet Social Democrat Rodrigo Borja became president, and the government leaned to the left. In 1996, left-wing populist Abdallah Bucaram was elected president. After just 6 months, Bucaram, known as El Loco, it's never a good sign, is it, was deemed mentally unfit to rule by the Ecuadorian Congress and was removed from office. And then, Jamil, the new leader, as he's affectionately known, has led the country across the severe financial crisis in March 1999, which led to riots, protests, and ultimately a government-imposed state of emergency. While policies such as austerity measures brought things under modicum control, critics excused him, Fabian Alarcon, who is known as Jamil. They accused him of dealing with the symptoms of the economic collapse rather than the problems. Ecuador's economy is still not the most hail? Is that an expression? I don't know. Anyway, I'm blaming the phone. Witchy, are you there? Are you there, Witchy? Why can't I Quito you? You can't. So yeah, that's the story of Ecuador, potted history there. Basically, it was part of Grand Colombia, which is Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, and Peru. And then it split into 3 countries. And one of the reasons why Ecuador is an individual country, it used to be ruled by Peru, and then, well, from Peru, and then it was ruled from Bogota. But also, it was also given a bit of a special status as a result of being the place where the first major international scientific expedition took place. And I'm all good. I'm all good. Are you going to bed? Okay. Can I get the kettle and some milk and some coffee? I haven't seen the text. Sorry, my love. Mm. Um. Yeah, I do need stuff. Let's get a kettle. Let's get a kettle in here. Um. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything else that I can sort out. Sorry, everyone. Just sorting out. I think Kat's calling it a nice. I can't see Alistair. He's took a break. I don't think. I'm blaming the phone. Who can't see the witchy goth messages in the chat? I can see you, Doc. Why is everyone talking in the chat about not being able to see messages when we can obviously cheese rolling going on in the background there. So one of the scripts I've written, one of many, is called The Amazon, and it takes place in Ecuador. And it was about the French geodesic expedition. Well, actually, it was in the wake of it when one of the young scientists, who was actually a nephew of one of the lead scientists, John Codan, he stayed behind. The main scientist was Louis Godin, and he was the nephew. He was a chain bearer. He used to carry the chains that they used to use to make these measurements across the mountains. And he fell in love with a local woman called Isabella. And she was the daughter of the governor of Riobamba province, so she was quite well off. And they got together. They had a couple of kids. The kids died of smallpox, and they decided they wanted to move to France. Was another reason, because Jean got words that that his dad had died, and he had to go and settle the estate back in France. So they were planning. Oh my God! Sorry, I just moved that. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. They were originally planning. Sorry, I want to get that in the middle, don't I? They were originally planning to go up to Colombia, through Colombia, what's now Colombia, to Cartagena, but that way wasn't possible. They couldn't get passage to Panama to go back the way he came with the expedition. The expedition, everyone had just gone home by then. This was years later, but he had stayed in what's now Ecuador. So what he decided to do is go down the Amazon River, which you can see here. There it is. There's the Amazon River, there, the mighty Amazon, flowing out into the sea. And yeah, this was all awesome. Hello. Oh wow. I need Cat's bringing the kettle and stuff. What I could do with, yeah. No, I'll plug it under there. I think it'd be funny if it makes my computer turn off though. I might have to have a think about that later. Thank you. That's got a spoon in there, hasn't it? And there's some water. There's some milk in there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We have ways of making my coffee. What? There isn't enough. There isn't enough coffee. I've drank all the coffee. Sorry. What was it? Anyway, so they were about to set off to go down the river, go down the Amazon. But they realised it might be a bit dangerous because at that time, Isabella, his wife, fell pregnant. Okay. The President's Path. What was all that about? Anyway, where was I? I don't know. I was talking about. Oh yeah. So Isabella and John, she fell pregnant, and so he said, "Listen, what I'll do is I'll go down the Amazon first, and I'll make sure that it's safe for you and a baby, and then I'll come back. I'll get to French Guiana over here, and then I will come back and we will I'll come back and get you, and it'll take me probably about 18 months, but because it took a long time to get around back then. And he followed in the footsteps of Auriella and also La Condamine, who was the leader of the expedition. He also went down the Amazon. So it was something that had been done before. It wasn't that, out the ordinary. Anyway, so he and his he and one of the slaves from the family, Huican, headed off over the Andes down into the Amazon basin and headed off along the Amazon River, all the way through Manaus, all the way through here. They pottled down and then they got to Macaba here. And once they got to Macaba, they got into a bit of bother. They got to French Guiana, but they got attacked by pirates and they lost everything. And then Jean couldn't get the passage from French Guiana back to France sorted because he had no money. He had to work as a school teacher for a little while to get some money together. And in the meantime, there was a war. There was a war called the 7-Year War started between France and Britain. But who came in on the side of Britain? Say it with me, Portugal. Who owned Portugal at the time? Brazil. So you're a Frenchman in French Guiana here, and you can't go back through Brazil to get back to your wife and your baby in Peru. Basically, cut a long story short, 18 years later, a group of rowers who were sent by the King of Portugal himself at the behest of Rousseau, the writer, not Rousseau, sorry, Voltaire, the writer, who had helped get the scientific quest off the ground in the first place. Heard about the plans of this Frenchman who couldn't get home to his wife in what's now Ecuador, and so he sent a bunch of rowers. And in my story, the rowers make their way with the slave Huican up the river and John, but they get to the border with from Spanish lands, Portuguese lands into Spanish lands, and because he's a Frenchman, they don't let him in. They let his slave in though, so his slave gets to Ecuador to get Isabella just in time to because her daughter Maria had actually died of smallpox at the age of 18 because it had taken that long to get the message back, and she's like suicidal. And then Huican turns up and says, John is still alive. He's waiting for you in the jungle. Come with me. And so Isabella, who's a landed lady, set off with this entourage of over 40 people, slaves and maids and randoms who turned up to help along the way, set out onto this expedition to go down the Amazon to try and find her long-lost husband. And literally everyone freaking died. Sorry, spoilers. Pretty much everyone. She went with her dad went out ahead. He actually didn't die, but her two brothers both died. Her nephew died. Her maids died. A lot of the slaves ran away because of smallpox fears, and they had a terrible time in the jungle. And Isabella she took the shoes off her dead brother and used a machete to fashion some sandals, and she took off her petticoats and things. She's a landed lady. She was carried over the Andes in a sedan chair, and she managed to whack away through the Amazon jungle, in which everything is trying to kill you and eat you at the same time. She managed to whack away for about 3 weeks. A landed lady in the 1750s managed to do this. It's absolutely remarkable. And she did it, and she managed to find a husband. It's just an amazing story, and it's true. It actually took place. So I wrote a script about it called The Amazon. So I think it was really cool. And it ends with them finally traveling back to France. Well, she's traveling back to France. She's going there for the first time. And the house that they had in France, it's a little village in France, and it's got one of those plaques on it, and it says, in this house, the Isabella and Jean Godin lived out the rest of the days after a lifetime of adventure. And that house that they used to live in is now a school. It's still there. It's still there in a little village in France. So that's going to be the big twist at the end of the story, is the fact that it's a true story. It actually happened. If anyone wants to read the script, lots of exciting things happen in it that I've missed out of my little synopsis there. But it's very emotional, very cool, and it's got a wonderful dual meaning in the title, because obviously they're in the Amazon River, and this is a story about one woman who basically defied the odds to survive, a wonderful survival tale. And I've never seen a movie about it, which is crazy because it actually freaking happened. And you know, at the time, this was like the talk of France. This is like Voltaire got involved. The French Academy of Scientists got involved in this. The King of France and the King of Portugal got involved. And the King of Spain got involved in it as well. It went all the way up. Kind of crazy. Witchy, can you see there's no underscore, there's underscore mute, underscore option numpty. I don't know. Be right back. My coffee is done too. Yeah, do you know what? I had brought in some milk. I might have to put some more milk in there. I love Kat, but when she makes coffee and tea and stuff, she sometimes doesn't put enough milk in, so it's like dead hot. I'm like burning my tongue on it. But this is the right temperature now. I'll put a bit more milk in there. Need a bit of coffee. Gonna be staying up all night, I hope. It's 10:30. It doesn't feel like 10:30. Does it feel like 10:30? Does it feel like I've been yakking on for 13 hours and 35 minutes? I don't know. Joke Witchy can, cause it looks like you're not muted anymore. Says Al. Oh, hearts. So anyway, that's a story about Ecuador. And Isabel de Gran Bruno y Mason, which is just an amazing story. Right, where were we? We were in Ecuador. Ooh, what's next? What's next after Ecuador? This is exciting. Is it Eritrea? Is it Egypt? Is it... Where's it going to be? Where are we going next? We're going to Egypt! Yay! We're going to Egypt. We're going to Egypt with the pyramids of Egypt. Yeah. In spite of political, financial, and social turmoil, Egyptians remain proud and defiant and as welcoming as ever to visitors to their land, their ancient land. Come on, let's get into this. Might be talking about Egypt for a long time here. I spent enough time on Ecuador, but Egypt, my favourite country possibly in the world. Absolutely bloody fascinating place. A fascinating place. So I'll just tell you where I've been in Egypt. Cairo. I've been to Cairo. So I've been there. And then I've been down the... come on, can you name some more places? I've been down here, down the Nile. I've been down the Nile here. I've been to Aswan. I've been to Komombo. I've been to Edfu. Been to Luxor. Been out into the Western Desert. Been over to Hurghada. Where's that? I've not been there. I haven't been there. Go back. I've been to the Dashur pyramids over here because you got to. Been to Abu Simbel, been up to the Saqqara pyramids, been to the Giza pyramids, I've been up to Alexandria, I've been along here, I've gone as far as the Sira Oasis, which is not far from the where is Sira? Where is Siwa Oasis? Oh God, I've been all the way over there. Jesus Christ. Yeah, been all the way over there. Come back. This is cool. I've been to Port Said. I've been to Suez, I've been to Dahab, I've been up Mount Sinai, I've been all down here through the multiple occasions. I've been through here on the ferry across the Lake Nasser, been to Abu Simbel, been to Wadi Halfa, been back again. So yeah, I think that's I've been to Egypt about, I don't know, 6-7 times or something. So yeah, not too many places in Egypt that I haven't been bothering in the past. So there you go. There's my little map of Egypt. It covers many trips. It's not all done in one trip because that'd be exhausting. But yeah. So Egypt, the oldest country in the world. It just is. Although for many, many years, it wasn't a square. It's only become a square in recent years. That was the British turned up and drew a line. For a long time, it was the Nile. It was the Nile, and it extended all the way down to Khartoum, pretty much. So you find if you go down here to Shendi, let's have a look. Is that where you find the what do you sorry everyone, I'm just looking for some. I know Sudan's not going to come along for a while. Just hoping that there's actually more pyramids in Sudan than there are in Egypt, but they're small pyramids, you see. So Egypt, what do you want to know? Egypt first went there in the summer of 1999, returned in the winter of 1999 to be there for the millennium. The Giza necropolis is over here, Great Pyramid of Giza, which was built by humans. It's okay. People who aren't white can make things. And that's the Great Pyramid. And then there's the Pyramid of Khafre and the Pyramid of Menkaure. And then we've got the tombs of the queens and the funerary stuff. There's been a lot of talk about how the pyramids were built because there's no evidence of how the pyramids were built. So there's no like obvious things, but you can kind of suss it out through various clues that were left, i.e. there's no obvious way that it was made, except which the new theory, or a new theory that I kind of like and subscribe to, is that it is actually a pyramid. They made it as like a big, massive, rough pyramid, roughly the shape of a pyramid, got to the height that they wanted it to be, and then started cutting away at the stone to cut it out downwards, to cut out the shape of the pyramid from the top, which is an ingenious way of doing it. Now, the pyramids were done in the Old Kingdom of Egypt. The Old Kingdom of Egypt. And it wasn't until and then basically the skill needed to make the pyramids was lost. Those pyramids there that you've heard of, the Giza pyramids, are not the oldest pyramids. There's also the Saqqara pyramids over here. Now the step pyramid of Djoser. Oh, hang on. I was not showing you. It was a pyramid scheme. Thank you very much. The step pyramid of Djoser, or Zoser, I think it's pronounced. This was the earliest pyramid. God, terrible photos. What is it with these terrible bloody photos? Show me the pyramid. That's the earliest known pyramid. And then there's the if you go south of here to Saqqara, pyramid of Pepe II. There goes another step pyramid. There's a pyramid of Sensoret, so that's actually a true pyramid. And then there's the red pyramid, which is a true pyramid. But note that the angle, it's is a lot more. The angle is a lot shallower. And there's also the black pyramid, which is a pyramid that I think fell apart. So that shows you what happens if you're trying to build a pyramid and it doesn't quite work. Then there's the Wesser period. Why has that got a name that has got a German letter in it? What? I think this is the bent pyramid. Bent pyramid, yes, it's the bent pyramid. So if you look at this, although, mate, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just not very good at showing me pictures on this. The bent pyramid is bent because they started at a shallower angle and then they went to a deeper angle. And if you think about it, that kind of makes sense if you're going to try and explain why. There you go. Let's see if we can get this up. Right, you can see the pyramid there. Can you see it? It's not a very good picture. Jesus Christ, why does it look like it's covered in snow? You can see it goes up at a certain angle and then it goes shallower towards the top, right? Which kind of makes sense if it was built from the bottom to the top, but I can't believe how bad these images are. They're just terrible. Oh, that's a temple that fell apart. That's all bricks in there. That looks like something from Monument Valley, doesn't it? That's all bricks. That's all mud bricks. But yeah, this there's a video. Okay, so this is the bent pyramid. It's a terrible video. Wow. But you can see it's bent. So it started at that angle and then it went to a more shallow angle. Now, you can be thinking, well, they started building it at that sort of steeper angle, and then they thought, oh, we don't have enough material, we got to finish it soon. But what I think's more likely is if this theory about they built the pyramids up to the top as a big pile of rocks and then started working their way down, they realized that they started at the top, and then they realized that the pyramid didn't go out far enough, so they had to make the angle more sharp coming down. So it kind of works out for that theory as well. And yeah, the old kingdom. So the first pyramid, the first pharaoh that we know of that united Upper Egypt, which is this bit down here by Aswan, and Lower Egypt, which is this bit up here by Alexandria. Why is that called upper? Why is that lower bit? Why is that lower when it's higher? Well, yeah, they didn't use north back then, and also it was to do with the terrain. So obviously the river Nile flows into the Nile Delta and then into the Mediterranean. And so that's lower land than this higher land. So this upper land and then lower land. The first pyramid, the first Egypt pharaoh that we know was mentioned was the Scorpion King, represented by a scorpion, also known as Dwayne Johnson. But the first Egyptian name that we've actually got is Narmer, I think. But you know, let's get into it. And then we had the Old Kingdom of Pharaohs. Then we had the Middle Kingdom of Pharaohs. Then we had the New Kingdom. Then we had the Ptolemaic pharaohs, which were the general Ptolemy descendants of Ptolemy. That ended with the reign of Cleopatra VII, famously, who had the child Caesarion with Julius Caesar, and then also she hooked up with Mark Antony once Caesar was disposed of, and famously he lost the battle off the coast of Greece, I think, and she allowed a viper to bite her. In order to, or an asp or something, in order to not be taken by the Romans. So after she died, the Romans took over Egypt for many years, and they had the Roman pharaohs, which weren't really pharaohs, so the Roman period was a bit weird. And then we basically go into the fall of the Roman Empire, the rise of the Arabian Empire, I guess. So we'll get into that in a moment, but let's go through it all, and then that takes you through to what's happened more recently. I love that it just says bent pyramid. If you go into there, it just says bent pyramid at the top. That is cool. Anyway, so the pyramids. What a place! What a place! What a place! Most of Egypt's landmass consists of deserts, with the nation's lifeblood, the Nile River, with a green band of shivering along the length of the country, drawing it to the nation's settlements, including the disproportionately large capital, Cairo. Charismatic rivers flow through many cities in the world, but few govern the ebb and flow of a country's fortune quite as significantly as the Nile has shaped Egypt and its shifting capitals of the Delta. From around 4000 BC, which is, just for the record, is 6,000 years ago, small settlements clung together in loose affiliations along the Nile, developing into two important states. The Delta area in the north became known as Lower Egypt, as I just explained, and the area upstream was called Upper Egypt because it was upstream. The unification of these two states around 3100 BC by the pharaoh Menes sowed the seeds for the flowering of ancient Egyptian civilization. I thought his name was Narmer, but whatever. Ancient Egyptian history comprises three principal kingdoms. The pyramids date from the Old Kingdom of 2670 to 2150 BC. So the Old Kingdom was around for like 400 years. When lively trade made ambitious building projects possible. Ruling from the nearby capital of Memphis, Pharaoh Zoser, which I just mentioned, the Step Pyramid, you just saw it, and his chief architect, Imhotep, built the pyramid at Saqqara. Subsequent pharaohs constructed ever larger temples and pyramids, culminating in the mighty pyramids of Giza, built for Cheops, Chephren, and Mycenaeus. The Middle Kingdom, that's 2056 to 1650 BC, was marked by the rise of new and illustrious capital of Thebes, also known as Luxor now. It was during the New Kingdom, which was 1550 to 1076 BC. However, that ancient Egyptian culture blossomed. Wonders such as the Temple of Karnak and the West Bank tombs were visible expressions of a rich culture that established Egypt under the great dynasties of Thutmoses and Ramesses as the greatest regional power. Just absolutely phenomenal for that long ago. You know, you're talking thousands of dynasties. A history spanning thousands of years, and they kept the same style. They kept the same way of doing stuff. Like the hieroglyphs, I know they developed or lost the technology or couldn't be asked doing things in certain ways later on in the Egyptian period. That starts off the pyramids. The when you saw hieroglyphs, the really old hieroglyphs are actually embossed. They come out of the wall, whereas later hieroglyphs are engraved. Obviously, it's a lot harder to emboss something, to take the material away from it, than to chip it in. I enjoyed the new Death on the Nile film when it came out a few years ago, until that creep Russell Brand appeared and it totally ruined it for me. Hey, Samusu, same, absolutely same. I hate him on so many levels. He is an absolute creep. Did you buy it for your mummy? What's remarkable is that the pyramids, the distance of time from the pyramids to Queen Cleopatra's rule, is longer by about 1,000 years than the distance of time, or 700 years, than the distance of time between the reign of Queen Cleopatra and the iPhone. Yeah. Crazy. From 1184 BC, Egypt disintegrated into local principalities. It wasn't until Alexander the Great arrived in the 4th century BC that the country was reunited. For the next few hundred years, Egypt was ruled from Alexandria by the descendants of his general Ptolemy, hence the Ptolemaic pharaohs. The Romans arrived in 31 BC, leaving behind little to show for their occupation except the introduction of Christianity in AD 2. Hang on. What? They introduced Christianity in the 2nd year of AD. Like, Jesus wasn't even he would have been a baby. I mean, even if he was born in 4 BC, he would have been 6. I don't think that's right. In AD 640, Arab armies brought Islam to Egypt. With it came a cultural revival and the foundations of Cairo in AD 969 by the Fatimid dynasty. Arts and sciences flourished and trade brought wealth into the country. The Turks found the prize irresistible, and in the early 16th century, Egypt became part of the Ottoman Empire. The French followed suit in the 19th century under Napoleon, and the British made Egypt a protectorate during World War II. After nearly 2,000 years of colonization, revolution resulted in self-rule in 1952. Nasser became Egypt's first president in 1956, establishing his authority by buying out French and British claims to the Suez Canal, but losing the 1967 war with Israel. His successor, Sadat, concluded the second war with Israel with the controversial 1979 Camp David agreement. Widely blamed for betraying pan-Arabist principles, Sadat was assassinated in 1981. So that assassin was a member of the Islamic Jihad, a terrorist organization aiming to establish an Islamic state in Egypt. So that's a successor, Mubarak. Retaliated against the extremists, declaring a state of emergency that continues until this day. It was continued until 2011, when Mubarak was kicked out of office by the Arab Spring. While Mubarak has been canny in rehabilitating Egypt's relations with Arab states without abandoning the treaty with Israel, he has not been successful in domestic policy. The 1980s was marked by violence, partly in response to the country's dismal economic situation. Between 1993 and 1997, Egypt's largest Islamist opposition group targeted foreign travellers in its campaign to overthrow the government, culminating in the massacre of 58 holidaymakers at the Funerary Temple of Hatshepsut in Luxor. The Luxor massacre destroyed grassroots support for militant groups, and a period of calm ensued until just October 2004. And a bomb in Taba on the border with Israel killed 34. Mubarak introduced some democratic measures, but not enough to appease militant groups. After sporadic violence in Cairo, 3 bombs in Sharm el-Sheikh killed 64 people, mostly Egyptians. Various groups claim responsibility, and tourism suffered temporarily. In April 2006, 3 further bombs claimed 23 lives in Dahab, proving the situation is far from resolved. Egypt is in serious economic turmoil, and with an ever-burgeoning population, rising unemployment, and declining tourism resulting from the continuing violence, the future looks precarious, which, you know, back then it did. So that was back in 2007 or something like that. Obviously, Mubarak was ousted, and then the Muslim Brotherhood took over, and now there's another guy who's basically a proto Mubarakist. Okay, so where are we? We are. I have to go, but cheers and good luck. Game Day Hughes, catch you in the morning. If I'm still awake, it'd be funny if I just fall asleep right in front of this. What I should do is set my alarm to go off on my phone, like literally every hour, just to make sure. That I don't fall asleep on the job. Wow, BBC News, the heat. Yeah, it's been a bit hot. It's still only 22 degrees. It's not got above 22 degrees here in Durham. And that's with the window open. If I close the window, I think it'd be even colder. Al says, I've been staring at my phone for 14 hours. Oh no! Is he still not cold? The walls are nice and cold. I'm putting my hand against the wall here. You can't see, but that's what I'm doing. I'm putting my grubby hands on the wall. Pep Guardiola there on the TV. He's leaving Manchester City. Leaving the city of Manchester. Listen, I need to get bogged down in Egypt's kind of like more recent history. But seriously, what a place. What a place. Absolutely remarkable. Beautiful place. Not messing around. It's great. 32 degrees in Liverpool, Graham. Bloody hell. It's still 27 degrees here. Sweating like a Tory MP outside the school. I've been watching you, Graham, says... Ooh, have you? It's 22 degrees here. That's the temperature. That's the time, date, temperature. It's actually the 25th of May today. Should have pointed that out. That's the day that Star Wars was released in American theaters on May the 25th, 1977. It'll be its 50th anniversary next year. So you know when people say on May the 4th be with you, haha, it's Star Wars Day. Nerds like me go, well, actually, you'll find that actually it's May the 20. Actually, it's actually May the 25th, because that's the date that Star Wars came out, and also the date that Return of the Jedi came out. Empire Strikes Back came out on the 21st of May, I think. But we noticed that the new Mandalorian movie came out this weekend, and that's basically a little nod in the wing to, I think it's the Memorial Day weekend or something in America. So, you know, there is that. 19 degrees in the Cotswolds at the moment. It's glorious. 32 in Chesterfield. That's really cool. Sorry, I've finished off my banana chips now. I have no banana chips. I'm so sad. Runcorn, is that a real place? I don't know. Put the two together, Graham. I've been watching you for 14 hours on a small screen. I know, Ella was joking. I was just, because you said you'd been watching your phone. So a watched phone never rings. Anyway, buy my book. Anyway, let's go and look at Egypt. Spent a lot of time in Egypt. I was there for New Year in 2000. I've also been there I was there for New Year in 10 years, exactly 10 years later, 2010. So there's Lake Nubia. This is Abu Simbel here. This is where you have the wonderful that's inside the monument, and it was actually moved. The monument of Abu Simbel was moved because they were going to flood the area to make the Lake Nasser. So they moved it a few meters down the road, and it was a huge job. They had to cut it into sections and then put it back together again perfectly. They moved an entire mountain pretty much, but they accidentally got it wrong a little bit. It was supposed to shine a light through, the light was supposed to, of the rising sun on the pharaoh's birthday, was supposed to shine through between the legs of the of the second and the third in the little room there between the second and third. Ramesses, the Colossi of Ramesses, and they got it out by a day. I think the Egyptians got it exactly right, and they got it wrong by a day. But this whole idea that the pyramids, they built them up and then carved them out. Well, they carved out Abu Simbel, they carved out Petra. I know that wasn't the Egyptians necessarily, but they carved them out. Whoa, look at these. What are these? Is that like sewage? Is that like a sewage thing? Are they look at these little dots in the desert. Aren't they crazy? What are these little dots in the, does anyone know what these dots in the desert are? Wow. That looks mad. What is here? Aswan Desert. What is here? Aswan Desert. Okay. Farms? They're not what, little round farms? Oh, they're weird. No, because they're obviously turning around, aren't they? They've obviously got a thing in them that turns around. They look like, when they treat sewage. Does anyone know what they are? It's kind of cool. Cool, these little holes in the desert. Anyway, Abu Simbel, very, very famous. They moved. So you see that picture there? The light is supposed to shine down that corridor on the day of Ramesses II's birth date. But actually, they got it out by a day. When they moved the mountain in order to make Lake Nasser, named after Nasser. Famously, the guy who nationalized the Suez Canal. Now, let's talk about the Suez Canal for a moment. Suez Canal was built by the French. In fact, the Statue of Liberty was originally envisaged to sit at the mouth of the Suez Canal to welcome people. And that didn't happen. So it went off to America instead. So it's a bit of a hand-me-down. It's a bit of a, regifted. It's been regifted. Hey, Graham, how's it going? Have you had any breaks left? Loft and loves and good wishes. Do keep going from SG. Thank you, SG. Yes, I had a 10-minute break, just over 10 minutes after 12 hours. So I've still got a lot of juice in the goodie bags, whatever it's called, for taking breaks. I'm allowed 5 minutes every hour, so that's good. But yeah, so there's also Mount Sinai. Sorry, I was just talking about the Suez Canal, built by the French, and the same people who built the Suez Canal in the 1800s decided they were going to build the Panama Canal, and that went horribly wrong. I'll talk about when I get to Panama. Obviously, you've got Sinai here, which is famous for Mount Sinai, which is where the Ten Commandments were delivered to Moses. Now, I have a belief, right, that when the pharaoh that would come to be known as Akhenaten and his wife Nefertiti converted to this new religion of one God, the God of light, the God of the Aten, who represented represented the forces of bullshit. I represented the forces of love and light and stuff like that. He got succeeded by his. He died, maybe got assassinated. Got succeeded by his young, perhaps son. We're not quite sure. A young lad called Tutankhamun, who was only a boy king and died quite young. And the priest said, "Hey, can you turn it back to the old religion?" And he went, "Okay, then." So he turned it all back to the old religion. And and there was much rejoicing. But about 50 to 100 years later is estimated when the followers of Moses, which is a Egyptian name, left Egypt to go and live somewhere else. And famously, they spent 40 years wandering in the desert, which is kind of crazy because it shouldn't take that long to walk from the Bent Pyramid here to Israel. I mean, it's 200 miles. Like I could do that. I could do that. I could walk from the Bent Pyramid to across the desert. I'm pretty sure. I know it would take me a while, but it wouldn't take me 40 years. Maybe 40 days. But it's interesting that if there had been a cult based around this atom, this idea of the one God, monotheism, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that could have been the beginning of what became Judaism and what became, therefore, Christianity and what became Islam. And the monotheistic religions. Because a lot of other religions, like Sikhism and Hinduism and Buddhism, don't really have a one God. They're polytheistic, kind of. I know Buddhism's a bit different, but you know what I mean. Ian said Shark at Owenat or East Owenat is a 110,000 acre desert land reclamation project that started in 1991 in the New Valley Governorate, Egypt. Yeah, kind of crazy times. And bury the bodies. Indeed, let's bury the bodies. I've been playing Chainmail Days on Quiet. Not so easy nowadays, but I still watch the odd stream on YouTube and write campaign stuff to a friend to run. Keep loving it, fella. That's cool. There are more undamaged statues of Tutankhamun than there are of his father Akhenaten because he was hated, so they defaced his statues. Yeah, also his statues were kind of like weird. They made him look like a bit of an alien. Don't get ideas. Don't get all Graham Hancock on me. It wasn't the aliens who built the fucking pyramids. It was the people who lived there. But they couldn't have possibly built the pyramids because they didn't have the technology. Yes, they did. It's made of fucking stone. If it was made of microchips, I'd be like, okay, yeah, fair enough. They didn't have the technology. They had stone. Could they cut stone? Yeah, they could cut stone. Okay. The Egyptians also, got to give them a bit of kudos for inventing beer before they bothered inventing the wheel. Didn't need the wheel. They had boats for the water and they had sledges for the sand. Didn't need wheels. And then one day they thought, oh, how am I going to get back from the pub? In fact, in a lot of places, actually drinking beer was a lot safer than drinking water because people didn't piss in the beer. And also, the alcohol in the beer would kill off the nasties in it. So you were less likely to die of cholera or some other waterborne disease. Which people didn't know about cholera. They didn't know what was waterborne, but it was. Statues of Akhenaten are amazing, though. The weirdness of his statues is just symbolic, designed to make him look impressive and taller. Well, I don't know. It's kind of like it's got these exaggerated features, and it's kind of going in a different direction. He's certainly a unique pharaoh, and and if you go to Egypt, I mean, they do tend to say that they are the birthplace of monotheism, which is cool. If you're gonna set your stall out, that was boss. Thought Babylonians invented beer. Yeah, they did. The Babylonians probably invented beer before the Egyptians, but when the Egyptians finally got around to it, it was before they bothered inventing wheels. They didn't need wheels. They needed alcohol. Anyway, so I'm going to take you on a little bit of a tour of Egypt to tell you cool places to go to. I'm trying to get into this pistachio nut. I can't get in. That's annoying me now. I don't want to break my nail. I'm going to leave it there. I'll come back to it later. I'll get you later. Pistachio nut. Fred West, patio reservations, says Andy. Beer created before drink driving was a thing. Yeah. They're weird. They're different to most pharaonic. Statues not alien. Yeah, they've got elongated heads. They're a bit weird. I mean, it's white. But yeah, top places to go and see in Egypt. So obviously you've got the pyramids. Of course, you've got the pyramids, but also you've got the old museum, which thankfully there's a new museum now where hopefully things are going to be looked after a little bit better. And there's the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization, which I think is the new museum. The old museum was built by the British, or whatever, at the turn of the 20th century, and the things in there weren't particularly well looked after. Not that I don't Like, not that I'm saying using that as an excuse for all the stuff that the British Museum robbed off them. Find out where whippersnap comes from. It's an 18th century boy. He said, yeah, because you'll snap the whip. Make the GGs go faster. What have we got in here? We've got Giza, Cairo, New Cairo City. This was a project that they can. And the new administrative capital, which is they're still building out here in the desert, which is going to be a new thing out here. In fact, we can zoom in. They've got a triumphal arch. Oh, hi. They've got a triumphal arch, and they've got the iconic tower. We're after 11 o'clock now. That's kind of cool. I'm about to drinking mow the lawn. Just put my ears in from John C's. Hello, John. How you all doing? My sister's apartment outside of Egypt. My sister's apartment outside of Cairo is finished and furnished. She lives in California, hoping to go in the winter. That sounds pretty cool. Cairo is absolutely awesome. Anyway, so this is the new administrative capital. I'm just zooming in on here. They've got these massive gardens and stuff in the middle of it, and the presidential palace of Egypt, because you really need like a Disneyland type thing going on. I hate all this. I hate all the symmetry. I hate the way it's just not organic. I hate the triumphal arch. It's probably made of concrete and looks shit. I don't know, I'm an old Luddite and I just don't like anything new, but hey, what are you doing? What are you doing, mate? Mate, what are you doing, mate? Mate, what are you? Anyway, still going on the other streams, I think. Still going strong, still going wrong. On the stream for that's going out on Twitch. It's now 14 hours on that one now. 14 hours it's been going for. Power to the people, Graham Price. Egyptians did that thing where they squeezed the baby's heads between two boards so the skull grew longer, giving the History Channel weird skulls to pretend they're aliens forevermore. Come on, that's a map of Assassin's Creed. Maybe. Anyway, I like settlements that grow organically over time. I hate whether it's Canberra or Brasilia or Milton Keynes, just anywhere where it's just all grid and all a geometric. I don't know. Humans don't work that way. We're messy. Look, rivers don't go in straight lines. Mountainsides, cliffs don't go in straight lines. Nothing goes in a straight line. It's all higgledy-piggledy all over the shop. Because that's what Earth is like. It's not straight. I think it's just an affront to nature, all these straight lines. Anyway, that's just me being an old codger. But well worth also seeing. Let's have a look on the map here. There's Port Said is there. That's not there. That's in the middle of the desert. What, doesn't make any sense. So like Aswan, beautiful place. If we zoom in to Aswan, we can find Kitchener's Island here, where they have a botanical garden. Where's the botanical garden? Where is the botanical garden? Elephantine Aswan Museum. Nile Bridge. No, that's not right. Where's hang on. Is that it? Is this it? Is this it here? Station to pop. No. Oh, I'm gonna have to use the satellite map. What's going on there? Is that the garden? Is that the botanical garden? No, it's not that. It's not laid out like that. It's all over the shop. Farm. There's a farm. Okay, all right. There's a farm apparently. Who knew? Not me. So Nile. Okay. There you go. That's it. There you go. Aswan Botanical Garden. There you go. Wanted to show you this. This is a botanical garden. That was sorry. Need to get into this pistachio. It was annoying me. So I want you to remember who Lord Kitchener was. Lord Kitchener was the guy on the recruitment posters for World War One who said, "I want you." I'm pointing at you. Mm. Lord Kitchener founded this this garden, this botanical garden in the in the Nile River, and he did it because he wanted to grow medicines for his troops as they went to, I don't know, kill loads of people down in Sudan. So that's why the botanical gardens started, and I've been there a couple of times. First went there in 1999, and I went back there on my own in 2010. Oh no, 2012. I was there in 1999. I was there with who would become my eventual Australian girlfriend, and then went back in 2012. Not long after we split up, and it was a sad moment. But yeah, there you go. Life moves on. Onward and upward. But if you go down to Aswan, I do recommend that. Unfinished obelisk there. There's an obelisk that you can go and see. That's actually being cut out of the rock, because that's how they did it. So sometimes you can actually see they were doing the obelisk and they got a big crack across it, so they thought, I'll sack this off. Unquiet Badger is saying there's a fair amount of inbreeding going on with the Egyptian royals. Maybe they had a head version of the Habsburg chin, possibly. Churchill went a bit killy in the Sudan with his Han Solo gun. He did, and he did definitely shoot first. There's so much wrong with the Mungo Jerry song in the summertime. Encourage drink driving at the Daddy's Pool treater. Yeah, it's not good, that song, really. It will make a strong anti-driving campaign song for an advert to not drink in the summertime. Yeah, they did that. They used Mungo Jerry's summertime to do an anti-drink drive advert back in the 90s. True story. Okay, so Aswan, well worth checking out. Loads of stuff to visit around here, and you go up the coast here, and you got Colombo. It sounds a bit like Colombo. Colombo. That's a temple there, an Egyptian temple, with absolutely massive pillars. You can fit about 7 people holding hands around these bloody pillars. You don't believe how big they are until you actually see them in real life, and that's worth going to. As is Edfu Temple, which should be up here somewhere. I don't know. This is before you get to Luxor. Oh. Why does it tell me all these places that I don't care about? Just tell me the place. There you go, Edfu. It's weird, this. Like, if you zoom in too far, the names of the places that you want to see, like, disappear. There's Edfu. There's a temple there. That's well worth checking out. Have a look. Edfu. No. Oh, there you go. There's one picture of the temple at Edfu. The rest of it, it's also pictures of cars and horrible buildings. And then you go up to Luxor, and I would really recommend, if you get the chance, go from Aswan to Luxor on one of the feluccas, which is the name of the old boats that they have that go up and down the Nile, with the triangular sail, which is cool. I've done some insane things driving. I could have got locked up. Or you could have killed someone, so don't do that again. Driving a 2-ton machine, a 2-ton lump of metal at 70 miles an hour. Colombo. Just how many fishermen's friends did you have in one go? Just one more thing. Indeed, just one more thing. So where was I? Luxor. Go to Luxor Temple. Unfortunately, McDonald's have a sign that says McDonald's that you can see, or you used to be able to see, from Luxor Temple. So as you look at the temple, you see the golden arches on a very, very long pole, which is really annoying. But Luxor Temple is incredible. Well worth checking out. And then you've got Hurghada. I mean, you don't have to go to Hurghada if you don't want to, but if you want to do some diving in the Red Sea, that's a good place to go and do some scuba diving. And then you can head up here. There's a few places out in the sticks that you can go to visit in the what's it called, the desert. A few nights under the stars and in the Western Desert here would do you good. I think it'll do me good anyway. And then you've got where was I going? Go to Cairo. Go to the market in Cairo. That's really cool. The museum is cool. Obviously the pyramids are cool. You go down to the south there to go to the Saqqara pyramids and the Dashur pyramids. And if you want, you go to Alexandria. named after Alexander the Great. And this is where both the lighthouse and the library were. The library got burnt down in the end by a group of angry Christians, which is not great. I've been driving while stoned and forgetting where I am. Jesus, that's really not good. That's really not good. You can kill someone. You could kill. That's why I can never drink and drive. Like, I don't even have any drink at all when I drink, because I know what I'm like. And if I accidentally killed a kid who was in another car that I crashed into, I would never, ever, ever forgive myself. Like, that kid would just haunt me for the rest of my days. I know what I'm like. So avoid that happening. I don't drink anything before I get in the car. If I ever do have a crash, it'll be at least I was not on my phone and I wasn't drunk. Alexandria there in Egypt. It's well worth checking out. The Pharos, the lighthouse is no longer there. It was destroyed, but which is one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Does anyone know what the 7 wonders of the ancient world are? Let's see if we can tick them off. The Pharos of Alexandria, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, the Colossus of Rhodes, the Pyramid of Giza. Did I say that already? Did I say that? No, I didn't. I said the Pharaoh, but the Pharos, the lighthouse, and then there is the statue of Olympian Zeus. There's only one left now, which is the Great Pyramid. The rest of them taken out. I'm afraid they've all gone. I have been to where the Temple of Ephesus, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus was meant to be one of the most beautiful buildings ever in the history of the world. Was burnt down by a guy who wanted to become famous by burning it down. That's literally what happened. Yeah, so you can go visit. That's in Turkey. But yeah, they're the 7 ancient wonders of the world. Yeah, so but Alexandria is quite cool for going out there, and they've got a new library now. It's modern and a bit shit, but it's kind of cool. That they bothered to do that. They fairly recently, it's about 20 years ago now, they found a bunch of Cleopatra's monuments and things that have been dumped in the sea off the coast of Alexandria, because after she died, she was persona non grata. And when the Romans took control after her death, they wanted to do away with her statues and her monuments and things like that. So a lot of Cleopatra, coming at you, got destroyed. And also in Alexandria, you can go and visit. This is quite interesting. So when the Romans took over, I think, well, the Ptolemaic dynasty tried to rule the place as pharaohs. So they were called the Ptolemaic pharaohs. So you had the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, and the intermediate war periods between them. And then you had the Ptolemaic Kingdom. And then it's the Roman era. But they still tried to keep doing some of the same things that the ancient Egyptians did. So burying people in tombs, elaborately carved tombs and stuff like that. And also the mummification process. So it's quite interesting. You get these mummies that have they have the wrapped up like in the traditional Egyptian way that mummies were wrapped up, but instead of being in a sarcophagus, they're not in a sarcophagus. They're just in a normal stone. I suppose it's a sarcophagus, but they have a drawing, a painting of their face, like slapped over where their face was. So you can sort of see what they might have looked like when they were alive. Which is a bit of an addition later on. The ancient Egyptians didn't really do that. They didn't really go for that. But no, just the culture, the look of the Egyptian stuff is just phenomenal. Also, in the middle of the what's it called? The delta here. There is a little place that it was called Rosetta. I don't know if it's called Rosetta anymore. I'm going to just type in here Rosetta. Rosetta. Is that where Rosetta is? No, that's a shop. Why is it? It's not called Rosetta anymore, but that's where they found the Rosetta Stone. So this is the delta. This is the Nile Delta. It fans out like this, which is really cool. Whereas both the Sepik River in Papua New Guinea and the Amazon River South America, don't actually fan out into deltas. They just go straight into the sea. Whereas there's a few rivers, and the big one that river's quite famous for it, that fans out into a delta. The Ganges also goes out into a delta. That takes up most of Bangladesh. Cairo and the Ganges are sort of the most spread out like fingers, many fingers, like AI trying to draw fingers. So yeah, Alexandria, well worth going, checking out the tombs down there. Go and check out the library. Check out the fort that they made from the stones from the old lighthouse, which isn't there anymore. Sira Oasis. I've been to Sira Oasis. This is actually the gay capital of, this is like the Brighton of Egypt. And if you're caught being gay, they sent you off to Sira Oasis. And that'll stop you being gay. So they sent you to a place where all the other gays were, and that will definitely stop you being gay. So yeah, they went over there and had a gay old time, just like the Flintstones. So yeah, we got. I think we got over everywhere. That's worth checking out. Abu Simbel, Aswan, Luxor, Hurghada as well. Checking out Sharm el Sheikh as well. A lot of tourists go. Obviously, there's big resorts there. I mean, if you're into that kind of thing. Like I say, there's Mount Sinai that you can go and climb up. You traditionally climb up Mount Sinai during the night, and then you're there for the morning. I climbed up there once in 1999, and get to near the top, and I've lost all the people I was going up with. You know, I don't know where they are, and my torch just ran out of batteries, and I've run out of water because I'm an idiot. And I get near the top, and it's still dark, and there's a guy there. And he's asleep, and he's got like a little stall next to him, and I wake him up, and he pulls back there's a bit of like cloth over his stuff, and he's got Mars bars and bottles of Coke and cans of Coke and bottles of water. So I get a bottle of water off him. He says, "Where are you from?" I said, "Liverpool," and his eyes light up, and he's wearing one of those you know, like the cassocks, I guess you call them, a cassock that goes all the way down to his ankles, and he unbuttons here and opens it, you know, like Superman. And he had the Crown Paints LFC top on. And he was like, "Michael Owen!" Which was relevant back in 1999. But there you go, you know, take the boy out of Liverpool. But yeah, I went up to Mount Sinai. There's a picture of me on the top of Mount Sinai holding some tablets, like some pills, because I thought that'd be funny. Yeah, that was pretty cool. So you've been to see Oasis? Yes, I've seen Oasis a few times. Wouldn't pay 300 quid for it, though. Tutankhamun's golden mask is a stunning piece of work and history. It absolutely is. I can't. No, no. Andy, get back to your precious things. My precious things. We didn't burn him. Let's have a look how the weather's doing. Oh, we've got a high pressure. Another high pressure coming over to us. So it looks like it's going to be hot all week. We're moving on. We're coming up to 11:30 now. So we've been going now for 14 and a half hours nearly. Jesus. And my brain's not working quite right. But that's all right, because I've been banging on about Egypt far too long. I bloody love the bones of Egypt. It's a really cool place. If you have a chance to go somewhere, beginning with E, go to Egypt. Right, let's move on. We've got to crack on, haven't we? Egypt. Next up, we have Egyptian Museum, Sira Oasis, Aswan. I've told you about all that. Some cool places that I've not been to. Red Sea diving, I told you about that. And Hurghada, Pyramids of Giza, Luxor, cruising the Nile. Go on a felucca. Don't go on a cruise ship. Go on a felucca. Way better. Listen, let me tell you a story, right? Before I move on to the next country. I was once, many years ago, on the banks of the River Nile in Aswan, and right down in the south of the country, not far from the border with Sudan. And we were walking along with my mate Dan and my mate Dino, and there was a little old man sitting outside a shop, and he invited us to have tea with him. So we sat down, we're having these little shot glasses of tea, right? And he's smoking a hookah. He's having a great time smoking this hookah. He's so old. He's like, "Oh, you are British. You are British." And we're like, yeah. And he goes, I miss you guys. Come back. And I'm like, "Are you serious?" He goes, "No, only joking." And then he says, "Hey, listen, I have something to tell you. You know, you might not know this. You know the Queen of England?" And we're like, "Yeah." This is back when she was still alive. He says, "The Queen of England never uses this finger. Did you know this?" And we're looking at him going, okay, right, whatever. And he goes, Do you know why she never uses this finger?" And we're like, she's too posh. I don't know. She doesn't have to. No, 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 no. She never uses this finger because it is my finger. I fell about laughing. And to be fair, so did we. Funniest joke I've ever heard in a particular context, which was that old guy at the side of the road in Aswan 27 years ago. Still remember that joke to this day. Because it's my finger. He just had such a delight in his eyes as well. He must have been in his 80s or 90s. I don't know. Really good English though. Please come back. No, I'm joking. Anyway, so what else have we got? It's just gone noon, half past monsoon on the banks of the River Nile. There goes a boat only half afloat. The oarsman grins a toothless smile. Or something. The oar snaps in his hand before he reaches dry land. But the sound doesn't deafen his grin. Smile? Just pokes at the sand with an oar in his hand. Floats off down the River Nile. Floats off down the River Nile. I met Graham McPherson once, you know. I think it was at festival. It wasn't the one where I was dressed up as Team Sisu, though. Pretty sure I wasn't dressed up as Team Sisu. Cool. Right, I'm going to try and get some sleep. Good night, everyone. See you in the morning. So it's Des. See you, Des. Good night, Des. Woo! Okay, where are we? Right, what next? What next, you bizarre rock formation? Oh, dear. Getting kind of close to another country that might have something to say about. Okay, so next up, ladies and gentlemen, is bum bum bum. Oh shit! Is El Salvador, which is a bit like Ecuador, but it's called El Salvador. There it is. Been to San Salvador. I turned 30 in El Salvador. Very cool place. Did enjoy it. We got Central America. Oh, we've got Central America here. Central America. El Salvador. El Salvador. Top tips. Sites, activities and tours. Do you know what? They moved the history section to the back, which I thought was really silly. Price of peace. There you go. So, potted history of El Salvador here. Paleo Indian peoples populated El Salvador as early as 10,000 years ago, leaving their mark with cave paintings in modern Mozaran. Around 2000 BC, the Olmecs followed, who were basically aliens out of mysterious lost cities of gold, if you ever watched that. Around 2000 BC, the Olmecs followed, leaving behind their legacy. The Olmec boulder, a giant head sculpture similar to those from Mexico, found near Casa Blanca. El Salvador was once a key regional trading center. Archaeological remains reveal diverse influences from people Teotihuacan and Mayan in the west to Lenca, Chorti, and Pocomama in the east. The Step Pyramid ruins at Tazumel, San Andreas, and Casablanca show 3,000 years of nearly constant pre-Hispanic habitation. When Spanish conquistador Pedro the Alvarado arrived in 1524, he saw a country dominated by peoples, the descendants of the Toltecs and Aztecs. These Northern peoples from modern-day Mexico dubbed their home Cuscatlan, the land of jewels. Their maize-based farming economy flourished, even though enough to support several cities and sophisticated culture with pursuits that included hieroglyphics, astronomy, and mathematics. Their dialect is related to modern Nahut. Spanish rule started with a year-long struggle against the people, spelled P-I-P-I-L, people. Spaniards prevailed and laid claim to the land, transforming it into plantations of cotton, balsam, and indigo. Agriculture boomed throughout the 1700s with indigo, the number one export. A small group of Europeans known as the 14 families controlled virtually all the colony's wealth in agriculture, enslaving indigenous peoples and Africans to work the land. Conflict simmered under this gross imbalance of power. Revolting in Spain in 1811 was led by Padre or Father Jose Delgado Delgado. When it failed, it planted the seed of discontent. Independence was gained 10 years later on September the 15th, 1821, when El Salvador became part of the Central American Federation. Pushing for land reform, and Tazio Aquino led an indigenous rebellion in 1883. Though it was subdued and Aquino was executed, he became a national hero. El Salvador withdrew from the Central American Foundation in 1841, but Independence Day continues to be celebrated on September the 15th. In comes coffee. In the late 19th century, synthetic dyes undermined the indigo market and coffee took the main stage. Blah, blah, blah. 20th century, the government vigorously eradicated union activity in the coffee industry during the 1920s. Capitalists. They led to the death of 300,000 people under Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez's orders after an uprising of peasants and indigenous people. The FMLN, the Frente Fabregundo Martí para la Liberación Nacional Revolutionary Army, would later take up his name in his honor. Yeah, they killed anyone who looked indigenous at one point. Anyone who looked indigenous, oh God. Over the course of the 70s, landlessness, poverty, unemployment, and overpopulation became serious problems. 1979, a junta of military personnel and civilians overthrew President Carlos Humberto Romero and promised reforms. On March 24th, 1980, outspoken Archbishop Romero was assassinated while saying Mass in the chapel of San Salvador Divine Providence Cancer Hospital. Jesus. His murder ignited armed insurrection that the same year was turned into civil war. If you've ever seen the movie Salvador with James Woods, I think. That's about a journalist who got stuck in El Salvador during this time. The rape and murder in late 1980 of 4 U.S. nuns performing relief work in El Salvador prompted the Carter administration to suspend military aid. But in 1981, the newly elected Reagan administration, bristling from the threat of Nicaragua's socialist revolution, pumped huge sums into the moribund Salvadorian military. Uncle Sam's support would effectively prolong the conflict. When guerrillas gained control of the areas in the north and east, the Salvadorian military retaliated by decimating villages. In 1981, the US trained elite Atacama Battalion killed more than 700 men, women, and children in Morazan. As many as 300,000 citizens fled the country. And then there was death squads and pillaging and more rape and more murder, and it was horrible. Hopes for peace rose in 1989 when the FMLN offered to participate in elections the government agreed to a postponement to ensure democratic polls. Its calls were ignored, and Alfredo Cristiani, a wealthy businessman, was elected president. And the response from FMLN was a major attack on the capital. In retaliation, the military killed an estimated 4,000 leftist, in their word, leftist sympathizers. Really sad stories, fighting between the government and the FMLN. During the course of the 12-year civil war, an estimated 75,000 people were killed. The FMLN has actually proven to be a model example of a former guerrilla organization transitioning into mainline politics. However, this all changed in 2009 when Narciso Fundes led the FMLN to a popular victory. They narrowly achieved re-election in 2014, they only received 25% of the vote in the 2018 legislative elections, losing out to Arena, which is the wealthy capitalist party. Ongoing issue for the ruling administration is how to deal with 2 major criminal gangs in the country, also known as M13 and Barrio 18. These gangs of roughly 100,000 people across Central and North America were formed in the USA in response to orchestrated attacks by Mexican gangs. Deported en masse from the USA between 2000 and 2004, the Maras became heavily involved in drug cartels, guns, the sex trade, and illegal immigration. But the carrot and stick have failed to have lasting effect on the gang problem, and successive governments have struggled to curtail the violence. And in the mid-2010s, the capital, San Salvador, became the murder capital of the world. It took that unedifying title away from Tegucigalpa, the capital of Honduras. Now, if I zoom out here, you can see there's El Salvador. And again, somewhere that is just damned by geography, because El Salvador is there. So you've got all the drugs coming up from Colombia and Bolivia. You've got the drugs coming from South America. You've got the guns coming from the United States. And who's in the middle? Who's piggy in the middle? El Salvador! Salvador! So as a result of that, they've picked the shitty stick by being guns from the United States, drugs from Brazil, and drugs from South America, and basically, I mean, America ruins the world one country at a time. The British used to do that. Now the Americans have sort of taken the crown, as well as taking the piss. But there you go. Central America. Oh, anyway, I have a suspicion if Trumpolini fell off the perch, the old Weekend at Bernie's it. That'd be so hilarious. Okay, my chickadee boos. I'll just see what's happening in my email. Just checking my emails. Don't worry about me. I'm no harm to no one. Let's just check my other emails. No. Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. Upgrade. Why am I upgrading? No. Oh my God. I thought I'd just asking me for money. I don't want to give you money. Oh wow. Wow. Did I look at the Good Law Project and say the other day that they'd raised not the other day, earlier today, about an hour ago, I said that they'd raised £77,000. Well, no, they've raised £48,763. That's amazing. So yeah, if we can get some more for that, we got it. It's actually it's pinned on here. Anyway, so that's the sad story of El Salvador. I had a great time in El Salvador. I've been there a couple of times, usually on the bus passing through, but one time I was there for the evening and I went in San Salvador and I walked to the Irish pub, and then I made friends with someone called Mitu and his mate, and they were celebrating, and they found out it was my birthday at midnight. They took me to a sushi restaurant, and then they took me in a car down to La Libertad here, and this is where I went down to the beach, and there was a big party on the beach down here. It was really cool, and this is where I celebrated my 30. Well, I turned 30. Dipping my hands into the Pacific Ocean and screaming. So that happened. Anyway, hi Jenny. Hello. Have you ever read Confessions of an Economic Hitman? No. Sounds good though. Okay, so where are we going next, my friends? Does anyone know where we're going next on this odyssey around the world in alphabetical order? Oh, okay. Well, next up is a country that a few of you might have heard of before. I'll just show you where it is on the map in case you're not entirely sure. It's actually here. It's this little island here next to the in the Atlantic Ocean, and it's here. We can't really see the borders too well because they're not shown too well on this map. But this is it. This is Great Britain. Great Britain's the name of the island. England is the name of the country. And it used to be one of my favourites. It genuinely did. This green land, this sceptred isle, the crucible of empire and pioneer of parliamentary democracy, is the most eccentric, extraordinary, and downright intriguing place on earth. Top places to visit in England, apparently, are Stonehenge, London, Hadrian's Wall, the Lake District, York, Oxford, Bath, Cotswolds, Cambridge, Liverpool! Yes, take that. Next up, Stratford-upon-Avon, Peak District, Seven Sisters, Chalk Cliffs, Dover. There you go. Whoa, 13 places to go in the UK. Sorry, not in the UK, in England. From the makers of Lonely Planet in Australia, and one of them is Liverpool, because of course it is. Is Manchester there? No Manchester. No Manchester. Do you know why there's no Manchester? You know why there's Liverpool, but not Manchester? Because Manchester. It's wank, wank, wank. I'm naughty. I really am. From the Roman remains of Hadrian's Wall to London's incomparable theatre scene, England is full of astounding variety. In the cities and streets buzz day and night, filled with tempting shops and restaurants with some of the finest museums in the world. After dark, cutting-edge clubs, top-class performing arts, and formidable live music provide a string of nights to remember. Next day, you're deep in the English countryside and enjoying a classic seaside resort. There's really something for everyone. Travel here is a breeze that the locals may grumble. In fact, it's a national pastime. Public transport is very good, and a train ride through the English landscape is a highlight in itself. Whichever way you get around in this compact country, you're never far from the next town, the next pub, the next national park, or the next impressive castle on your hit list of highlights. I have a confession to make. Never been to Stonehenge. Don't at me. Let's go to Britain. Let's get the Britain Lonely Planet. Let's get the Britain. And we'll go to England. Oh, okay. So it's split up into London, Southeast England, Southwest England, Southern Midlands, North Midlands, Northern England. Oh God, are we lumped together with Yorkshire? Oh God, we are as well, and Durham. Oh no, we're not actually. Shit. No, we are not. It doesn't go that far up. So we're not in Northern England. So where are we? Southern Scotland, Central Scotland, Highlands, South Wales. Where's Liverpool? Please don't tell me we're in the Northern Midlands. Oh God, who wrote this? Who wrote this thing? Northern Midlands. How can you put us in the Northern Midlands? Oh mate, yeah, they have done. Cheshire, Derbyshire, Peak District. Well, if Cheshire's in the Merseyside, they've put us in. They've put us in the Northern Midlands. Oh, who writes this stuff? This is in the 90s. I'll have to go over there and, tell them off. Liverpool. This is what Lonely Planet said about Liverpool back in 1997. Okay. Liverpool greets a visitor with a distinctly gap-toothed smile. The holes testify to wartime bombing and economic collapse, and although there are still many wonderful Victorian Edwardian buildings, they tend to startle with their incredulity like gold teeth. Nonetheless, Liverpool is deeply fascinating, and retains an irrepressible sense of place, just like Monkey from Monkey Magic. His nature was irrepressible. It is a dramatic sight, rising on a series of steps above the broad Mersey estuary with its shifting light, its fogs, its gulls, and mournful emptiness. The combination of grandeur and decay of decrepit streets, boarded windows, massive cathedrals, and imperious buildings creates some of the most arresting sights in Britain. Liverpool's economic collapse has been even more dramatic than Manchester's and gives the whole city an edge. When people party, they seem to do it with a touch of desperation, certainly with plenty of abandonment. On weekend nights, the city centre vibrates to music in countless pubs and clubs. There aren't many large cities of note in the UK. Most are undistinguished and being safely avoided. Liverpool, however, is one that's definitely worth visiting. The Albert Dock, the Western Approaches Museum, the looming cathedrals, the brilliant architecture, and the city streets themselves give vivid testimony to the city's rugged history and the perverse exhilaration of its present-day decline. That was 1997, my friends, in Liverpool. They were saying, yeah, it's a really great place to go, even though it's a bit down a hill. And obviously, since then, Liverpool has really turned around. It's barely recognisable as the same city, especially the city centre. And it's an absolutely wonderful, wonderful place to go. Can't recommend it enough. That's my top tip for if you come to England, if you've never been there before. Liverpool. There you go. Good old Liverpool. Best city in the world. As far as I'm concerned, and I should know, I've seen a few. And if you look at the topographical graph, you can't really see that very well, actually. I was hoping to have terrain. No. Oh, I see. It's satellite or terrain, and you can't have both. Okay. Yeah. So this is Liverpool. I'm not going to talk about Liverpool for ages because, you know, it's just the coolest place in the world. Sefton Park, well worth checking out if you ever go to Liverpool. That's the Palm House there. I have a lot of fun in the Palm House. I had my 40th birthday in the Palm House, actually, because I know someone who works there. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more, say no more. And then there's Liverpool City Centre here. And all of this area that is lightly coloured, see that lightly coloured area? Friends? All pedestrianised. That is all pedestrianised. See the lightly coloured area? It's like pedestrianised. That's all pedestrian. There's no cars. I know a place where no cars go, as Arcade Fire once sang. And yeah, so I'm supposed to be talking about England, but I might just talk about Liverpool for the whole time. The best music, the best night out, the best fun you can have with your clothes on. Or without your clothes on. Depends if you get lucky. It's just boss. It's just boss place. And I know I'm biased because I'm from Liverpool. I don't care. It's true. It's true. Never do a failing for being right. Russ is in the chat on Twitch, checking in on Twitch. Twitch still working at 23:11. That's cool. And that's been running now for 14 hours and 50 minutes. We're only up to E. We got to budge on. We need to be up to M, don't we? We need to be up to the M's by the time we move on. So do you want a potted history of England? Oh shit. I inhaled that wrongly. I've got no coffee anymore. I have to make some more coffee. Okay. So, as a little kid, I always wanted to go to Stonehenge. The pictures made it look all mysterious and desolate. When I finally got to go there, it was crawling with people. It's so disappointing. Oh, people. I hate people. People are the worst. I'm just wondering. So this Britain Lonely Planet, it should have the history, shouldn't it? History of England. Does it put it all in? Does it put it all into one thing? Oh my god. The history section is massive. Whoa. Okay. Taxes and refunds, customs. My god, it goes through everything. Britain's county divides. Maybe I should go to every county in Britain. That'd be fun. Without flying. Visas. What stamps you need? Carrying money. Regional facts. Oh my god. Facts about Wales. Getting around. Facts about England. Oh, okay. No, I do have a history section for England. So we'll do a little potted history. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it goes on forever. So we'll start at the start. Hey, what's all this? London, West End, London. Oh, I looked in this. I must have read the wrong thing there. 116. Oh, sorry, I went to 166 or something. 116. Facts about England. History. Yeah, history. No good to me. I've got a bit of pistachio nuts stuck in my craw, mate. Stuck in my craw. Oh god, that's bother. Don't bother with Britain's history. It's a bit lacking. No, it's not. That's missing. So history. England has long been settled by a small group of hunters. When around 4000 BC, when they were like building the pyramids in Egypt, and we were still living in mud caves. 1 second, I'm going to blow my nose and try and cough at the same time. 1 second, I'll just turn the sound off. I'm dreaming of my streaming. Mexico is estimated at 8 a.m. Yeah, I hope so. I've still got a tickle in my throat. I don't think I'm going to get rid of that. Because I've got a cold as well. Like when I cough, my ears kind of go a bit funny. Does your ears go funny? Does it make your ears go? Does it make your ears go funny? We're coming up to midnight now. Ooh, the witching hour. England has long been settled by small bands of hunters when Around 4000 BC, a new group of immigrants arrived from Europe. Their new arrivals used stone tools, and they were the first to leave enduring marks on the land. They farmed the chalk hills radiating from Salisbury Plain. They also began the construction of stone tombs, and around 3000 BC, they gave the great ceremonial complexes at Avebury and Stonehenge. The next great influx involved the Celts, a people from Central Europe who had mastered the smelting of bronze and later of iron. They started arriving around 800 BC, but two forms of the Celtic language, the Gaelic, which is still spoken in Ireland and Scotland, and the Brythonic, which is spoken in England, which was spoken in England and is still spoken in Wales. Romans. Julius Caesar made investigative forays into England in 55 and 54 BC, but the real Roman invasion did not take place until nearly 100 years later in 43 AD. Do you know what? We were talking about this, weren't we, last night with Mike? And he said to me, when was it that Julius Caesar was in, wasn't it? And I was like, oh, wasn't it around 43 AD or something? But no, he came over in the BCs, but then actually came back. Ross, I'm sorry that your message saying London didn't show up. He came over in the BCs, but then they actually came over here properly in 43 AD. That's why I was getting it mixed up. About 100 years later. How are we doing that here? Oh, it's a cheese rolling again. Quite why the Romans decided to extend their power across the English Channel is unclear. It may have been that Emperor Claudius felt the need to display his military prowess. It may have been fear the Celts in Britain joining the Gauls in France. Or maybe in the feeling there was money to be made in England. The latter certainly turned out to be true, but the expense of obtaining it was horrible. The British holdings of the Romans never had the right sort of impact, and the empire's profit and loss account. I'm gonna have to blow my nose again. I'm sorry about this. I apologise profusely. Sorry, everybody. I support Spinal Tap built Stonehenge, says Andy. Well, apparently it wasn't. So I'm going to try and I'm going to try my very best at getting this right. So where was I? The Romans. Claudius's forces across the Channel to Kent, and before 50 AD controlled England all the way to the Welsh border. The wretched British, as a Roman note discovered near Hadrian's Wall referred to us, did not give in easily, and centurions had their hands full quelling the warlike Welsh, and between 60 and 61 AD, the warrior queen Boudica, also known as Boadicea, who fought her way as far as Londinium, the Roman port on the present site of London. Nevertheless, the opposition was essentially random and sporadic and posed no real threat to the well-organised Roman forces. I think she burnt Colchester to the ground. The reality is that the stability of the wealth the Romans brought was probably welcomed by the general population by around 80 AD. Wales and the north of England were under Roman control. Scotland proved a much more difficult proposition, and in 122 AD, the Emperor Hadrian decided that the barbarians close to the north were a lost cause. Rather than try and conquer them, he settled for simply keeping them at bay. Accordingly, he ordered the wall to be built right across the country. The south would be civilized and the Roman Empire, and the north would be savages. Only 20 years later, the Romans made another attempt to bring the unruly northerners into line and constructed the Antonine Wall further north, but it's soon abandoned for nearly 300 years. And for nearly 300 years, Hadrian's Wall marked the outermost limit of the Roman Empire. Paved roads radiated from London to important regional centres. Ermine Street ran to Lincoln, York, and Hadrian's Wall, and Watling Street ran northwest to Chester in Cheshire. Oh, my head is killing me from coughing, funnily enough. The Romans brought stability and also considerable economic advance to Britain, and as it was recognised by the Emperor Constantine in 313 AD, they brought Christianity. By this time, so not in 2 AD, by this time, the empire was already in decline. The Romans were not driven out by the British, nor did they withdraw to fight fire close to home. Britain was simply abandoned. Money stopped coming in from Rome, and though the outpost stumbled on for quite some time, control of the garrisons had been slowly shifting from shoulders to farmers in any case. Eventually, They crumbled and were deserted. The end of the Roman power in Britain, generally dated around 410. Then we had the Anglo-Saxons turning up. The heathens, the heathen Angles, Jutes, and Saxons, Teutonic tribes originated from the north of the Rhine, began to move into the vacuum created by the Roman departure. And then after the Anglo-Saxons turned up, we had the Vikings. The Vikings turned up. In the 7th century, Northumbria was the dominant kingdom, extending its powers far across into the border into Scotland. In the 8th century, Mercia became stronger, and King Offa marked a clear border between England and Wales, delineated by Offa's Dyke, which walkers can still follow today. Mercia's power eventually withered to be replaced by that of King Egbert of Wessex, who was the first to rule all of England. At the same time, a new round of attacks was inflicted on the country, this time by the Vikings. By the mid-9th century, the Vikings were becoming invaders rather than raiders, and in 865 AD, an occupying army moved to conquer the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The Norwegian Vikings took northern Scotland, Cumbria, and Lancashire, while the Danes conquered eastern England, making York their capital. They spread across England until 871, when they were confronted by Alfred the Great of Wessex. England was divided between the northern Danelaw and the southern Wessex, the old Roman Watling Street approximating the border. Alfred's successor, Edward the Elder, ended up controlling both Wessex and the Danelaw, but subsequent generations' control of England seesawed between the Saxons, Edgar, King of Mercia and Northumberland, to Dane, Canute and his hopeless sons, and back to Saxon, Edward the Confessor. Edward had been brought up in Normandy, a French duchy, a Viking duchy in France, alongside his cousin Duke William, the future conqueror. Edward's death left two contenders for the throne: Harold Godwinson, his English brother-in-law, and William, his Norman cousin. Harold eventually gained the throne, but ruled for less than a year, during which time he marched north to defeat a Viking invasion led by Harold Hardrada. And he had Hardrada a bad time there because he died. And then he turned south to meet another. Then we had the Normans and the Plantagenets. 1066 is enormous importance to English history because of the Norman invasion, and the reason why everything in Britain is owned and everyone owns a bit of land. There's no free common land anymore. Everyone has to own a bit of land. It's because of the Normans. We had Henry I, Henry II, blah, 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 Richard Lionheart. We had Edward. We had the Magna Carta under King John in 1215, which said that no one is above the law. Then we had Edward II ascending the throne in 1307. Lack of military success didn't do any good. Edward III's 50-year reign, his long rule saw the start of the 100 Years' War with France and the arrival of the Black Plague in. Oh no! Disconnected. Sorry, I got disconnected there. Don't know why I got disconnected. I'm now done. He had rather a bad time there. One for the thank you very much for that, Slipstreamer. But yeah, basically, Henry VII beat Richard III in the Battle of Bosworth or something, and then Henry VII had Henry the VIII. Henry VIII wasn't supposed to be king. I think Stephen or something was his older brother who was supposed to be king, and he died. So what's his name? Henry married his widow. And but didn't have any kids, Catherine of Aragon, and got annoyed with her for not giving her any kids. So he married his mistress, who was Anne Boleyn, who apparently had 6 fingers, and she wasn't even AI or nothing. And then she gave birth to Queen Elizabeth, but she wasn't queen at the time. And Henry VIII threw into a rage because it was supposed to be a son, and it wasn't. So then he married. Who was after that? I don't know. Jane Seymour or someone. I don't know. Anne Boleyn, and then Jane Seymour, and then the others. I don't know. Anyway, he had a boy, Edward, who died quite young, and then Queen Mary was on the throne, who was the daughter that he had with Catherine of Aragon, and she obviously had connections to Spain. And Queen Mary married the King of Spain, King Philippe, who didn't like the fact that she was the queen, and he thought, like, because he was married to her, he should have Britain as well, or England at least. Sorry, England. And so he came over in the Armada in 1588 and tried to take the country by after Queen Mary died and Elizabeth took over. And Elizabeth died without issue, so we asked King James VI of Scotland to come and be our king as well in Britain. Sorry, I've got to do this. And then so he came down, and then we had another James. We had a couple of Charleses, and the second Charles didn't like him at all, so they chopped his head off. Then we had the Republic for a little bit, led by the Lord Protector in Cromwell, who was a gobshite who went to Ireland and killed a bunch of people for no good reason other than that he's a gobshite. And then we had the king brought back, James II. Was it Charles the First, Charles II? I don't know, James II, I think. They was asked to come across. The king crossed the water, came across. They didn't like him because he was a Catholic, so they got rid of him as well. And they had a glorious revolution of 1688. And in that glorious revolution, they asked the stadtholder of somewhere in Holland to come over and be our king. It was King William III. And he had a great time. And then so it was Charles I, wasn't it? It was Charles I who got his head chopped off, and then Charles II was his son who came over from exile in France to be in charge. Charlie second, yeah, Charlie too. Thanks for that, Doc Davis. Moonfleet, thank you very much for the 50 Norwegian kroner. That is very kind of you. Thank you. Yes, 50 kroner. Anyway, so yeah, and then what happened? I can't remember. It was a long time ago. James II, Charles whatever. Charles II, then William III. Was in charge. William and Mary, actually, because they were joint monarchs. Mary II and William III. And then the shit went down in Panama with the Scottish colonies, failed, and it cost them loads of money, and they were in loads of debt. And then England said, "Hey, why don't we join our parliaments, and then we can all be shit together?" And the Scottish were bought and sold for English gold, as the great poet Rabbie Burns once wrote. And the combined countries of Scotland and England and Wales and Ireland at the time became Great Britain, or the British Isles, and went round causing trouble everywhere. Made shitloads of money out of the slave trade for many, many years, until they said, "Oh no, there's no money in this anymore." Just at the cusp of the Industrial Revolution, it's almost as though they found out that actually paying people piss all to live in a hovel was actually cheaper than having to pay for them to live on your property and giving them food and stuff. You just get your own food, sort out your own food. It is thrippence halfpenny. Go buy your own food. And so for moral reasons, obviously, but also economic reasons, the slavery was banned in the UK in 1807. Then it wasn't until the 1830s that was banned in the British Empire. And so after that, the British would go around. After it was banned, they would go around capturing French ships and Spanish ships that had slaves on board, and they'll take back the recaptured slaves to what's now Sierra Leone. And a lot of fun doing that. And then they decided to have a massive bloody empire. The British trading company, or the English trading company, which is known as the East India Trading Company, was set up in 1600. And at the time, India was one of the richest countries in the world. It wasn't a country; it was a bunch of states, and you put them all together, and they made the biggest amount of money. They had more money, they had more wealth than the whole of Europe at the time. And by the time we left in 1947, it was one of the poorest regions on the planet. And then we had the Boer War, which was a bit boring. We had the Opium Wars. We had the Anglo Wars. Oh, before then we had the Napoleonic Wars and the Battle of Trafalgar, the Battle of Waterloo. And all that went on. And then we had Queen Victoria. She was sad because her husband died, so she wore black for 50 years. And then she carked it. And then all her grandchildren, which were different monarchs around Europe, Russia and Germany and UK, they all decided to have a fight against each other, and that led to World War I. And then we had 4 years of misery, and then the soldiers came back and went, never again. And 20 years later, we did the same thing again. But although it wasn't Queen Victoria's grandchildren all having a fight this time, although it was one of her great grandchildren who was on the side of the bloody Nazis, Edward VIII, the gobshite. Anyway, so luckily we got rid of him and got George the sixth in instead. Or Bertie, as he was known to his friends. And he had a kid called Elizabeth, and she ended up being the queen for many, many, many years. And then we got Charlie a couple of years ago because he's got sausage fingers. And that's why Camilla loves him. Also, the Beatles and the Rolling Stones and David Bowie and T-Rex, Mark Bolan and Oasis and Blur and the the other bands from the UK. Loads of really good music from the UK. Some great composers as well. Holst was British, wasn't he? Gustav Holst, even though he didn't sound very British in his name. Vaughan Williams, Benjamin Britten, fantastic composers. And also, we had Mr. Blobby, and we had the Noel's House Party. I mean, height of awesomeness. So yeah, really good comedy over the years, really good music, some half decent films. We don't really have a English film industry. We don't have a British film industry. We have a little cottage industry. We make like two films a year, and one of them's like all right, I guess, I suppose. But it's always about posh people. We love making films and TV shows about posh people. Everyone is just posh. You've got to be posh. You've got to be posh in order to be, in the film, write the film, direct the film, or be the story of the film. It's always about posh people. Some great writers. Yes, we had a guy called Willy Shake Shake. We also had Chaucer. It was pretty good. And then more recently, obviously, we've had Henry the VIII. He wasn't a very good writer, was he? Bloody hell. These attacks on Kyiv are just insane. This is the Russians attacking Kyiv behind me. Moonfleet, thank you very much to the Norwegian krona there. And also, Sam has just put in some money there. If you want something enough, you'll find a way to do it. If you don't want something enough, you'll find a way not to do it. Thank you very much to Sam for that. I'm going to give you confetti. Woo! Confetti! Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm doing what's it called? Wordle while I'm talking to you. But I'm trying not to. Well, this is Wordle from yesterday. We've just gone past midnight, but I had this up on my screen before midnight, so we should be all right. Well, I should be all right. I don't care about anyone else apart from me at this moment in time, because I'm trying to get loads of awesomeness out of this thing. So. Where was I? I was talking about the history of the UK. So, we had the Queen in charge for many years, and loads of good writers, Dickens, and we had some great scientists like Darwin. We had what's his name? Babel. No, Babel. What was his name? What was the guy who made the first computers? I don't know. We had Ava Lovelace, who did the first programming. We had some great writers like Mary Shelley and Jane. What's her name? Jane Austen, and George Eliot, who was a woman, but we didn't know that at the time because women weren't allowed to write books; only men could write books. Agatha Christie, obviously great writer of detective genre. Also, Enid Blyton, great writer of the racist genre, and then we had the Olympics in 2012, and that was really fun. And then all the horrible people in the country just really hated it because they were like, I hate it when people are all like having a good time and having a laugh. I hate it so much. I'm going to make sure this never happens again. And so that all those people got together, led by Liz Truss and Nigel Farage and Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and Netanyahu, and they all got together and went, Britain, English people can never be happy ever again, and just made us all really miserable. So that's where we are now. So we left the EU because we're idiots. And England and Wales dragged Scotland and Northern Ireland out of the EU, which wasn't very nice. I don't know what this is. I mean, what could it possibly be? It's got an eye. It's got an eye in a really weird place. What I do sometimes with this is I just put like weird words in that I don't even think are words. But someone's got to put them in. It's got to work at some point. Rigid. No, I don't have a D. Or I could have a G maybe. Digit. Oh, I don't have a D. Oh my god. Pidget. I don't know. I'll keep playing. Babbage. That's the one. Babbage. Hey baby Babbage. Right. So that's enough about England. So if you need to know where it is in the world, it's just there. With Liverpool, the capital, and then we've got some other places that are worth visiting as well, like. I don't know, just go back to Liverpool. London's all right, I guess. Stay away from all those other places that aren't Liverpool, because you might die. And I know that sounds like a little bit OTT, like you might die, but there you go. I hope you enjoy me potted history of Britain. So then, Prince Charles started wearing all of Lady Di's clothes. Right, okay, next up we have Equatorial Guinea. Okay, let's dive in. Let's dive into Equatorial Guinea. Why not? This is the old Spanish. It was a Spanish colony. Not many Spanish colonies in Africa. Why? Why were there so few Spanish colonies? Well, because they had all these colonies over here, and they were, they got all the money out of this. They didn't need colonies over here, so all they had was the Western Sahara. That was the old Spanish Sahara, and they had Equatorial Guinea. This was a Spanish possession, Equatorial Guinea. So there it is. And actually, Malabo used to be the capital over here. So even though it's closer to, so do the geography thing again. Even though it's closer to Cameroon, it's actually over here. So there you go. I wonder what my fun fact about England was in my book. Where did I put my book? I'm going to find out what my fun fact about England was. Oh, my ears have gone all funny. I've been talking too long. Let's have a look on England, San Marino, England, Liechtenstein, England, Albania, Ukraine, Latvia, Sweden, Belgium, England. Technically speaking, all of the England swans belong to the Queen. So there. Indeed. What did they say about Egypt? What was my fun fact about Egypt? It'll be right at the back of the book. It's my last country. Saudi Arabia, Egypt. More time has passed between the building of the pyramids and the reign of Cleopatra than has passed between the reign of Cleopatra and today. I told you that. So Equatorial Guinea. Fun fact about Equatorial Guinea. If I can find one. Equatorial Guinea. Oh, the equator passes through no part of Equatorial Guinea. There you go. That's my fun fact of Equatorial Guinea. So if you zoom out and the equator is there, like that dotted line there, you can see Equatorial Guinea is actually fully in the northern hemisphere. So, but it is in the equatorial region, so I'll let them off. Right. Keep up the good work, Graham. Says me mum. Hey mum, what are you doing up so late? It's very late. Thank you very much for the message of support. So yes, Equatorial Guinea. Oh my God. Look at the time. Look at the time. It's midnight. Jesus Christ. Been trundling on a bit, haven't we? 15 hours in now. 15 hours and 15 minutes. Not quite sharp as attack anymore, but I'm going to keep going. I might open the digestives. I've still got the milk chocolate digestives. They're going to have to be opened at some point. Let's talk about Equatorial Guinea first. So Equatorial Guinea, Old Spanish Sahara. Let's find it in the old book of Africa that actually has a bit of information about the countries of Africa. Instead of just going, here's the place, don't go there, it's dangerous. Like the new ones that can't be asked telling us anything about anywhere at any time. Right, Congo. So it's going to be in the same bit as Congo, isn't it? Congo, Chad, Gabon. Gabon is in there. There we go. Equatorial Guinea. Okay. History of Equatorial Guinea. The discovery of large oil reserves in the mid-1990s has brought around a dramatic change to Equatorial Guinea. One of the world's poorest countries quickly became one of the richest. Its per capita income is now second only to Luxembourg's. But government corruption has kept most of the wealth from the people who still live as they did hundreds of years ago, more often than not on the edge of poverty, or if not right on it. The government's human rights record is abysmal, with little hope of reform. Rule by force is nothing new in Equatorial Guinea. The Pygmies who originally inhabited the mainland now occupy only small pockets in the north. Starting in the 12th century, Bantu tribes, including the Bubi, came to the mainland. The Bubi. It's believed that that somewhere around the 17th century, the Fang, a branch of the Beti, moved in and quickly became dominant through war and intermarriage. The Bubi are said to have fled to Bioko to escape the Fang, though other legends have it that the Bubi were indigenous to the island. The Fang still dominate, now institutionalized through military force. The big trade-off. Europeans made their first contact with the island of Annobon, which was visited by the Portuguese in 1470. Portugal subsequently settled Annobon and other islands in the Gulf of Guinea, Bioko, Santa Tomé and Principe. In the 18th century, Bioko and Annon and parts of the mainland were traded to Spain in exchange for regions in Latin America. Bioko subsequently became an important base for slave trading for several European nations during the early 19th century, and later a naval base for England when it was trying to stop the slave trade. Coca plantations were started on the island in the late 19th century, making Malabo Malabo, Spain's most important possession in Equatorial Guinea. So, like I say, it is quite interesting because Equatorial Guinea is not just that square country there; it's also this island up here, Malabo. This is the old capital. It's not the capital anymore, my friends. The capital has moved. San Antonio, that's part of Sao Tome and Principe. We'll come to that later. There's a new capital which is called Ciudad de la Paz. This is the new capital here. That's the new capital of Equatorial Guinea as of January this year, my friends. Keeping up with current events. Yes, I am. So yeah, on the mainland, the Fang made foreign occupation a dangerous venture, but they were forced to retreat from the coastal region during the centuries of slave trading by the British, Dutch, and French. With the abolition of slavery, once again, reoccupied the coast. It wasn't until 1959 that Spain granted Africans full citizenship. By that time, a nationalist movement was already well underway. Equatorial Guinea attained independence in October 1968 under the presidency of Marseilles Naguba. Several months after independence, relations with Spain deteriorated rapidly when it was discovered that Equatorial Guinea had almost no foreign currency reserves. The new government declared a state of emergency, setting the stage for a brutal 10-year dictatorship. Thousands of people were tortured or executed or beaten to death in the forced labor camp and on the mainland. Most of the violence was tribally motivated, and the boobies were particularly targeted. By the time Ngumba's regime was finally toppled in 1979, only a third of the 300,000 Guineans who lived there in independence still remained. With the country and the mess and bankrupt, even Ngumba's closest colleagues began to suspect that he was insane. In August 1979, Nguma was toppled by his nephew, Obiang Ngumba Basugo, who had his uncle executed a month later. Wow. There's a bit of nepotism there, isn't it? Obiang continues to rule to this day, and he has carried on human rights abuses. In 2004, Sir Mark Thatcher, the son of the former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, was arrested for helping to plan an alleged plot to overthrow Obiang and take over the oil-rich nation. Though he got off with a fine, South African mercenaries accused of taking part in the conspiracy have been imprisoned in the country ever since. Oh, I've got to do a little thing to make myself stay on here. Otherwise, yay, I'm back. Hello, everyone. That's TikTok there. TikTok's still going strong. Just checking everything's going. I think we lost a lot of viewers now because it's past midnight. Everyone's gone to sleep. Or they're just going to sleep now. Oil is still the name of the game in Equatorial Guinea, and with the US relying increasingly on its sources outside the Middle East for fuel, the country is bound to be crawling with Americans and cash for some time. Perversely, Equatorial Guinea still ranks near the bottom on most recent UN Human Development Index, and the US government's 2006 Human Rights Report reported torture, arbitrary arrest, judicial corruption, child labour, forced labour, and severe restrictions on freedom of speech and the press, while Obiang stores up tens of millions of dollars in the US bank accounts. Most of his citizens still live below the poverty rate. Most of the 500,000 subjects subsist on less than $1 a day. So we're going to Equatorial Guinea anytime soon. The answer, my friend, is no. Okay, unless we have to. Right, so let's move on. Do you know what I'm going to do now, though? I'm going to make myself a cup of... What have we got after Equatorial Guinea? Eritrea. Oh, that's a sad story. Estonia. Ethiopia. Okay, so we've got a few more E's coming up. So we'll do Eritrea in a moment. I've got a banknote, one NAFCA banknote. I'm sure NAFCA is the word for shoe. I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee. You can come with me. I'm going to continue to stream while making a cup of coffee for myself. I've got to plug my kettle in. It's got water in there. Hello. I'm just behind the chair. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still streaming. I'm still dreaming of you. There we go. Okay. That's on. It's on a different plug to the computer. I was a bit worried about if I trip the switch because the computer is on the same plug socket over there as the internet. So that'll be fun. Anyway, right, where are we? We're in Eritrea. We're not in Eritrea, but I'll show you where Eritrea is. Should we go and see Eritrea on the map? It's on the other side to Equatorial Guinea. So we pull out of Equatorial Guinea and we just go over here. Across Africa. There's Juba there in South Sudan. Come up a little bit. There we go. There's Eritrea. From one coast to the other. I've been to Massawa here. I saw some fantastic old buildings that are like kind of ruined, would never put back. Yeah, that's the one. See that building there? I've been there. Got a photo of myself in front of that. It's really cool. But yeah, you can see the damage done by the war there. So let's talk about Eritrea. Zoom out so you can see where it is in relation to Africa. Yep. So it is next to Sudan, next to Ethiopia. It used to be part of Ethiopia, and there's Djibouti and Somalia. A reluctant part of Ethiopia. Eritrea was invaded, colonized, annexed by the Italians, and when they tried to take over Ethiopia, the Ethiopians told them to piss off. But Eritrea was well and truly colonized. Really great coffee in Eritrea. I had the good fortune to stay with an Eritrean family, and they make coffee. Ironic that I'm making myself a coffee right now, but I'm using a modern kettle. They have like this round, what would you call it? Like a round ceramic, like not ceramic, but like a round clay flask with this like spout coming out of it, and it's a traditional way of making coffee over there. Eritrea, a mere slither on the Horn of Africa, boasts a wealth of culture, history, and natural beauty for travellers to experience. I don't know if I should be going over there at the moment. I mean, does it say? Does it say it's a melting pot? Wows visitors with scenery. The cherry on top is Asmara, Eritrea's delightful capital and whimsical Art Deco city. It's got some really cool Art Deco stuff. Darian the Star, thank you very much for the £35 super chat, my friend. You're going to mega chat for that. Thank you so much. That is really, really kind of you. I've got to turn on the mega chat animation so it works. There we go. Mega chat. Thank you. That is so kind. We're going to mega chat. Darian the Star says, I'm off to bed. All these places you've been to is interesting. Have you ever thought of writing a book about it? But to collect this, you'll have to eat toasted Marmite and a marmalade sandwich before you accept the donation. You have to eat a toasted Marmite and marmalade sandwich. Well, I like marmalade and I like Marmite, just not together. Can I have like one sandwich that's Marmite and one that's marmalade, and I don't have to eat them at the same time? Right. Where's my cup? Right. So, gonna make myself a coffee. Gonna make myself a coffee. Oh, shine on. Oh. Look at me, little thing here. The guy's talking about the weather. I don't mind what the weatherman says. Do you know what? Here's a top tip, right? You know when you have like a little jar of coffee, put one of those little spoons, you know, that you get in medicine. Does no one do this? Am I the only? Can I just ask? Am I the only one who does this? Like I put like a little medicine spoon that you get with like your Benylin or whatever. Put that in the coffee thing. You never have to get another tea. You never have to get a teaspoon ever again, unless you have sugar in your coffee, which I don't. Then you do have to give it a stir, but otherwise, you know, it's all good. There's only a bit left in there, and it's going to be a bit difficult to get to. Although I did have a long spoon before, but I think I got mayonnaise on it, so I don't put that in there. Dun. So yeah, coffee. Yes, Lidl's finest coffee there. Where's the roof of this? It's not a roof; it's a lid. Now I also have this, which is from TK Maxx. TK Maxx. This T-shirt that I'm wearing is from TK Maxx as well. But yeah, TK Maxx and the jeans I'm wearing. I got jeans for £12 from TK Maxx at the weekend. Need a new pair of jeans. I'm not paying more than £12 for a pair of jeans these days because jeans last about a week. They're the worst clothes ever. They used to last for years when I was younger, but now they're all made of such like crappy material. They just don't last. Anyway, so I put like a little half a capful of flavouring in there, hazelnut flavouring. And to be honest with you, I can drink it without the flavouring. It's not like I need to have that in there, but it's nice. It's kind of comforting. I don't know. And then, woo! Go and get my kettle over here. There you go. Dun, dun, dun. Nice. And then, okay, where am I? I've got another flask down here. And this contains the milk in the flask so it doesn't go off. In this 22-degree heat that we're having here. This is so hot for Durham. This is crazy hot for Durham. Oh, I just had a drip. That's so good, isn't it? Ooh. That doesn't get into the carpet and smell. It was only a tiny drip. It was okay. I think I survived. Darian, you're awesome. Thank you. Sleep well, lad. Yes, Darian, thank you so much for the very, very kind super chat there. Helping us out. Trying to get to here. Twitch still working, says Russell Cannon at 3 minutes past past midnight. Thank you, Russell, for letting me know. I'm still trying to do this. I'm still trying to do this Wordle from yesterday. This is yesterday's Wordle. Please don't tell me what it is in the chat because that will annoy me because I'm trying to do it myself. Let me have a look. GP. This is when I end up trying to make up words that don't really exist. Like inch, inchy, no, that's not a word. Insit, is that a word? No, that's not a word, Graham. Inpit, illicit, that doesn't fit. I need, there's not that many, like 5-letter words. That's why it's quite clever, this game, because there's not that many words that are oh, I know. How about a rustic? No, I can't have an R. Oh God. What about digit, bitic, sit, wit it? Oh, I don't know. Whittle, wittick. I don't know. I have to be sensible in the heat sometimes, I guess, Samantha. Just have to be sensible. But hey, it'll change soon enough, and us US Brits can keep tutting on about the weather. Yeah, it does tend to change. Right, civet, like a civic cat. That's a word. Civet is a cat. Civic. Oh, I don't know if I want to do that. Go on. I'll just do it. Right. Yes, I was right. I thought that there might be a 2 I's in it, and there is. So, vital. No, that's not how you spell vital. So it can't end in a V. So that's got to go there. Visit. Put the T in. Yes. I did it. It was visit. Sorry for ruining Wordle for yesterday. That was yesterday's Wordle. So. Unless you're watching this in, I don't know, America or something, and you might not have done it. Sorry. If you're watching this in Hawaii, you're like, it's morning time. What are you doing, Graham? I'm like, but yeah, I don't think anyone's watching from Hawaii. If you are, hi, how you doing? Always something interesting. Anyway, have to just be sensible in the heat. I said that one. It's a bit cooler, however, in the morning. It's like being in an oven which doesn't have an off switch. That's true. I forgot Anne. William and Mary, and then lots of Georges. I forgot Anne. Yeah, Queen Anne. She got pregnant 18 times and not one of her kids got to adulthood. I think one of her pregnancies resulted in a child that got past the age of 5. The richest woman in Britain. Crazy. Right, okay. Come gather round. Sit on my knee. Don't worry. It's not like that. I'll tell you the sad story of Eritrea. It is a sad story. Great coffee. Lovely people. Great coffee. Shit government. During the first millennium BC, Tribes from present-day Yemen migrated to the southern highlands of Eritrea, settling on both sides of today's Eritrea-Ethiopia border. The contemporary Tigrinya and Amharic languages derive from their language. Ge'ez. That's G-E apostrophe E-Z. Ge'ez. The powerful Askamite kingdom flourished in Eritrea from the 4th century BC to the 9th century AD, while the kingdom's capital city, Aksum, was in today's Ethiopia. Important Aksumite trade towns were built in Eritrea. Much foreign trade on which Aksum's prosperity depended was seaborne and came to be handled by the ancient port of Adulis to the south of today's Massawa. That's where I spent a couple of days. I watched a football match. In Massawa, and it was in the middle of the street, and they just had an extension cord with a TV, an old CRT monitor TV, like CRT style TV, and they put that on a chair in the middle, and we were all sitting in chairs, like in rows, like a school assembly, watching the footy. It was in the middle of the street. It was brilliant. It was during the World Cup. It was during the 2010 World Cup when it was held in South Africa. Lots of fun. The Christianity is supposed to have been brought here by the Christian Syrian merchants who were shipwrecked on the Red Sea coast. By the 4th century AD, Christianity had become the Askamite state religion. Islam, the arrival of which coincided with Christian Aksum's decline in the 7th century, was the other great influence on the region. For centuries, the dividing line between the Muslim Red Sea coast and the Christian Ethiopian highlands moved back and forth over what is now Eritrea. It's quite interesting that today the population is about 50-50 Christian and Muslim living in Eritrea. From the early 18th century to the late 19th century, the Ottoman Turks and the Egyptians fought each other for control of the Eritrean coast and its ports, but they left few imprints, not like the European powers who undertook a massive colonization process in Africa in the second half of the 19th century. The Italians managed to grab a slice of North and East Africa, and Eritrea became a full-blown Italian colony in 1896. By the end of the 1930s, Eritrea was one of the most highly industrialized colonies in Africa. All of the architectural treasures in Asmara date from this period. The Italians' golden era ceased in 1941 when the Allied forces defeated the Italian army in Europe. Italy was forced to give up its African possessions, including Eritrea. The colony became an administration of the British until 1950, when a contentious UN resolution granted Eritrea self-government within a federal union with Ethiopia. Eritrea disappeared from the map of Africa as an independent state. Little by little, well, it wasn't independent, as a separate state to Ethiopia. Little by little, Ethiopia began to exert an ever tighter hold over Eritrea and formally annexed it in violation of international law in the early 1960s. This was unbearable for the Eritrean people, who started their struggle for independence in 1961. This was the beginning of Africa's longest conflict of the 20th century, which lasted for 30 years. After numerous harsh guerrilla attacks, fierce fights, and major offensive, the Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, the EPLF, finally won the war in 1991, and the Ethiopian troops left the country. Following a referendum, independence was declared on the 24th of May 1993. Eritrea was back on the African map. Alas, only after 5 years of peaceful relations between Eritrea and Ethiopia, another conflict known as the border dispute reared its ugly head in 1998. What followed were 2 bitter years of conflict that saw tens of thousands killed. After torturous negotiations, the ceasefire was signed on the 18th of June 2000, according to the peace deal that was brokered. A UN peacekeeping force was deployed in Eritrean territory, pending a final demarcation of the disputed border. In April 2002, the UN Boundary Commission announced its decision on the demarcation of the border. Surveying the boundary post began in May 2003, but Ethiopia soon began to contest the demarcation again. Eritrea today, the psychological war between the two countries is ongoing. The tensions peaked again in 2005 when the two enemies were poised on the brink of a new war. Frustrated by not seeing the enforcement of the Boundary Commission ruling, Eritrea shifted troops to the border and banned the UN from overflying its territory. As if this was not bad enough, Eritrea's isolation is mounting and internal resentment against an intransigent government. Freedom of press and speech is non-existent. The economy is in tatters with both food and oil shortages. Mass conscription has deprived many industries of manpower, and there is no longer a private sector. In January 2005, the government introduced a currency declaration from all to control all transactions, deterring foreign investment. It has become vital to find a solution to the seemingly never-ending conflict with Ethiopia. The situation was still tense and volatile when this book went to print, despite the presence of the United Nations mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea, called UNME, whose mission to monitor the temporary security zone, the TSZ, between the two countries. So yeah, that's a little bit of a potted history there of Eritrea. Now, when I went, I was planning to. I was in Djibouti, and I was planning to go across the border from Djibouti at this border point here at Ato, but in December of 2009, there was a border skirmish between Djibouti and Eritrea, and it meant that border was well and truly closed. The border between Eritrea and Ethiopia is pretty much closed and mined, can't go through there. And then you've got Sudan here, which is the border here. You can only go across it if you're actually Sudanese or Eritrean. If you're a tourist, you're not allowed to cross that border. So how do you solve a problem like Eritrea? As they didn't sing on The Sound of Music well. The way I got there, as I explained earlier in this podcast, whatever it is, I took a cargo ship, a rusty old hulk, from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia to Eritrea, and then back to Jeddah. That's what I did. Thanks for asking. Hi, hope you're having a good time. Next up, we're going to go to what comes after Eritrea. Estonia, I would say. Estonia, probably after Eritrea. Estonia. Yay! Do Estonia. And then we go to Ethiopia. Okay, so Estonia. Embracing change with gusto. Estonia is a country of understated charms, an irresistible mix of Baltic earthiness and Nordic flavors. So there you go. That's Estonia for you. So we go over to Estonia. When you see it on the map, we go up here. Estonia, way! Oh, hang on. Sorry, I wasn't showing you the map. There it is. So if you weren't sure where it is in Europe, it's just there. So it's opposite Finland. It shares a border with Russia. There's St. Petersburg, not very far away. Eek! There's Estonia there. There's Tallinn, the capital, where public transport is free. And there's Narva, where I went to wade across this river, the River Narva, into Russia. So see, there's this island. Is it this island? Which is one? I waded across the river. Okay, so it was south of there. Yeah, so this island here. I waded across the river and then stepped foot on this island around here. And then I was like, yay, I crossed the river into Russia. And then I went back across, got arrested on the way back. I thought I was trying to sneak out of Russia. I had to explain I was not trying to sneak out of Russia. I just got a bit lost. I was trying to take photos at this place, and I got a bit lost. But yeah. So Estonia is something that Putin would love to take a bit of, because there are people there who speak Russian, and he thinks that anywhere that speaks Russian should become part of Russia. And if we thought that everywhere that spoke English should become part of Britain, that would like fuck the world, wouldn't it? Anyway, so Estonia, beautiful country, awesome place. Had a really good time in Tallinn. Beautiful part of the world. See some photos of it there, and actually they're fairly decent photos. That makes a change. Tallinn's a really, really beautiful city, and Estonia's a really cool place. Like, it is really genuinely a cool place. It's a good laugh. The people there are really lovely, and if I find that Europe on a shoestring. Am I not reading these right? Oh, it's over here. Why I order? Okay. Okay, so where are we? Denmark. No, we've done Denmark. France, that's too far. Finland, too far. Slow down. Oh, look at this. I have a list of rules. I think this is from the backpackers in Estonia. There you go, list of rules. Can you see that there? I'll show that to the people watching on TikTok. 1, don't smoke in the hostel. Oh no, it's a sad face. Don't smoke in the hostel. The second one is your key card allows access to other floors in case the bathroom next to your room should be busy. It's strictly forbidden to use sleeping bags on the bed. Strictly forbidden to wash or hang clothes in the hostel. For valuables, use the free lockers provided in the common area. Don't switch your bed we assigned you at check-in, or you'll be subjected to a €10 fine. Ask right away at reception, and if you find your bed occupied. Please respect your roommates and our neighbours, and do not make noise after 11 p.m. Thank you for your cooperation. We wish you enjoy your stay with us, from the staff. There you go. Move trip to Estonia at some point. So let's tell you the little potted history very briefly of Estonia. Most of Estonia's history has been one of occupation and domination. Some people are into that kind of thing. Bandied around between European major powers that enjoyed only sparse periods of independence, notably in the 20th century between the World Wars and since 1991. In the 3rd century BC, Finno-Ugric tribes from the east mixed with the Baltic tribes already there. The Germanic Teutonic Order took control in 1346, placing Estonians under servitude to a German mobility that would last until the early 20th century, despite Danish, Swedish, and Russian rulers. Like, seriously, bloody hell, make up your mind. After the Great Northern War from 1700 to 1721, Estonia became part of the Russian Empire. During World War I, the Soviet government relinquished Estonia until 1940. Estonia was ruled by a benevolent dictator. Oh, that's nice. Konstantin Pats, and who was forced to accept Soviet occupation. After fabricated elections, over 10,000 Estonians were killed or deported before German occupation. Between 1945 and 49, a further 60,000 Estonians were killed or deported by the Russians. Estonia declared independence from the USSR on the 20th of August 1991. The following decade saw frequent changes of government and no shortage of scandal as it tried to find its footing. Estonia is an independent parliamentary republic and led by a prime minister at the time. This is in 2007. Andrus Ansip. Its head of state is President Toomas Hendrik. It's currently a member of NATO and the EU and intends to continue the Euro party well into the wee hours. What a great place. Great little place. If you ever get a chance, they do really cheap flights over here. It's really easy to get between Lithuania and Latvia and Estonia. It is just do it, man. Just do it. Just do it. I remember playing Subnautica on the way back when it was just a scuba diving sim in the early access. So I was kind of glad they came back with Subnautica too. I think as long as Graham's obviously streaming to camera, I'm not sure there's a word count, Rebecca. What? There's a word count on what? Do I have did someone counting how many words I'm saying? 37 minutes. The clock is behind him. What? Is the clock backwards? Sorry, is it behind? No, that's right, isn't it? That's the time. Yeah. It's zero. It's zero. But no live stream napping allowed. Rebecca Bird. No, I can nap. I've got 5 minutes of every hour. So I've been going now for 15 hours. So once we get to 1 o'clock in the morning, I'll have been going for 16 hours. So I can sleep. I can sleep for an hour if I want to. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to try and keep drinking as much coffee as possible. Oh God, that's too hot. Why did I make it too hot? I just burnt my mouth. Oh, terrible person. Right. Anyway, that was Estonia. Hope you enjoyed learning about Estonia. Now what we're going to do is we're going to zoom out and go down to Ethiopia, one of the most fascinating places on earth. So this isn't far from Eritrea, and obviously we just did a thing about Eritrea. I was talking about Ethiopia earlier and about the fact that if you go up to Gondor in the north of the country, which is also the name of a place in Lord of the Rings, spelled differently, you can go and see some medieval castles. There's literally a medieval castle in Gondor. There's city walls in Gondor as well. There you go, castle with parapets and everything. Look at that, more castles in Gondor. There's literally medieval castles there. It is a very cool place. In Gondor, Addis Ababa, the capital, best coffee in the world. Absolutely fantastic coffee. The home of coffee, they claim. Anyway, apparently some goats were eating a coffee beans from a bush, and a goat herd said, I'll have some of that and put it in a hot drink. And said, that tastes pretty good. I'll have some more. So yeah, Addis Ababa, the capital there, the absolutely sprawling capital. Something to bear in mind, my friends, okay? If you're ever in Ethiopia, right, and you ask someone what time the bus leaves and they say 3 in the morning, they don't mean 3 a.m. They mean 3 hours after the sun rises. So the sun rises at 6 a.m. They actually mean 9 a.m. So don't turn up at the bus station in Addis Ababa at 3 in the morning with your backpack, having only stayed a couple of hours asleep in the hostel because that's, you thought you were going to have to check out, and then have to go back sheepishly to the hostel and say, can I have my bed back, please? Because it wasn't 3 in the morning. It was 3 after the sun rises. 3 hours after. I mean, I don't know who would be stupid enough to do that. Hey, the more you know. Anyway, so I'm going to tell you a little bit of the potted history of Ethiopia, which is just a really fascinating place. Did you know that Rastafarians who worship, do you know who Rastafarians worship? They worship Haile Selassie. Remember Haile Selassie, the emperor of Ethiopia? That's who they worship. His name was Rastafari. That was his name, Rastafari. That's why they're called Rastafarians. Afar as in Afar. The depression, which is the Afar. This is where a lot of the people in Ethiopia get their name from. And also the Australopithecus afarensis, which is the name of Lucy, who is a proto-human that is still on display in Ethiopia's museum in Addis Ababa. Oh, we crashed into an eagle in Ethiopia on Christmas Eve. That was a bit scary. Smashed the window. That wasn't fun. Let's have a look. Well, I've got one of those things in here. I've got one of those things that has beer. Look at this. I completely forgot that I put this in my book. Sorry, I just saw a beer label as I was flicking through this book. Oh, I can't see it now. Oh, I was going to show you that. Oh well. Oh well. It was fun while. Oh, there it is. Oh, yes. My friends, Ethiopian beer. There you go. That's Dashen beer there. Ethiopian beer. I'll show that to the camera over there. Look, that's Dashen beer. Show it to the camera over here. Hello. Dashen beer. How cool is that? Brewed and bottled by Dashen Brewery Gonda. That's from Gonda. That's from the place I just showed you. That brewery is in Gonda. It's in where I just showed you with the castles. Hey, how cool is that? Come on, that's pretty cool to find that in there. I should have really brought all my kit from my travels. I could be showing you all these props and beer labels and money and all kinds of crazy shit. But whatever. Right. Okay, so Burkina Faso, that's the wrong side. Kenya, Ethiopia. Right, let's get into it, shall we? Here is the potted history of Ethiopia. Graham, is it right there's a large Jewish community in Ethiopia? Yes, there is a large Jewish community. There's also a large, it's a Christian country. It's a Coptic Christian country. It's in fact one of the first Christian countries. It has an argument with, an ongoing argument with Armenia over who was the first. Who was the first? Anyway, so let's have a look. We have Ethiopia's human history dates back at least 4.4 million years. So Ethiopia wins. Landing it squarely in East Africa's heralded cradle of humanity. Recorded history dates to 1500 BC when a civilization with Sabarian influences briefly blossomed Yeha. The kingdom of Aksum, this kingdom ranking amongst the ancient world's most powerful, rose shortly after 400 BC. Its capital, Aksum, which I spoke about when I was talking about, what's that other place called that we were just talking about? Eritrea. Its capital, Aksum, sat in the fertile area lying in an important commercial crossroads between Egypt, Sudan's goldfields, and the Red Sea. At the height of its kingdom, the kingdom extended well into Arabia. Aksum flourished on trade, exporting frankincense, grain, skins, apes, and particularly ivory. In turn, exotic imports returned from Egypt, Arabia, and India. Aksumite architecture was incredible, and Aksum's impressive monuments still stand today. The 4th century brought Christianity, which enveloped Aksum and would shape Ethiopia's future spiritual, cultural, and intellectual life. Aksum flourished until the 7th century, when its trading empire was finally isolated by the rise of the Arabs and Islam in Arabia. Ethiopia soon sank into its dark ages, a period that left little evidence. The Zagwe dynasty eventually rose in Lilibela in 1137, although only lasting until 1270. It produced arguably Ethiopia's greatest treasures, the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela. And just despite the architectural wonders, this period remains shrouded in mystery, as stones weren't inscribed, no chronicles were written. The dynasty was overthrown by Yakuno Amlek, self-professed descendant of King Solomon and Queen Sheba. His Solomonic dynasty would reign for 500 years. Although Islam expanded into Eastern Europe, Ethiopia in the 12th and 14th centuries, it wasn't until the late 15th century when the Ottoman Turks intervened that hostilities erupted. After jihad was declared on the Christian highlands, Ethiopia experienced some of the worst bloodshed in its history. Only Portuguese intervention helped save their Christian empire. Filling the power vacuum created by weakened Muslims, Oromo pastoralists and warriors migrated from what is now Kenya. For 200 years, intermittent conflict raged. Two 17th century emperors, Za Dengal and Susanhos, even went so far as conversion to Catholicism to gain the military support of Portuguese Jesuits. The Muslim state wasn't immune to Oromo might earlier. Harar's old city walls were built in response to their conflicts. In 1636, Emperor Fazildas founded Ethiopia's first permanent capital since Lalibela. By the I'm sorry, I'm pronouncing that wrong. I apologize. By the close of the 17th century, Gondar boasted magnificent palaces, beautiful gardens, and extensive plantations. However, during the 18th century, assassination and intrigue became the order of the day, ensuing chaos, reading like Shakespeare's Macbeth. Gondar collapsed in the mid-19th century, and Ethiopia disintegrated into a cluster of feuding fiefdoms. The shattered empire was eventually reunified by Kasa Halu, who crowned himself the Emperor Tewodros. However, his lofty ambitions and pride led him to cross the British, resulting in his death. His successor, Johannes IV, fought to the throne with weapons gained by aiding the British during the Tewodros campaign. Later, Menelik II continued acquiring weaponry, using it to thrash advancing Italians in 1896, saving Ethiopia from colonization. Like I say, it was the only country in the only modern country in Africa that wasn't invaded by and colonized. So it wasn't colonized by European powers. In 1936, Mussolini gained revenge as Italian troops overran Ethiopia. They occupied it until capitulating to British forces in 1941. By 1973, a radical military group known as the DERG had emerged. They had used the media with consummate skill to undermine and eventually depose Emperor Haile Selassie before their leader, Colonel Mengistu Haile Mariam, declared Ethiopia a socialist state in 1974. Despite internal tensions, external threats initially posed by the DERG's biggest problem. Despite internal tensions, external threats initially posed the DERG's biggest problem. Only state-of-the-art weaponry gifted by the Soviet Union allowed them to beat back the Somalia's 1977 invasion. In Eritrea, however, the secessionists continued to thwart Ethiopian offensives. By the way, Haile Selassie was murdered by the regime that overthrew the government in 1973, and his remains were found many years later under the toilet in his old palace. So there you go. That's how Haile Selassie met his end. And Haile Selassie is the god. Well, God, he's the person that the Rastafarians worship, because he was Rastafari. That was his name. So during the 1980s, numerous Ethiopian armed liberation movements arose. For years with limited weaponry, they fought the Soviet-backed DERG's military might. When Mengistu Mengistu lost Soviet backing after the Cold War. His days were numbered, and rebel Ethiopian and Eritrean coalition forces finally claimed victory in 1991. So, by the way, in the 80s, the reason why there was such a massive famine in Ethiopia wasn't just because the crops failed, it's because of a massive war they were having on many fronts. With Somalia, they were fighting an internal conflict, and they were also fighting against Eritrea. After the smoke cleared, Eritrea was immediately granted independence. Mengistu's failed socialist policies were abandoned, and in 1995, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia was proclaimed. Elections followed, and the Second Republic's constitution was inaugurated. Meles Zenawi, as Prime Minister, formed the new government. Despite being friends who fought together over a decade against the Derg, Meles Zenawi and Eritrea's president Isaiah soon clashed. Bickering over Eritrea's exchange rate system for their new currency led to Eritrea occupying the border town of Badme in 1996. Soon, full-scale military conflict broke out, leaving tens of thousands dead on both sides before ceasing in mid-2000. The settlements included the installation of an OAU-UN buffer zone on Eritrean soil. So there you go. That was up to 2005. Yeah, there's let's see. Ethiopia again is at a poignant period in its history. Controversial 2005 elections, and the government's heavy-handed reprisals are cast out on democracy, and everyone's hoping for another democratic freedom fighter that hasn't turned dictator. Despite many opposition parties being unjustly jailed, their parties continue to rally, and in mid-2006, Ethiopia's largest opposition party formed a new political alliance with Ethiopia's 4 largest rebel groups. If internal political turmoil wasn't enough, relations with Eritrea heats up again in late 2005. Things are still tense as Ethiopia occupies Badme, awarded to Eritrea by the UN, and Eritrea refuses to allow UN helicopters to monitor troop movements along the border. The Southern Front took an interesting turn in August 2006 when Ethiopian troops entered Somalia in support of Somalia's government fight against the Islamic militia who control Mogadishu. Things escalated in December 2006 when Ethiopia officially declared war against the Somali Islamic militia and launched air attacks on several Somalia border towns. Jesus Christ. Graham could be drafted into the US Congress to filibuster for a handsome fee. Yeah, I'm up for that. They don't have to anymore. They got rid of the filibuster, didn't they? You just had to say you're going to filibuster, and they take it as read as you did it. What's happening here? The US doing horrible things. So Ethiopia, home of coffee, home of great coffee. Maybe the place where coffee first started. But a fascinating place, beautiful place. A place that I would rather like to return to at some point on my future travels. I want to see if there's anything here about Haile Selassie. Addis Ababa. They usually have like a Northern Gondor, Diradawa, practicalities. Obtaining a visa for Sudan can take ages or simply prove impossible. A letter of introduction from the embassy may help. Visa costs $81 and requires 1 photo. No, there's nothing in there. Maybe I'll have a look at my East Africa book. Oh, I don't have an East Africa book. Oh, that's sad. Oh well, never mind. Got West Africa. Not got East Africa. Oh well, never mind. Milk chocolate digestives. They're the best. They're the best. Sorry. That's some good shit right there. So it's now past 1 o'clock. I've been rabbiting on now for 16 hours, with just a 10-minute break. 15-minute break altogether. Doing all right. Lost Missionary says, I'm going to make a I'm going to make a coffee back in about half an hour. I think I'll go for. I think I will go for a loo. I'm going to the loo. All right, so I'm going to run off. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. If you want to take a note of what the time is when I left, I'm going to say it's 104:00. Okay, let's go. Okay, 5:16. 5:16. Hello, I'm back. Yay! Did you miss me? Well, that took 1 minute and 16 seconds. Oh, where was it? Oh, Dark 4x4. Thank you, but very much. Dark 4x440. Thank you. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Super chat. Thank you for a caffeine injection. 440 isn't 440 hertz. The A, middle A on a piano, isn't that 440? And then A down an octave is 220, and up an octave is 880. So it like doubles each time the frequency. I think, I don't know. Is that why you got 440 on there? Dark 4x440. Just had a spider crawl onto my hand just to show my sister they aren't dangerous. Poor little spider was terrified. No, it wasn't. The spider wasn't terrified because they can't feel higher emotions. You're projecting your emotions onto the spider. You would be terrified if a giant was holding you, but spiders don't work like that. Apparently, if you rescue a spider by putting it outside, it'll actually die. You're best just putting it in someone else's house, and then it might stay alive. But yeah, there you go. Woohoo! Okay, so where am I going next? We're still only up to E. We're still on E, but now we're not. We've got one more. We got that's it. I think. Yeah, we got the Ethiopian handshake. Greeting each other in Ethiopia can be a complicated business. Did you just say hello? Do you offer a hand? Do you kiss the other person on the cheek? Do you do a fighter salute? Commonly, Ethiopians shake hands. They also gently knock their shoulders together. I really liked when it was in Afghanistan. When people greeted me, they would shake my hand and put their hand on their heart. Like they'll bow forwards and shake my hand and put their hand. I always like that. Put your hand on your heart. Really nice. Have you seen Mando and Baby Yoda yet? Asked Baymax. No, I haven't. I was thinking about it this weekend, but I was too busy prepping for this, to be honest with you. I mean, I've had to do a lot of prepping work because I had to work out exactly what I'll need, make a list of things. I had to do some graphics. I mean, it's not an amazing graphic up there, but whatever. But also, you know, little things like being able to sort of get the TV down and set all that up. I bought this and got it put together, shelf unit there. And then also I need to buy this chair because my other chair, if I sat in that for 48 hours, I'll probably do my back in forever, which wouldn't be great. But yeah, listen. So yeah, but I will go and see it. I might wait till it's on Disney Plus, to be honest with you. Apparently it's okay, which is fine. It doesn't have to be amazing. It can be okay. Couldn't say the 40 was added by YouTube. The 4x4 was a reference to Vampire Slayer before I became one. In the dark times, that little green cutie warms my heart. Oh, Baby Yoda is quite cool. Did anyone in Ethiopia ever invite to a special? Did anyone in Ethiopia ever invite you to a special cultural dancing show? Today only, you're very lucky. Free for you. Asked Matt. Is that Matt? Is that Matt who was in Ethiopia with me? I did actually go to a special cultural dancing show, but it was I think it was free, yeah. But yeah, I did go to a cultural dancing show, and it was really good. Like, there was loads of people there. It wasn't like a private show or nothing. But yeah, I did go to one of them. Matt. Oh, it's Gavin, isn't it? Hi, Gavin. But no, I did really enjoy that. Look, I really enjoyed Ethiopia. The food was great. The Ethiopian food, they give it to you like basically you eat the plate. It's all on a big sort of flatbread that's kind of like a crumpet, I guess. It's got like little holes in it like a crumpet, and they put the food of different types of food on the big crumpet, and you break the food off and eat it. I think it's great. Ethiopia is one of my faves in the whole of, I'd say Africa, but the whole of the world. It's just a really fascinating place. I hear they take you to a sleazy bar with chicks lazily dancing around the boombox and ask you to buy them tea. Says Matt. No, well, no, I mean, they might do. I don't know. That didn't happen to me. I went to some place, but I went with the Ethiopian family that I was staying with, so it wasn't quite just someone on the street saying, "Oh, do you want to come to see some dancing?" But yeah, that was quite cool. Anyway, next up, from a place that I've been to a couple of times and quite enjoyed, to a place I've never been. I've never been to this place. Ooh. That was most of the population of Argentina. It's the Falkland Islands, or the Islas Malvinas. Let's find out what happened there. Most people associate the Falklands, known as the Islas Malvinas in Argentina, with the 1982 invasion by the Argentine military. These days, the islands are a popular stopover for cruise ships and intrepid wildlife watchers. Bays, inlets, estuaries, and beaches create an attractive and tortuous coastline, boasting abundant wildlife. These sea islands attract straighted and crested caracas, what the hell, cormorants, oyster catchers, snowy sheathbills, and a plethora of penguins that share top billing with the sea lions, elephant seals, fur seals, 5 species of dolphin, and killer whales. Stanley, the island's capital on the East Falkland, is an assemblage of brightly painted metal-clad houses and a good place to throw down a few pints to listen to island lore. Elsewhere in camp, as the rest of the islands are known, you're more likely to bump into a sheep or a penguin than a person. Population 2,931. Capital Stanley. Official language English. Controversially fought over, but still staunchly British. The Falkland Islands, Islas Malvinas, sit located in the wild Southern Ocean, home to penguins, water birds, a few humans, and lots of sheep. So, yeah, I don't know which Lonely Planet you would get for the Falkland Islands, because they're not going to do one for Falkland Islands on its own, and it's not going to be grouped in with anything. It's like it's not in the South America on a shoestring. I'm pretty sure. I'll look, but I don't think, I've got a feeling it's not going to be in there. Oh, no, it is! It is! I lie! Oh my God, it is in there. It's in the old South America. I bet it's not in the new one. Okay, right. Let's tell the history of the Falkland Islands very, very, very quickly. Okay, I'll try and be as quick as possible, so you don't fall asleep. Despite a few early possible Indian presence, the islands were unpeopled, unpopulated, when in 17th century European sailors began to frequent the area. The Spanish name Malvinas derives from the French navigators of San Malo. In 1764, French colonists settled at Port Louis, East Falkland, but soon withdrew under Spanish pressure. Spain expelled a British outpost from Port Egmont, West Falkland, in 1767, but Britain restored it under threat of war. Port Egmont was later abandoned by the British under ambiguous circumstances. Spain placed a penal colony at Port Louis and then abandoned it to whalers and sealers. In the early 1810s, after the United Provinces of the River Plate claimed successors' rights to Spain, a Buenos Aires entrepreneur named Louis Vernet Attempted a livestock and sealing projects, violent seizure of American sealers, however, triggered reprisals to damage Port Louis beyond recovery. Buenos Aires then maintained a token force, which was expelled by the British Navy in 1833. So 10 years they were there. The Falklands languished until wool became an important commodity in the mid-19th century. The Falkland Islands Company, the FIC, became the island's largest landholder, and the population, mostly stranded mariners and holdover gauchos, grew with the arrival of English and Scottish immigrants. A few of these consolidated the remaining pasture lands not claimed by FIC into large holdings. Half the population resided in the port capital of Stanley, founded in 1844, while the rest worked on sheep stations. Most original landowners lived and worked locally, but their descendants often returned to Britain, running their businesses as absentees. From late 1970s, local government encouraged subdivision of large land holdings to benefit family farmers. The 1982 Falklands War, subsequent expansion of the deep sea fishing, and preliminary offshore petroleum explorations have brought rapid change and prosperity. Although Argentina had persistently claimed the Falklands since 1833, successive British governments were slow to publicly acknowledge the claim's seriousness. By 1971, however, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, the FCO, reached a communications agreement giving Argentina roles in air transport, fuel supplies, shipping, and even immigration. Concerned about Argentina's chronic instability, Islanders and their UK supporters thought the agreement ominous and suspected the FCO secretly arranging transfer of the islands. This process dragged on for a decade, during which Argentina's brutal, dirty war gave islanders more reason for concern. Facing pressure from Argentines fed up with corruption, economic chaos, and totalitarian ruthlessness, General Leopoldo Galatieri did what every leader, tyrannical leader, kleptomaniac leader, gobshite leader around the world does, and invaded another country. They invaded the islands on April the 2nd, 1982. Seizure of the Malvinas briefly under Argentina, but the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher of Britain, herself in a shaky political circumstances, sent a naval task force to retake the island. Experienced British ground troops routed ill-trained, poorly supplied Argentine conscripts, and the Argentinian surrender averted Stanley's destruction. The Falkland Islands used to have its own severed sardine caniform called the Falklands wolf. Oh, that's quite cool. Not closely related to grey wolves. Oh, okay. Canis lupus. There's two different star systems. Two different constellations there. The station of Canis Major and Canis Minor, and also Lupus. Dog and the wolf. I did get a grade 1 in flute. That is cool. Anyway, should we press on to the next country on this list of, God, how many? 221 nations. We are now in the Falkland Islands. What's next? I suppose it's going to be Finland, isn't it? Yes, Finland. Let's head over to Finland. Let's head over to Finland. From the Alice Malvinas, which apparently are not Argentinian, but no one who lives there wants to be Argentinian. Maybe if it was really cool, like and stopped being run by dickheads, people in the Falklands would be like, yeah, let's be part of Argentina. But unfortunately, Argentina keeps like electing dickheads, or if someone decent gets in, they get assassinated by the US. But yeah, there's too many dickheads spoil the broth. Anyway, let's get back into. Yeah, I'm opening the milk chocolate hobnobs and doing it. Can't stop me. Oh, what is this? That wasn't supposed to happen. Music teachers don't like you playing James Bond theme. It should do. A great tune. Bum ba bum bum ba bum. Finland. Helsinki. Turku. That's really interesting. Look at Turku there. It kind of looks like it's madly inland, but if I press this, you'll see it's right on the coast. There you go. So, been to Finland a couple of times. Got the boat from Stockholm to Turku, and then over to Helsinki. Lovely place. Lots of Finland left to discover. Never been there. Then I got the ferry over to Tallinn. Did that twice now in my life. So yeah, I need to do that at some point. Dog 4x4, thank you for the super chat. Did I mention thank you for the super chat? Can't remember. Starting to lose my mind now. Starting to lose my mind. Ebola cases there, the DR Congo, Dr. Congo. So let's talk about Finland. Shall we talk about Finland? Yeah, let's do it. Whoa. Finland next to Fatland. Oh, tell you what we'll do before we do. Let's do that. Before we do that, let's give you the skinny out my book on Ethiopia. What? I bet it's going to be about Lucy. I've got a feeling it's going to be about Lucy. It's going to be about Lucy, isn't it? Oh no, there you go. Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie, 1892 to 1975, was born Rastafari, which is why people who believe him to be the Messiah call themselves Rastafarians. True story. Where else? We did we do Estonia? Did I read out the thing for Estonia? It's probably about the fact that the public transport is free. That's probably what I should have read out. Estonia. Oh yeah, public transport around Tallinn is free. Hell yeah. How good is that? Finland. Top tip here. The cost of, fun fact, the cost of traffic and speed violations in Finland are calculated as a percentage of the offending driver's income. Fines of over 200,000 euros have been handed out for speeding, because it's a proportion of your income. So if you're a billionaire, money. History of Finland and Finnish Parliament are quite interesting. Well, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Before we don't. Oh, look at that. There's a ferry timetable there from Palmero to Katina. Oh no, it's not a ferry. It's a bus. It's a bus timetable. It's a bus timetable. Anyway, Finland. Squeeze between Sweden and Russia, Finland has often been seen as a mysterious, misunderstood corner of Scandinavia. But more and more travellers are discovering the serenely beautiful land of lakes and forests that lie beyond the Baltic harbour city of Helsinki. Settlement in Finland dates back almost 10,000 years. Yeah, not 4 million years. See you later, Finland. After arriving on the Baltic coast from Russia, the Finns' ancestors established themselves in the forests, in the night, and drove the nomadic Sami people north, where some 6,500 still live in a region of North Lapland known as Sapmi. By 1155, the Swedes had moved in and made Finland a province. The Russians were never far away, though, and in the 16th century, Peter the Great attacked and occupied much of Finland. In 1809, Sweden ceded Finland to Russia and the capital was moved to Helsinki. But the Communist Revolution of October 1917 brought the downfall of the Russian Tsar and enabled the Finnish Senate to declare independence. Anti-communist violence broke out during the 1930s. Finland sought neutrality, but the Soviet deals with Germany led to demands for Finland's eastern lakeland, Karela. In 1939, the Winter War began between the Soviet Union and Finland, in which the massively outnumbered Finns were defeated and Finland was forced to cede territory. Finland accepted assistance from Germany and in 1941 fought the Soviets in the Continuation War, which cost Finland about 100,000 lives. Finland eventually signed a new treaty which allowed it to take an independent stance during the Cold War. And this new sense of security came the opportunity for Finland to develop its economy and welfare system. Finland recovered from this worst post-war recession between 1990 and 1994, joined the EU in 1995, and adopted the euro in 1999. A key factor in Finland's economic growth has been the manufacturing industry, partially in engineering, electronics, and telecommunication, with tiny mobile phone giant Nokia, named after a tiny town near Tampere, leading the way. This was written 15 years ago. High-tech companies and software developers are set up in places like Helsinki and Oulu, are frequently beating Japanese and Americans in the field of new technology. As a result, the World Economic Forum has recently named Finland the world's most competitive country. Don't know if it is anymore, because Nokia went the way of the dinosaurs, didn't it? But I don't know. Maybe they still make parts for other people's phones. It's been a while since I checked out the channel. Why the name changed again? Well, I don't want to talk about politics, so I've kind of come full circle. Just change it to Use the World, because then I can talk about travel, and I can talk about movies, and, you know, music, and love and romance. That's the way I look at it anyway. So that's why I changed the name. I'm going to keep it as Use the World now, I think, for the foreseeable. Anyway, so yeah, Finland, home of Lordi, the greatest winners of the Eurovision Song Contest of all time. Absolutely awesome. So moving on from Finland, where we got to? Fiji, I guess. Fiji. We've got France and Fiji. So Fiji will come next, I think. Let's just check. Hey, there was no Faroe Islands. You missed the Faroe Islands out, Buck. Naughty Buck. Oh, no, I missed out Fiji. Do you know what? I went straight past Fiji and straight into the Falkland. Oh, sorry. Straight into... sorry, Fiji. I missed Fiji out. Sorry. Messed up. Someone rewind the tape. I was so excited to get over to Finland. I missed Fiji out. There's only 3 countries that begin with F. It's Fiji, Finland, and France. So yeah, let's spin around the world. Spin around the world. We're going to Fiji. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. We're going to Fiji. Boop-ba-doo-ba-doo. That Suva is the capital of Fiji. There it is. Boop-ba-doo. Okay, so this is Fiji. This is all Fiji. All these islands are Fijian islands. Very cool place. When I was in Fiji, I stayed in Suva. I went up to one of the villages in the north of the country, north of the main island. This is Levu. Oh God, what's it called? It's a big island. Viti Levu, which means big island, and this is Viti. What's this one called? Viti Levu means big island, and Vanua Levu means little island, or something like that. They're the main 2 islands of Fiji there. And if we go to the terrain, you can see these were volcanic islands, I guess, along the Ring of Fire. But yeah, so I've travelled here. Turn off the terrain because it makes it too hard to see anything. Yeah, so I travelled around I came into Suva, and then I went up to Lutu, somewhere like that. And then I ended up going all the way up to up here. I went to the tomb of Andre, who is the cannibal king. Where was that? That was around here somewhere. I don't know. Down the coast here. And came to Pacific Harbour, Newport. I don't remember any of these. I don't recognise any of these people. Let's just clear that. Okay, so Suva in Fiji. Just so you know, I took a cruise ship. I managed to hitch a ride up of a cruise ship to from Sydney. It stopped at New Caledonia. It then stopped at Puerto Vila in Vanuatu, and then it stopped in Fiji. I got off in Fiji. I got off in Suva. I got off. It went there first, and then I went to Suva, and that was really fun. I had a good time on my cruise ship, and then I got on a cargo ship, and that took me from Fiji up to. It was a bit of a weird route actually. It went all the way up to. I went to Tuvalu, and then for some reason it went down to Wallis and Futuna Islands down here. So yeah, so actually they're not that close. Wallis and Futuna. Oh my God, what are you doing to me? What are you doing? Why have you taken me to Madagascar? What happened there? Well, that went strange very quickly, didn't it? It's done it the same thing. It's you zoom in and you end up on the other side of the world. Stop doing that, Google, you weirdo. Stop being weird. Told you time and time again. Don't be weird. I think that's Wallace and that. I think we went to there first and there. So I think that's is that Wallace? Yeah, that's Wallace Island. There, I went to Wallace, then I went to Fortuna. They're French islands. Then we went back to Tuvalu. Because why go once when you can go twice? And then, oh my God, stop! And then I went up to. Well, I didn't, but I was taken. I was taken on a ship. Up to. It's really hard to find places in the ocean. They don't really make it very easy. I tell you. Then I went up to Kiribati, which is up here somewhere. Jesus. Kiribati, one of the biggest countries in the world, but you know, in terms of spread, the only country in the world that's spread across 4 different hemispheres. But we're not going to show you where it is because you know, Tonga. That's not the name of the place. What is it? Anyway, just to cut a long story short. It's not coming up here, but you know, wherever Kiribati is, I went to Tarawa in Kiribati. Then I went up to the Marshall Islands on this cargo ship, and then it came back to Fiji, dropped me off in Fiji. I had like a week in Fiji over Christmas and New Year. That was cool. And then I headed down on another ship, which took me to Samoa. It took me to Samoa. It was a week after they moved across the international date line. So if you zoom out, you can see the date line. It actually goes between the 2 Samoan islands there. That's that island there on that side is American Samoa, so they celebrate the day before. And if you go to Samoa, you can actually go and have if you have the same day. So if you want to have a wedding anniversary or your birthday twice or something, what you want to do is just simply go to Samoa, then get an overnight journey on a ship to American Samoa, and you get to live the same day again. You wake up in the morning and you'll get to do the same day again. But if you do it the other way, you'll miss Tuesday. So yeah, and then I went down to Tonga and then down to Auckland. So that's how I did the islands in the Pacific Ocean. It was mostly cargo ships with a little bit of cruise ships as well that I managed to blag my way onto. Fiji is basically, I mean, you know, Fiji is one of the most famous places in Polynesia. Definitely worth a shout. And I will find my South Pacific and Micronesia, because the Micronesia is in the northern hemisphere. So South Pacific and Micronesia, well battered, well used, well loved. I went to pretty much all of the places that I could get to on here. So let's go through them. We went to Fiji. There we go. Fiji is made of 322 islands. 332. 332 islands. Wow. Anyway. So, let's tell you a little bit about Fiji. Vitians. Fiji is actually the Tongan name for these islands, which was adopted by the Europeans. The inhabitants formerly called their home Viti. Vitian culture was shaped by Polynesian, Melanesian, and Micronesian peoples over 35 centuries of settlement. In the early 19th century, the Lapita people arrived from Vanuatu and the eastern Solomon Islands around 1500 BC. And for about 1,000 years, they lived amongst the coast and fished to their hearts and stomach's content. Around 500 BC, they became keen on agriculture, and as a result, the population shot up, tribal feuding got nasty, and cannibalism became common. In the early 19th century, Fiji was known to European whalers, sandalwood, and Bechedamer traders. By the 1830s, a small whaling and beachcomber settlement had been established in Levuka on Uvalu. It became one of the main ports in the South Pacific, and it was a centre of the notorious blackbirding trade. Oh dear. Blackbirding originally encouraged the emigration of labourers throughout South Pacific, mainly Solomons and Vanuatu, to work on Fijian plantations, but eventually the trade involved the kidnapping of islanders to work as labourers. That's not good, is it? The introduction of firearms by the Europeans resulted in an increase in violent tribal warfare, particularly in the late 1840s and early 1850s. The eventual victor, Ratu Seru Kakubau of Bao, became known as the Tui Viti, the king of Fiji, despite having no real claim over most of Fiji. By the mid-19th century, London Missionary Society pastors and Wesleyan Methodist missionaries have found their way to Fiji, having entered the southern Lao group from Tahiti and Tonga in the 1830s. They gradually displaced the priests of the old religion, and assumed privileged positions in island society, instilling a legacy of influence. In 1849, when the home of a US commercial agent was accidentally destroyed by fire and not so accidentally looted, King Kakubau was held responsible and presented with a bill for $45,000. In 1862, Kakubu proposed that Britain should foot the bill to cover his debts in exchange for the secession of Fiji. The British consul declined, but the rumours caused a large influx of settlers to Livuka. Kakubau's huge debt was not cleared until 1868, when the Australian Polynesia Company agreed to pay it in exchange for land. In 1871, Kakubau formed a Fiji-wide government, but unable to maintain peace, it quickly crumbled. 2 years later, Britain agreed to annex Fiji, citing blackbirding as its principal justification. Fiji was pronounced a British Crown colony on the 10th of October, 1874. Fiji's economy became depressed following the slump in the cotton market that occurred at the end of the US Civil War. Unrest and epidemics ensued, with measles wiping out a third of the indigenous population. Fearing a racial war, the colonial government sought the support of the chiefs in order to control the masses. The existing Fijian hierarchy was incorporated into colonial administration, and in order to curb quibbling, the sale of land to foreigners was forbidden, which still goes on to this day. You know, if you are seen as Indian, of an Indian descent, I don't know if it's changed recently, but when I was there was a huge problem, because there's a large number of people of Indian descent who live in Fiji, because the British moved them there as indentured labourers, their ancestors anyway, and it's incredibly problematic, because the Fijians do not like people from other countries owning land. It's like I think that's obviously goes back to the 1800s. In 1882, the administrative capital was moved to Suva, as Livuka's geography hindered expansion. Under increasing pressure to make the Fijian economy self-sufficient, the colonial government turned to plantation crops, which demanded large pools of cheap labor. Indentured labor seemed the perfect solution between 1879 and 1916. Around 60,537 Indians were transported to Fiji on 5-year work contracts. Many came with hopes of escaping poverty, but were faced with heavy work allocations, low wages, unjust treatment, and rationed food. The overcrowded accommodation forced people of a different caste and religion to mix. Despite the hardship, the vast majority of Gurmityas decided to stay on Fiji once they had served their contract, because many of them brought their families across from India to join them. They were prohibited from buying land and discouraged from interacting with Fijians. And on October the 10th, 1970, Fiji regained its independence after 96 years of colonial administration. The new constitution followed the British model, although political seats and parties were racially divided. Fiji's first post-independence election was won by the Indigenous Fijian Alliance Party, or FAP. Fijians were at first optimistic about the future. However, underlying racial tensions grew and the economy worsened. Many shops and transport services were and still are run by Indo-Fijian families. A racial stereotype developed, portraying Indo-Fijians as being obsessed with making money. In reality, just like indigenous Fijians, the vast majority of Indo-Fijians belonged to poorer working classes, and unlike indigenous Fijians, they would never be able to have secure land tenure on their farming leases, because they're not allowed to own land. See the problem here. Greater unity amongst workers led to the formation of the Fijian Labour Party, the FLP, and in 1987 the FLP government was elected in coalition with the National Federation Party. Despite having a Fijian Prime Minister and majority indigenous Fijian cabinet, the new government was labelled Indian-dominated and racial tensions arose. Only a month after the elections, Lieutenant Colonel Sitiveni Rabuka took over the elected government in a bloodless coup and formed a civil interim government supported by the Great Council of Chiefs. In September 1987, Rabuka again intervened. Military force in the 1970 constitution was invalidated. Fiji was declared a republic and dismissed from the Commonwealth, and Rabuka proclaimed itself head of state. The coups, which are supposed to be beneficial to all indigenous Fijians, in fact caused immense hardship. The country's main tourist source of income, sugar and tourism, were seriously affected, and overseas aid was suspended. From 1987 to 1992, around 50,000 people, mostly Indo-Fijian skilled tradespeople and professionals, emigrated, and ethnic tensions continued to stew for the next 10 years. In the elections of May 1999, the FLP formed a coalition with the Fijian Association Party. Indo-Fijian Mahendra Chaudhry became Prime Minister, and indigenous Fijians were far from pleased. Convinced that their traditional land rights were at stake, many refused to renew century-old leases to Indo-Fijian farmers. On the 19th of May 2000, armed men entered Parliament in Suva and took 30 hostages, including Prime Minister Chaudhry. Failed businessman George Spite quickly became the face of the coup, claiming to represent indigenous Fijians. He demanded the resignation of both Chaudhry and the President Ratsu Kimi's Mara, and in that 1997 multi-ethnic constitution be abandoned. Support for Spite's group was widespread, and Indo-Fijians suffered such harassment. Many fled the country. Both Chaudhry and Mara eventually stepped down as head of Fiji's missionary commander, and the head of Fiji's military commander, Frank Bainimarama, announced martial law. After 8 weeks in captivity, the hostages were released, and the 1997 constitution was revoked. The coup drew international disapproval, and once again, the economy collapsed, particularly in the tourism sector. Spite was eventually arrested and charged with treason. He is currently serving a life sentence. In 2001, the appeal court upheld that 1997 constitution and ruled that Fiji to be taken to the polls in order to restore democracy. The Fijian People's Party won 32 of the 71 parliamentary seats in the August 2001 elections and proceeded to defy the spirit of the constitution by including no FLP members in their cabinet. Elections are usually a two-horse affair between the SLD party and the FLP. The government's draft promotion of the Reconciliation, Tolerance and Unity Bill has divided the country. Supporters say it will start to heal the wounds left by the last coup. Opponents say its amnesty provisions will allow those involved in the 2000 coup to disown responsibility for their own actions. At one stage, sorry, I got to blow my nose again. At one stage, Commander Bainimarama threatened martial law if the bill was passed, and the police and the military's strong opposition to PRTU bill fuels contentious rumours that another coup is in the offing. Stay tuned. Oh my God. Woof. Sorry about that. Got a really bad cold. Well, we've got Dark 4x4 is definitely in the chat. Hidden Knight's definitely there. Not Magenta. It's having a good little SpongeBob SquarePants laugh by the looks of things. So yeah, when I was there, this was still ongoing. This problem with the fact that you couldn't own property if you were Indo-Fijian, and allowing people who were Indo-Fijian to own property was seen as like a bad thing by the ethno-Fijians. Again, it's just, people complaining about immigrants causing all the problems. But I mean, in this case, it's like half the population of Fiji aren't allowed to buy property, but I think they can now. Pran Man, hello Pranay, how you doing, mate? Just talking about the Indian population of Fiji. Indentured labourers were taken over from India to do work over there, because the Fijians, I mean, you know, God love them. I mean, why would they want to work? It just made no sense to them. The British turned up and said, "Do you want to work?" And I'm like, "What's that?" Well, what you do is you work all day and then you get some money and then you can buy stuff with that money. And like, what do we need to buy? We've got all the coconuts we can eat. We've got all the fish we can eat. We've got you know, the stuff grows out the ground. It's great. And the British are like, no, you got to work 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. So there you go. For your information, it's not insured anymore. It exists and still works at full of my spit and slobber. Says Dark 4x4. What on earth? What on earth are you talking about? So yeah, welcome if you're joining us at this late hour. If you're still up, I'm trying to set a new Guinness World Record for the longest solo live stream. We are now 16 hours and 42 minutes into the affair. I haven't shut up very much. I've taken about 15 minutes off so far. When I went outside for a walk. That was fun. And I'm just gonna continue grinding on until you know, I get to the end. Yeah, they replaced the slave trade from Africa with indentured labourers from India. Yeah, who were treated badly in pretty much every country they went to. But yeah, that's why you'll see people from Guyana and you look at them and think, "Oh, you're from India." And like, no, I'm from Guyana. And you're like, "Well, why do you look Indian?" And meet someone from Fiji and you go, "You look Indian." And they're like, "I'm from Fiji." And you're like, "Oh, what?" And it's because the British Empire liked to move people around from one place to another and say, "Hey, riches and fortunes will be yours if you get on this ship." And yeah, the reality played out slightly differently. As far as visiting Fiji, would recommend it, despite all the bullshit and coups and the nonsense going on in whatever politics is going on from one day to the next. Is Fiji, I mean, they got the Queen on the money. Well, they had when I was there. Back in the Commonwealth. Is Fiji back in the Commonwealth? Yes, Fiji is an active full member of the Commonwealth. Fiji's membership has a turbulent history, having previously suspended and even withdrawn from following various political changes and military coups, but the country was fully reinstated as a member in September 2014 following credible democratic elections. There you go. So yeah, there's some members of the Commonwealth. So this is a bit mad. So you know the Commonwealth, right? It's also got places like Rwanda and Mozambique and Gabon. They were never part of the British Empire. They were like other people's empires, other countries' empires, and they joined the Commonwealth. It's a bit of a weird club, to be honest with you. Talking about a 20-year-old woodwind instrument that's made of metal. That's a bit weird, isn't it? That you can buy so technically a saxophone is a woodwind instrument, isn't it? Even though it's not made of wood. Hidden Light. I thought the main theme, not the song, haha, though don't blame the teacher, the man with the golden gun. The man with the golden gun. Okay, let's leave Fiji for now. Well worth going to. I went to the tomb of Andre, the cannibal king of Fiji, when I was there, and he was famous as the guy who ate over 800 people. Andre. It looks like it's Andre, the cannibal king of he was a Fijian chief. He's listed by the Guinness World Records as the most prolific cannibal. During the early 19th century, he reportedly ate 872 people. And the total of 872 was based on a row of smallish stones extending about 200 yards near where Andre lived. With each, I think it's pronounced Andre, but it looks like it's Uday. Andre lived with each stone placed by Andre on it to account for a person he had eaten. Andre is believed to be shot and killed by the Fijian government officials in 1840. However, the manner of his death is still undocumented. So there you go. Most prolific cannibal. GuinnessWorldRecords.com. He believed that if he ate 1,000 people, he would gain immortality. There's a horror movie concept for you, innit? Okay, so it's like if you eat the flesh of an unbaptized child and then you gain the gift of flight. So let's fly over to France, the country with the most time zones. Hello, France. Do we know anything about France? Should we talk about France for a moment? Let's talk about France. What do we know about France? We know things about France. It's very French. Oh, sorry. Just had a moth coming fighting the life out of me. Well, that woke me up. France. Right, let's do this. France. She might be a grand old dame, but Douce France is still one of the bellies of the bells, not the bellies, the bells of the European ball. So let's talk the history. This is a potted history. This is a quick one. France's early history is encapsulated by the Asterix comic books. The Celtic Gauls arrived between 1500 and 500 BC, and they were under Roman rule from 52 BC until the 5th century. After the Roman Empire's decline, France was governed by a series of monarchs, including Charlemagne, Charles the Great, from 800. William the Conqueror extended French rule to England in 1066. During the Reformation, fighting between Catholics and Protestants brought the French state close to disintegration. However, that paled behind the seismic events of the 1780s, when the population rose up against King Louis XVI and his queen, Marie Antoinette. On the 14th of July, 1789, a Parisian mob stormed the Bastille, a prison in Paris, which is apparently quite empty. I think there was like one drunk Irishman in there. This is just, well, not a drunk Irishman, an Irishman who had been put in there for drinking. Unleashing the French Revolution. The vicious reign of terror followed. Thousands of aristocrats were publicly guillotined, a fate shared by Louis XVI and his queen in 1793. By one vote, by the way, one vote in the parliament. A young Corsican general by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte assumed power in 1799 and embarked on a quest to conquer Europe. Initially defeated and exiled to the island of Elba, he staged a short comeback before meeting his final Waterloo at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. The subsequent years were marked by civil strife and political unrest, with monarchists and revolutionaries vying for power. Napoleon's nephew, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, seized power in 1851, declaring himself Emperor Napoleon III. What happened to Napoleon II? But proved no match for his uncle in terms of military prowess. He embroiled France in various catastrophic conflicts, including the Crimean War from 1853 to 56 and the Franco-Prussian War from 1870 to 71. Central to France's entry into World War II was the desire to regain Alsace and Lorraine, lost to Germany in 1871. This was achieved, but at an immense cost: 1.3 million killed and almost 1 million crippled. In the Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, demanded punitive reparations from Germany, causing long-lasting bitterness, a fact that was later ruthlessly exploited by an Austrian house painter called Adolf Hitler. Following the outbreak of World War II, the German Blitzkrieg swept west with astonishing speed, and by 1940, France had capitulated and the country was divided into an occupied zone in the north and the collaborationist Vichy regime in the south. France had to wait 4 long years for liberation. On the 6th of June 1944, US, British and Canadian troops stormed the beaches of Normandy and pushed east towards Paris. General Charles de Gaulle, leader of the French government in exile, returned to France and established a provisional government. Political power seesawed over the next 50 years, a period that saw the end of French colonies in Vietnam and Algeria, and the elections of several important French presidents, including Georges Pompidou of the Pompidou Centre fame and François Mitterrand. In 1995, Jacques Chirac was elected president. 7 years later, Chirac was unexpectedly won again. The president gained new fans and enemies in 2003 by spearheading opposition to the US-led war in Iraq. The US retaliated by lobbing insults across the Atlantic, but by 2004, relations between the two countries have smoothed over a little. In May 2005, a national referendum on the European Constitution was rejected by French voters, causing huge embarrassment for the government. In October and November 2005, the country was rocked by several weeks of running battles between the police and gangs of disenfranchised young people across France. The riots started in the poor, ethnically diverse banlieues or suburbs of Paris, but quickly spread to several of the country's major cities. More recently, in early 2006, huge student demonstrations forced the government to shelve a new labour law designed to combat France's high unemployment rate, currently one of the worst in Europe. That was a few years ago. That was 15 years ago. Now they have different presidents. Haven't they got elections? Is it this year? They're going into elections over there? Napoleon II was Napoleon's son and was a disputed ruler for a little bit, just like Louis XVII after his father was executed by the revolution. That's why Napoleon, there's Louis 18 instead of 17. Yeah. No, that's true. That's true, yeah. Faroe Islands, please, Graham. Okay. Well, it's not in my book of the world. I want to talk about France a bit more. I'd say my favourite places in France. Paris. Love it. San Malo over there, which is really beautiful. It's like an old fort, which is really cool. We've also got Nantes, which is incredible. Go to Nantes. Go to the Ile de Machines, which is fantastic. And where else is cool? Lyon's pretty cool. Lyon, I like that. Dijon's pretty good. La Rochelle, anyone who read the Tricolo books in school, I was forced to learn French with the Tricolo books. Will know La Rochelle. Been there. It's really nice. Toulouse is okay. Perpignan. That's nice. Been there. I was there last summer. Actually, Perpignan. Lovely place. Now, that's not all of France there that I'm showing you if you're watching this on YouTube. Twitch still working at 1:40. Is it 1:40? Oh god, it's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. France isn't just there. That's not France. There's also Corsica. It's down here. This is part of France. There's also French Guyana in here, part of France. In fact, if you have a look on the Euro note, they have a map of Europe, and they have French Guyana in a little box in the left corner. Also, they have Martinique and Guadeloupe. They're French islands, and also select 2 objects that are the same shape. Okay, well, B and B there, confirm. So I have to keep touching my phone to make sure it doesn't turn off. Still going strong. A global trivia stream on Finland, Iceland, and Fiji. I never mentioned Iceland. Why is the AI overview changing my mind? A storyteller shares a history of Fiji from cannibal kings to colonial rule. Andrew Walker, a long-time watcher and rising star in your live. Oh, okay, cool. Andrew Walker's not actually writing that, so hi Andrew. If you're the Andrew that I took I went to San Martin with. How you doing? So listen, where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about the places that are French. So you've got Antigua. So half of San Martin, the north half is French, and the south part is Dutchy. That's the Dutchy side, and that's the French side. Over there, you can tell it's Dutchy because it's got 2 A's. And then where else have we got that's French? Well, we've got French Polynesia, which is over here. French Polynesia, there's Bora Bora there, and there is Tahiti. And then we've got some other places. New Caledonia, that's French over there. There's also Wallis and Futuna, as I mentioned earlier, 2 French islands. We also have we've got Reunion Island here, Reunion, and we have also got Mayotte. That's French as well. Mayotte, hello Mayotte. And there's also before I forget, there is San Pierre and Miquelon. Here you go, this little tiny island off the coast of Newfoundland. There and Canada. So yeah, and then there's a few little other places that I've are around there, but I can't keep going. Right, dear God, is Graham still on the go? I'm just heading off to bed, so I may as well listen and not to sleep. Keep going, Graham, you nut job. Thank you very much, Leipzig. So that's about 31 hours more to go. Yeah, I'm not even halfway through yet. I always remember Fiji. It's a place where Dave Lister wants to retire once he finished work on Red Dwarf. Yeah, goldfish shoals, nibbling at my toes. But let's just mention the Faroe Islands for Swax. So the Faroe Islands, kind of like if you draw a line, if you draw oh shit, oh god, I wish you would stop doing things like that. If you draw a line from Iceland to Scotland and then to Norway and then back to Iceland, in the middle of it will be the Faroe Islands. Hence my joke earlier about being up in Scotland, and someone says to you, "How far is it to those islands over there?" And they say, "Oh, it's a Faroe." It's actually 200 miles from the Shetland Islands there. If you zoom in, Scalloway, what a great name for a place, Scalloway. There's a Muckleflugger lighthouse up here. Where's Muckleflugger? There he is. There's Muckleflugger lighthouse. I've not been there, but I've been past Muckleflugger lighthouse on a boat. So that was quite cool. That's the very northernest part of the island of Great Britain. And it's actually not far. It's why you know this is why look at that, and you realise why people in the Shetland Islands are like, well, you know, we're quite close to Norway in our thinking. But yeah, Faroe Islands is part of Denmark. Maybe it's with F. And Tórshavn is the capital there, Thor's harbour, and they have grass on the roofs of the buildings to keep them insulated in the winter, which is really cool. So if you can check that out, I don't know if there's got pictures there, but also there's these incredible, not fjords, but I don't know what they're called, these channels here, these incredible rock formations if you take a ship through there. I've been to the Faroe Islands twice, no, 3 times in my life, and it's beautiful and awesome, and it's part of Denmark. So there you go. I don't know what else to say about the Faroe Islands. It's a long way to row, as in it's a Faroe. So let's crack on. Let's crack on before 2 o'clock. Oh, it's 2 o'clock! Oh my God, Jesus Christ! 2 o'clock and not a child washed. Ooh. So next on the list. Oh my God. Okay. So I was showing you those places that are part of France. Well, I've got to talk about them now because French Guiana is the next on the list here. French Guiana. Now, I've not been to French Guiana. I didn't need to go there because it's part of France. I just went across to Suriname and then said, I'm in Suriname. Yay. And then went back to Guyana. French Guiana is a tiny country of cleaned up colonial architecture, eerie prison camp history, and some of the world's most diverse plant and animal life. And if I jump into South America on a shoestring, I should be able to find French Guiana in here. Guianas. They're sort of smushed together in one chapter. Guyana, getting around. Suriname, getting around. And now French Guiana. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit about French Guiana. So the earliest French settlement, French Guiana, was in Cayenne in 1643, but development of plantations was very limited because of tropical diseases and the hostility of the local Indians. After various conflicts with the Dutch and British and an 8-year occupation by Brazil and Portugal, the French resumed control in 1817. Slavery was abolished in 1848 and a few plantations almost collapsed. A small gold rush in the 1850s saw more labourers desert the plantations, and it precipitated border disputes with Suriname and Brazil. At the same time, it was decided that penal settlements in Guyana would reduce the costs of prisons in France and contribute to the development of the colony. Convicts who survived their initial sentences had to remain in Guyana as exiles for an equal period of time, but 90% of them died of malaria or yellow fever, so this policy did little for population growth. French Guiana became notorious for the brutality and corruption of its penal system and was associated with some infamous cases of Papillon. If everyone's seen the film Papillon, that's set in French Guiana. French Guiana became an overseas department of France in 1946 and received substantial economic support from the Metropole. In 1964, work started on the European Space Centre, which has brought an influx of engineers, technicians and service people from Europe, turning the town of Kourou into a sizable town with every modern amenity. So there you go. Guyana, English speaking in it. Yes, it is. So there you go. That's French Guiana for you. And now we're going to go to French Polynesia. So back to the back to the story here. So French Guiana, there you go. So it's part of France. It's in South America. And now we'll spin round to the South Pacific and zoom in here. French Polynesia is huge. It actually spreads out. So all those islands there that aren't the Cook Islands, so the ones around the Cook Islands, the ones there above me are all part of French Polynesia. It is a vast area. French Polynesia. Oh. Do you know what? I've got an entire thing on Easter Island here. I've got an entire chapter on Easter Island. Annexation by Chile. Chile officially annexed Easter Island in 1888. We missed out Easter Island. We should have. Was that in the World Book? Was there an Easter Island thing? Because I did mention it, but I was like, oh yeah, but it's part of Chile, France, Finland, Fiji, Ethiopia, England, El Salvador, Egypt, Ecuador. No Easter Island, I'm afraid. Just straight into Ecuador. Okay, so just checking. Tahiti and French. Oh, it's under T for Tahiti and French Polynesia. Who knew? Nobody really knows why early peoples migrated here or even where they came from. Yes, we do know now, actually. They came from, probably when this was written, they didn't know, but they came from what's now Taiwan. Modern theories of Polynesian voyages originating from the Philippines or Indonesia, spurred on by territorial disputes or overpopulation, whatever the reason. Ancient Polynesians packed up their outriggers with coconuts, with uru, breadfruit, taro, sugarcane, dogs, pigs, and chickens, and headed out to the blue. These were feats of maritime prowess not to be matched by Europeans for more than 1,000 years. What's really interesting about the Polynesian people is the Melanesian people, the Micronesian people. They all come originally. The DNA can be traced back to Taiwan, right? What's now Taiwan? What's really interesting is that they there was like a 1,000-year gap. So they sailed the Pacific for thousands of years, and then they just stopped for 1,000 years. They just stopped sailing, and then they started again. And the movie Moana is answering the question why that happened. And it's because they had to get the heart of Tui or whatever it is. Anyway, European explorers first ventured into the region in 1595, although major expeditions didn't really get underway until the late 18th century, lacking the navigation methods that the Polynesians had developed over the millennia of Pacific travel. The Europeans searched for islands in the Pacific by means of rather random needle in a haystack method. Yeah. Time limit exceeded for goal. Sorry, Diz, cannot activate the confetti cannon. That's all right. The goal hasn't been working all since I started. All of when was it? 17 hours ago. So yeah, do not worry. I can launch the confetti cannon just for you, Doc, by 4:40. Here we go. Thank you, appreciated. Confetti. Woo. Where was I? First European adventurers, needle in a haystack method of the Europeans because we didn't know where we were going, whereas the Polynesians can put their hand in the water and sense which way the islands are. They can look at the shape of the waves and suss out where the island. They can feel the way the wind, which way the wind is coming on their face, and the warmth of the wind, and know where land is. They can look at cloud structures on the horizon and know where land is. They can see what birds are flying overhead and what direction they've come from, and work out by the trajectory and the speed of the birds, like they say, where the land is. I mean, like the techniques that the Polynesians use to get around the Pacific Ocean are phenomenal, and they're phenomenally accurate as well, because they managed to get these tiny specks of land all over the ocean, whereas navigation techniques by Europeans was just literally just, tour around until you run into somewhere. Usually when you have an island, you'll get clouds above the island. That form above the island, you have like a microclimate above the island. So that's how you can spot an island from a long way away. You usually spot the clouds before you spot land. But yes, in 1595, Don Alvaro Mendaña y Neira easy for you to say, came upon the Marquesas Islands on his second search for Tierra Australis Incognita, the non-existent Great Southern Continent. That's right, Australia. You don't exist. Medina named the islands after his patron, Marquesa de Mendoza, but his visit resulted in open warfare and 200 islanders were killed. That's horrible. Medina's pilot, Pedro Fernandez de Quiros, returned in 1606 and discovered that the Tua Motus before sailing to Vanuatu. The Dolphin anchored at Matavai Bay in Tahiti's lagoon in the June of 1767. A quarter of the crew was down with scurvy, and Samuel Wallace himself was incapacitated during much of his visit. Initially, the arrival was greeted with fascination as hundreds of canoes surrounded the ship, including the canoes carrying young women who played a great many droll, wanton tricks. When the locals' fascination turned into fear, Wallace began by firing grape shot at the Tahitians and finished by sending a party ashore to destroy homes and canoes. The natives suddenly became more friendly and a trade relationship developed. The crew was desperate for fresh supplies, and Tahitians who had not yet discovered metals were delighted to receive knives, hatchets, and nails in exchange. Wallace only stayed in Matavai Bay for a few weeks. Just long enough to name the island King George Land and claim it was forbidden. With his ship La Boudise and La Toile, Louis Antoine de Bougainville, as you know, I'm hoping to go to Bougainville next year, the island of Bougainville, which is off the coast of Papua New Guinea, in Melanesia, not in Polynesia, arrived in Tahiti in April 1768, less than a year after Wallace. At this time, Wallace was still homeward bound, so Bougainville was completely unaware that he was not the first European to set eyes on the island. His visit only lasted 9 days, but Bougainville was more cultured, considered man than Wallace, and had no unfriendly clashes with the Tahitians. Bougainville explained that the Tahitians pressed us to choose a woman and come on shore with her, and their gestures, which are not ambiguous, denoted what manner we should form an acquaintance with her. Bougainville's reports of Venus-like women with the celestial form that of a goddess and a people uninhibited attitude towards matters sexual swept through Paris like wildfire. Unaware that the Union Jack had already been flown over the island, Bougainville took time out to claim Tahiti for France, but like Wallace, he was soon overshadowed when the great Pacific explorer of them all, James Cook, arrived on the scene. In 3 great expeditions between 1796 and 1779, James Cook filled the map of the Pacific so comprehensively that future expeditions were reduced to joining the dots. Cook was sent to the Pacific with 2 ambitious tasks. One, for the Royal Society, was to observe the transit of Venus as it passed across the face of the sun, something I tried to do when I was in Sri Lanka in the summer of 2012, but that didn't work. By timing the transit from three very distant places, it was hoped that the distance from the Earth to the sun could be calculated. Tahiti was selected as one of 3 measuring points. The other 2 were in Norway and Canada. Cook's second objective was to hunt for the mythical great continent of the south. The instruments of the time proved to be insufficiently accurate to achieve Cook's first objective, but Cook's expedition did yield impressive scientific work. Already established in South America, the Spanish looked upon the Pacific as their backyard and were less than happy about other European navigators' visits. In 1772, Don Domingo de Bochina sailed the Aguila from Peru and anchored it in the lagoon off Tuatera on Tahiti Iti, which is small Tahini. I like the fact that Iti means small. That's cool. It's an Iti word that means small. And for the 3rd time, the island was claimed by a European nation. Boenencha, I to pronounce that, installed 2 inept missionaries and established Tortuga as the first long-term European settlement on the island. In 1775, the Aguila again returned from Peru, 2 Spanish missionaries who had been spectacularly unsuccessful in converting the heathen and who, from all reports, were terrified of the islanders, were more than happy to scuttle back to Peru. Boenencha died in Tahiti during his visit, thus ending Spanish rule on Tahiti. In 1789, the infamous mutiny on the Bounty occurred after Bligh's crew had spent 6 comfortable months in Tahiti. See another page for more about the Bounty. After the mutiny, the mutineers returned to Tahiti and to Tobui in the Australs before sailing to a more remote hideaway in Pitcairn Island. 16 stayed behind on Tahiti, a move that changed the course of history. Before the Europeans arrived, power had been a local affair. No ruler was strong enough to control more than a patch of land, and Tahiti was divided into a number of squabbling groups. However, once they realised the pervasive power of European weaponry, Tahitians pressed the Bounty mutineers to take sides in local conflict. The mutineers became mercenaries to the highest bidder, the Pomer family. The deal was the beginning of the Pomers' metamorphosis into a ruling dynasty. Pomer I, known as Tu, controlled most of Tahiti by the time he died in 1803, when his son Pomer II took over. The London Missionary Society landed in Tahiti's Point Venus in March 1797 and did its best to rid the islanders of their wicked ways. Dancing, indecent songs, tattoo, nudity, indiscriminate sex, and even wearing flowers in their hair was banned. Once the missionaries got their patron Pomer II on their side, Wells and traders arrived in Polynesia in the 1790s, spreading diseases, encouraging prostitution, and introducing alcohol and more weapons. Good old Europeans, turning up and ruining things for everyone. Plagued by diseases against which they had no natural immunity. The population plummeted. When Cook first visited, Tahiti's population was around 40,000. In 1800, it was less than 20,000, and by the 1820s, it was down to around 6,000. The Marquesas, the situation was even worse. The population dropped from 80,000 to just 2,000. 80,000 to 2,000 in 1 century. After 1815, the Pomers ruled Tahiti with Protestant missionaries advising them on government and laws and trying to keep whalers and Australian traders at arm's length. Pomer II died in 1821, leaving his son Pomer III to rule until his death 6 years later in 1827, at which point the young Queen Pomer IV assumed the throne. The Queen's missionary advisors, seeing her only as an interim ruler until the next king arrived, turned a blind eye to some of her youthful excesses. She wasn't averse to a little singing and dancing, and even visited passing ships. Queen Pomer the fourth. It's quite interesting that they had the same name, Pomer, but whether it was a man or a woman, they still had the same name. But the most success, made the most of her leeway and ruled Tahiti for 50 years. English Protestant missionaries were the major advisors to the chiefs in the society, Austral and Tuamotu Islands, but the Gambia Archipelago and the Marquesas Islands French Catholic missionaries were in less control. In 1836, 2 French missionaries, Laval and Carret, visiting Papiet from the Gambia Archipelago, were caught up in this rivalry when the British promptly arrested and deported them. So a bit of back and forth. Queen Pomer died in 1877. Her son Pomer V had little interest in his position and abdicated in 1881. French power extended to include most of the other society islands in 1888, although rebellions continued to rumble on until almost the end of the century. And then in the 20th century, soon at the end of the century, there was an economic boom which attracted colonists. French Polynesia was directly involved in both World Wars. In World War I, almost 1,000 Tahitian soldiers fought in Europe. Bloody hell. And in 22nd of September 1914, 2 German cruisers patrolling the Pacific sank the French cruiser Zélé and shelled the Papiet market. In World War II, 5,000 US soldiers were based in Bora Bora, and a 2-kilometer runway was built in 1943. Tahitian volunteers in the Pacific Battalion fought in North European and Europe. In 1946, the islands became an overseas territory within the French Republic, sparking agitation for independence. Political party, the RDPT, took the center stage on the political scene for about 10 years. On the 22nd of July, 1957, the territory officially became French Polynesia. The 60s were a turning point. Faha Airport was built, opening French Polynesia to the world. Shortly after the filming of Mutiny on the Bounty on Tahiti poured millions of dollars into the economy. In 1963, the nuclear testing center Experimentation du Pacifique, established at Mururoa and Fanga Tufa, From 77 to 1996, French Polynesia took over internal management and autonomy. The nuclear testing of the era shook Polynesian physically, socially, and economically. Violent protests rocked Papeete in 1987 and 1995, and the CEP made French Polynesia economically dependent on France. The end of nuclear testing in 1996 also meant an end of prosperity of the previous 30 years. So yeah, the French nuked the place, which was nice. Make them dependent. So there you go. French Polynesia, a place to which I've never been. Off the coast of Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands. I don't know if you can call it the coast of the Solomon Islands, because it's like part of the chain. So it's not like it's off the coast, because normally when you say coast, it's like a big island, and it's a bit. But it's part of the. If you look at Bougainville, where I'm hoping to go next year, it's definitely part of the Solomon Islands. In terms of what am I doing here? In terms of like an island chain. That's Bougainville at the top there. That's Bougainville. And then you can see you've got these other islands down here in the Solomon Islands. These islands here, these are part of Papua New Guinea. So that's New Britain there, and that's New Ireland. This long one here, that's New Ireland. New Britain, obviously, there's Nova Scotia, which means New Scotland. You've got New Caledonia, the island, which is a French island in the Pacific Ocean, which means New Scotland. You've got New England, the states up in the northeast of what's now the United States of America. So you've got New Britain, New Ireland, New Caledonia, which means New Scotland. You've got Nova Scotia, which means New Scotland. And you've got New South Wales. The only place in the British Isles that didn't get a new was North Wales. There's no New North Wales. Isn't that mean? I think that's mean. Poor North Wales. Imagine being the Australian who was there just going, "G'day, mate. This place reminds me of Wales. Can we call it New Wales?" And he's like, "Nah, mate. You can't call it New Wales. It doesn't look anything like North Wales. Let's call it New South Wales." He's like, "Oh, yeah. Fucking bonza, mate. Call it New South." Mean. Reverend Kathy, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Thoughts? Now might be a good moment to send some encouragement. You're doing great. Thank you, Reverend Kathy. I am flagging, I've got to say. Come on, I've only just finished the Fs. Have I finished the Fs? French Polynesia. Yay! Next up, Gabon. Let's head over to Gabon. I like Gabon. So let's leave Papua New Guinea and head over to Gabon. Gabon. It feels mad to think that I travelled from Gabon to Papua New Guinea without flying. It's just the maddest thing. Anyway, Gabon is here in Africa. So it's in the Central West Africa. It's kind of cradled. It's like the funny because you've got Equatorial Guinea is cradled in its loving arms by Gabon, which in turn is cradled in its loving arms by the Republic of Congo, which in turn is cradled in its loving arms by the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's like a little nesting doll. Equatorial Guinea, Gabon. It's like, Anyway, got to zoom in here. So I spent a bit of time in Libreville. I joined a Bwiti tribe, and we went out to the rainforest and did some Bwiti stuff. I did some ibogaine, which is like this hallucinogenic drug that they take as part of their religious services. But the amount that I took won't even touch the sides. You've got to take loads of it, and if you can't take any more because you're being sick everywhere. I think you shove it up your bum or something. I don't know. Bruce Parry on Tribe did go and join, I think the same BT tribe that I went to. I'm not sure. And he had so much of it that I think he saw his place in the universe or something mad. But I didn't get anywhere near that. So Gabon used to be French colony. George French speaking. Capital Libreville. I had to go here, and there's Port Mole, which I can't even see where it is now. What's Port Mole? Carrefour. Where's the port, dude? I don't know. Okay, I'm going mad in my old age. Right, let's find Africa. Oh, I really wish this. I've got a fly or a moth or something in here. Gabon. That says Congo. Gabon. There we go. Gabon and on and on and on. Right. Gabon. Libreville. Libreville. Port Dennis. Come on. Port Mole. Okay, so it is there. It's just not labelled. It is this little bit that sticks out. I thought it was. Is it? No, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Oh. No, that's it. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Tutti Frutti. Twist Tower. Port Mole. Oh, there you go. It might be pronounced Port Mole. I don't know. Or Port Mole. Port Mole? Port Mole. But I say Mole. I don't know. Holy moly. I mean, where's the boats? Where's the boats gone? Why are there no boats in the port? I'm really confused. Oh, there you go. Yes, that's right. There you go. There's a few boats there. Couple of sailboats there. Missed Rapa Nui. Says facts. Well, that's the thing. I mean, I could talk a little bit about Easter Island. I'm never going to get through this if I keep stopping to talk about. But I did talk a little bit about Easter Island. But I didn't yak on about it too long because it was part of Chile, and I said, well, it's part of Chile, you know, it's part of Chile. But let's have a look. I was looking through this book, and I'm sure I saw Easter Island. No, Easter Island. No. So it couldn't have been this book. Well, what book would it have been? That would have had a chapter on Easter Island. That seems crazy. Uruguay, Ecuador. Maybe it was just part of the Chile section. Easter Island. Okay, yeah. Okay, go on. I'll be really, really quick, right? We're gonna move to Easter Island because Svax isn't happy with me skipping Easter Island. But then I could do it for R because you know it's Rapa Nui is its real name. But let's do it. Come on, we do it. This only takes a second. Won't take long. There we go. There it is in the Pacific Ocean. So there's Rapa Nui. Tiny Easter Island is one of the most isolated places on Earth. The nearest populated landmass is the even tinier Pitcairn Island, 1,900 kilometers to the west, where the mutineers off the Bounty ended up. While the South American coast is 3,700 kilometers east. World famous for its enigmatic moai, its monumental stone statues, the island attracts a growing number of visitors but remains unspoiled and sparsely populated. Around 2,800 people. A Chilean territory since 1888 is officially known by its Spanish name, Isla de Pascua, but it remains essentially a Polynesian character. Locally, it's called Rapa Nui, also known as Tipito de Tehanua, meaning the navel of the world. Orthodox opinion is the first occupants of this remote island were Polynesians, who originally came from Asia. Thor Heyerdahl believed that Polynesians came from South America on balsa wood rafts. His Kon-Tiki expedition proved this was possible, but has not convinced most archaeologists or anyone who's bothered to do a DNA test. Most local folklore has it that King Hutu Matua brought the original settlers, but there was a period of rivalry between the two different peoples. The long ears of the east and the short ears of the west. Some have speculated the long ears arrived with Hotu Matua from Polynesia, followed by short ears under Tuku Ihu from South America. A civilization developed with a form of hieroglyphic writing engraved on wooden rongo tablets and the construction of many stone monuments. The population probably peaked around 15,000, but they were as they were erecting ever larger moai. But in the late 17th century, a conflict, possibly over dwindling resources, climate change, nearly exterminated the long ears. Most recent warfare between the peoples of the Tui and Hutu regions, the Tu and the Hutu Iti regions, resulted in progressive destruction of the Ahu, the large stone platform, and all of the Moai were ultimately toppled. When the Dutch Admiral Jacob Roggeveen arrived in 1722, islanders were subsistently healthily on sugarcane, sweet potatoes, taro, and yams from the intensely cultivated gardens. Many of the great moai were still standing, but there was no sign of implements from the outside world. In 1774, the English navigator James Cook found the Rapa Nui people poor, small, lean, timid, and miserable, and noted that many moai had been damaged and the top knots had fallen, apparently as a result of intertribal wars. 14 years later, French explorer La Perouse found the people prosperous and calm, suggesting a quick recovery. In 1804, a Russian visitor reported more than 20 standing moai, but later accounts suggest further disruption. Contact with outsiders nearly annihilated the Rapa Nui people. A Peruvian slave raid in 1862 conscripted 1,000 islanders and took them to work at guano deposits and mines. A few eventually returned, but they brought back smallpox, which reduced the local population to a few hundred. After Chile annexed the island, it came under the control of Williamson, Balfour and Company, a British Chilean enterprise that managed Williamson, Balfour and Company that managed the land through its Compañía Exploradora, the island Pascura. This was the de facto government until the 1950s, but in Ireland, the welfare was a low priority. And there were several uprisings against the company. In 1953, the Chilean government revoked the license for the exploitation company, and the Navy took charge. After 1967, the civilian administration proved more benevolent, and there were more improvements to water, electricity supply, medical care, and education, and the establishment of regular commercial airling. There is now self-governance, but the island receives substantial support from the mainland. Cattle, sheep, fishing, and market gardens supply local needs, but tourism is the only activity that brings money to the island. In 1990, islanders protested airfare increases by occupying the airport and even prevented the landing of a jet load of carabineros by blocking the runway. There is demand for more control over the land and greater autonomy, administrative autonomy, but complete independence is not on the agenda. So there you go. Very famous for the huge stone heads, big stone head. You can never have a big stone head big enough. Right. So back to Gabon. So I'm going to tell you the potted history of Gabon over here in West Africa. So Port Mole is where I spent most of my time when I was in Libreville, and I hung out with a Briti tribe that lived a bit north of Libreville. So really quick history now for Gabon. Avoiding the coups, wars, and poverty that has plagued the rest of the continent, Gabon has been an oasis of stability and prosperity in a very troubled region for more than 40 years. Its president, Alhaji Omar Bongo, has held power since 1967. He actually died in 2009, just before I got there, and they had an election, and his son Ali Bongo took over. Ali Bongo is no longer the president, thanks to interference by the Wagner Group. That's Russia interfering. He ranks as Africa's longest serving head of state. He has presided over an economy bolstered by income from oil, which has made Gabon one of the richest in sub-Saharan Africa. Through dwindling reserves, dwindling reserves have forced planners to seek out other sources of revenue, and ecotourism has become the buzzword of the day. Gabon has been inhabited for at least 400,000 years. Some 1,200 rock paintings have been found in the area around Reserve de Lope. They were made by iron-working cultures that raised the forest for agriculture, creating today's savanna. The earliest modern society, the Pygmies, were displaced between the 16th and 18th centuries by migrating people from the north, principally the Fang, who came after settling what is now Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea. Contact with Europeans, starting with the arrival of the Portuguese in 1472, had a profound effect on tribal structures. British, Dutch, and French ships traded for slaves, ivory, and tropical woods. The coastal tribes established strong ties with these foreign powers, but the interior tribes defended their lands against European encroachments. Animosity. I hate it when a word is split up over two sentences and you can't suss out what it means. Animosity still lingers between two lines. That still lingers between the coastal tribes and the rest of the country. The capital, Libreville, was established in 1849 for freed slaves on an estuary popular with traders. In 1885, the Berlin Conference of European Powers recognized French rights. The Berlin Conference again. French rights in Gabon, which later became part of the French Congo. And then later than that, French Equatorial Africa. The country became self-governing in 1958 and won independence in 1960 under President Léon Mba. After Mba died in a French hospital in 1967, his vice president, Albert Bernard Bongo, took power of the nation and changed his name when he adopted Islam in 1974. The newly independent nation got off to an extravagant start as money rolled in from the sale of timber, manganese ore, iron ore, gold, chrome, gold, diamonds, and finally oil. Gabon's per capita income soared to higher than South Africa's. In 1976, Bongo's government announced a 4-year, $32 billion plan to create a modern transport system, encourage local industry, and develop mineral deposits. Few of these projects ever took shape. The government did, however, spend vast sums on hosting a summit of the Organization of African Unity in 1977 and is still doing the construction on the conservatively estimated $250 million presidential palace. After 4 decades of dominance by President Bongo, his rule is evident everywhere, from women's clothing that bears his image to the ubiquitous portraits and Hughes billboards glorifying the leader. A bevy of French political and military advisors serve him, as does a personal bodyguard comprised of European mercenaries, Moroccan soldiers, and 400 top-notch French airborne troops. In 1990, after the country's first real political arrest, Bongo ended more than 2 decades of one-party rule by legalising the opposition. Those subsequent elections were marred by fraud. Today, the National Assembly remains dominated by Bongo's ruling party, the Democratic Party of Gabon, though his opponents hold few seats. Allegations of massive government corruption persist, and Bongo's power is nearly absolute. As Bongo ages gracefully, the question looms large in the populace's mind. When his tenure finally comes to an end, will Gabon go the volatile way of Cote d'Ivoire, or will Bongo manage to control from beyond the grave? Well, he did, because his son took over for the next 15 years. Well, he only got kicked out a few years ago. And Gabon, when I was there, I went down to the port here in Libreville, which I was just showing you. Went down to the Port Mole, and there were 3 massive super yachts down there. So there was all these little tiny ships, these little tiny, rusted Hulk ships in the port here. And over here in this area, I think about here, were these 3 massive super yachts. And I was like, oh, whose are those? And they were like, well, that's the president's, and that's the president's sons, and that's the president's wife's. So each of them had a super yacht each. Jared is out there. 2 hours, says Jared. 2 hours? What are you talking about? 2 hours? What? No, it's 2:36 a.m. That's the time. A bit tired now. Okay, so that was the story of Gabon. Now it's been run by someone else. Ali Bongo was deposed a couple of years ago. Omar Bongo's son, Ali Bongo, was deposed. It's now part of the Commonwealth, which is really weird. Gabon. It's ranked 106 on the Human Development Index. Government. So the president now is a guy called Brice Oligui Nguema, Gabonese politician, and he's the 4th president of Gabon since May 2025. President of Gabon. So let's have a listen. Let's have a look. There's been 4 presidents of Gabon. There was Leon Mba, who was in office for 7 years. And then we had an opposition who was in there for 1 day. I don't think he counts. And then Omar Bongo, 41 years he was president. 41 years. And then his son took over for the next 13 years. And so it was only last year. It was only May last year That's sorry. He was actually deposed. Ali Bongo was deposed in the coup a few years ago, August the 30th, 2023. But President Bryce, President Bryce took office. Oh no, he took office in 2023. So yeah, so Bryce Oliguli has been in power now for 2 years and 268 days. So there you go. So it's kind of good that the bongos have been, given the short shrift, but it took a bit too long. But yeah, meddling by forces from outside the country. Not sure about that. Okay, so next we're going to go to another country beginning with G. What's that going to be? Is that going to be Germany? Is there another country that begins G-A that we can think of? I don't know. I don't even know. I'm looking over here for the world. Directions to South Sudan. Yeah, should we press the directions button? Let's see how it gets on. Go on. Tell me, give me directions to South Sudan. Go on. It's just like what? So where are we? We are nowhere, and it is now. Ecuador, Gabon. Next up we have Gambia. The Gambia. Okay. Hiddenite says 17-18-ish hours. We've been going now for 17 hours and 38 minutes. Almost non-stop. Hello. So next up we're going to the Gambia. We're going to the Gambia. As I was saying earlier, this is a country that was a complete invention of the British and the French. So the Senegal took the French. The French took Senegal, and Gambia was taken over by the British. The capital is Banjul there. Let's tell you a little bit about the Gambia. The empires of Ghana from the 5th to 11th centuries, and Mali, the 13th to 15th century, extended their influence over the region that is now the Gambia. By 1456, the first Portuguese navigators landed on James Island and quickly monopolized trade between the West African coast and throughout the 15th and 16th century, exchanging salt, iron, pots and pans, firearms, and gunpowder for ivory, ebony, beeswax, gold, and slaves. The Baltic Germans built a first fort on James Island in 1651 and were displaced in 1661 by the British, who found themselves under constant threat from new French ships and from pirates and African kings. New forts were built at Bada and Bathurst, now Banjul, in the mouth of the Gambia River to control the movement of ships. Fort James continued to have an important collection point for slaves until the abolition of slavery in 1807. The British continued to extend their influence further upstream until the 1820s, when the territory was declared a British protectorate ruled from Sierra Leone. In 1888, Gambia became a crown colony, by which time the surrounding territory of Senegal had fallen into French custody. Gambia became self-governing in 1963, though it took 2 more years for real independence to be achieved. Gambia became the Gambia, Bathurst became Banjul, and David Jawara, leader of the People's Progressive Party, became Prime Minister. Dawa Jawa, not David Jawa. Dawa, he changed his name to Dauda Jawa. High groundnut prices and the advent of package tourism led to something of a boom in the 1960s. Jawara consolidated his power and became president when the Gambia became a fully fledged republic. Sorry, I've got biscuits in my teeth. In 1970. As groundnut prices fell in the 80s and tourism revenues did not trickle down to the economic scale, the 2 coups were hatched but thwarted with Senegalese assistance. The cooperation led to the 1982 confederation of the 2 countries under the name Senegambia. Reportedly, the first step to unification, but the union collapsed by 1989. Meanwhile, corruption increased, economic decline continued, and popular discontent rose. Finally, in July of 1994, Jawara was overthrown in a reportedly bloodless coup led by Lieutenant Yahya Jammeh. After a brief flirtation with dictatorship, the 30-year Yama, bout of international pressure, inaugurated the Second Republic and won the 1996 presidential election comfortably. Human rights groups and democratic watchdogs were put on high alert when, in 2004, prominent journalist Jada Haidara was assassinated after having expressed his opposition to a new controversial media law. And in March 2006, an alleged coup d'etat attempt led to the cleansing of the government ranks. That same year, the government... That same year, the government again prepared for elections. This time against a background of increasing autocracy. It now seems unlikely that any future direction of the Gambia will change dramatically, as the Yahya Jammeh was sworn as president for another 5 years after defeating his main rival, Usainu Dabo. So that's the story of that's a very quick story of the Gambia. In Africa. I'll tell you a little fun fact about the Gambia while I'm here. From my book, which has fun facts about all these countries. It's got fun facts about Gabon, I'm sure. Let's see what it says about Gabon. In the 1970s, the current president of Gabon, as it was in 2009 when I wrote this, Ali Bongo, released a funk album inspired by James Brown. See, you need to know these things. Let's go back to Gambia. In 2009, the president of Gambia's official title was His Excellency Sheikh Professor Al Haji Dr. Yahya Abu Azaz Awul Jemus Junking Jama Nasiru Dean Babili Mansa. It's official title. True story. Okay, let's have a look how we're getting on here. Twitch still working at 1:46. God, it's nearly 2:46 now. Jesus Christ. The history of pre-colonial Africa is it's fascinating. Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, people were getting on with their own shit. The bloody Europeans turning up and wrecking everything. Let's go back to the Gambia. So where are we going next? We've got to go to Germany, I guess. After that, do we go to Germany next? I don't know. I don't know. We will find out momentarily once I look it up in my book. I'm going to just put this Cuba book back. Don't need that anymore. Okay, where are we? Ferrari. Gambia. Next up, Georgia on my mind. It's an old sweet song. Blah 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 blah. Georgia. Okay, so we'll have a look at where Georgia is. Oh, actually, no. Before we do that, so I'll just let you know. I came down to the Gambia. I got a car down from a Set Plus taxi down to the border here. Across the border here. It's actually quite funny because I did cross the border twice. So I came down to the Gambia before I went over to Cape Verde, and I checked the GPS when I got back to back to Dakar, and I hadn't actually crossed the border, so I had to go back. And the second time I went, I did actually cross the border. Did I stay in Soma for the night? I don't know. Or maybe I made it all the way to Banjul. I'm not sure. Or maybe I took the bus all the way to Banjul and stayed in Banjul the night. I'll have to look up what I did. Come on, let's read my book. Should I just read my book? Should I just sat here and read my book to you? I mean, you can read the what's it called, if you like, what's it called? You can listen to the audio book if you wanna. If you wanna go. What was I looking up? Milan Sebastian, Guinea-Bissau. Okay. Okay. I was planning to on the ferry across the water, I met a fellow Scouser called Richie. God, I met Scousers everywhere. And a Rye Crumbrian named Tony. They wanted me to come with them for what they told me is the best pizza in the world in the town of Collolee. So I was planning to go to Banjul, the capital, and they said, no, don't go there. Go here, and there's nice pizza. Trying to see it. Where was it? Where the hell was it? I don't know why I just believe random people, but why not? Go away. Muggle Flugger Lighthouse. Collo. Lee. The letters on your the letters on your keyboard to type that in are all really next to each other. Collolee. Okay. Oh, okay. So I didn't stay in Banjul. I stayed in Collolee. So just here. There's Collolee. That was good night. That. The next day was a perfect slice of Odyssey pie. It began after about 2 hours sleep with the crank hangover in the Gambia. So far, so good. I then took a shared taxi down to the southern border, which brought me to the Casamance province of Senegal, a beautiful place, green and lush, hot and steamy. From there, I headed to Ziguinchor, or Zig, and made plans to stay the night while I waited for my Guinea-Bissau visa. But good news, the Guinea-Bissau embassy in Zig gave me the visa right there and then. Oh, that was nice, wasn't it? Anyway, so I stayed there in Collolee. So I stayed the night in there. You know, when I crossed the border into the Gambia, I went to Farafenni here, just this little village over the border. No, it was there. No, it was Kersule. Yeah. So I went to this little village over the border, and I had a prawn salad. I had a prawn salad. Must be mad. Sly Fox says we can all go all the way. Ooh. What nice pizza. I've got to say, for Dark 4x4, I don't understand half the messages that you put on here. I don't know if like I'm just stupid or something, but I'm just like, what? you write comments like cryptic crossword puzzles. I'm like, what? Maybe 3 minutes, maybe 10 minutes to 3 in the morning isn't the best time to give me this kind of thing. Anyway, so where are we going next? I've kind of forgotten already. Jesus. Oh, it's Georgia. Why am I up here? It should be down here. Georgia. There's Georgia. Lovely Georgia. Capital Tbilisi there. Some Georgian text under there, which is nice and lots of little circles in it. I like text with lots of little circles in. The writing of the lettering system of Burma is quite similar in terms of like lots of little circles. I love little circles. Beautiful. Oh my god. We need to go back and check part of the stream where I missed you talk about Cape Verde. Free advertising for pizza. Indeed. It was great pizza, I've got to say. Okay, so Georgia used to be part of the Soviet Union. So just give you a little bit of history for Georgia. Georgia, why go? Georgian wine. Georgia, off the beaten tracks, of course, month by month. Directory, transport, languages, behind the scenes, landscape, history. Caucasian Isthmus people. Okay, so I'm going to this is for the whole of the Caucasus. Okay, this isn't just for Georgia. 1st century BC. Tigranes the Great builds, it's a G rate because they put the G and the rate on a different line. Oh, the quality of Lonely Planet guidebooks has definitely gone down in more recent years. Builds the Armenian Empire stretching from the southwest corner of the Caspian Sea to the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, with its capital at Tikran-Akert. Armenia becomes the first state to officially embrace Christianity. Muslim in AD 301, 642 to 661. Muslim Arabs take over the South Caucasus, reaching Azerbaijan in 642. The 11th to 13th centuries, Georgia enjoys a golden age under rulers like David Ashmeshene-Beli, or David the Builder, and Tamar. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the South Caucasus is devastated by the Mongol invasion, the Black Death, and the ruthless Central Asian conqueror Timur, not Tamar, Timur, or Tamerlane, in the late 14th century. Constantinople-based Ottoman Turks in the 16th century take over nearly all of Armenia. The Azerbaijani Persian Safavids take control of Azerbaijan. And the Khanate of Yerevan and Georgia is divided between the Ottomans and the Safavids. The Treaty of Georgievsk sees East Georgian King Erikl the second accept Russian control in exchange for protection from Muslim foes. Russia goes on to take the whole South Caucasus in the 19th century. You know, give Russia an inch, it'll take a mile. 1915, the Young Turk government in Istanbul orders the dispossession and deportation of the Ottoman Empire's Armenian population. About 1.5 million Armenians are killed or die in the Syrian desert by 1922. That's the Armenian genocide that you're not allowed to talk about if you go to Turkey. Following the Russian Revolution, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan exist briefly as independent nations from 1918 to 1921. Before being taken by the Red Army and incorporated into the new USSR in 1922. 1930s anti-nationalist repression led by Georgian Bolsheviks Stalin, Bera, and Ordzhonikidze, and the Great Terror sees hundreds of thousands of people from the region executed or imprisoned. Worth mentioning at this moment that Stalin was not Russian; he was actually from Georgia. Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan all declare independence from the USSR in 1991. Which formally dissolves itself in December. The region is already racked by inter-ethnic unrest. 1991 to 93, inter-ethnic conflict in Georgian regions, South Ossetia and Abkhazia, both reasons de facto independence. Abkhazia ethnically cleanses its ethnic Georgian population around 230,000 people. Economic collapse throughout the region due to internal wars, refugee problems, or corruption in infrastructure, and collapse at the end of the Soviet state support for industry and agriculture throughout the 90s. 94, a ceasefire freezes the Karabakh War that has killed some 30,000 people. Nagorno-Karabakh becomes a de facto independent but unrecognized, with many surrounding areas of Azerbaijan still under Armenian occupation. 2003, Georgia's peaceful Rose Revolution begins. A pro-Western, anti-Russian modernizing government led by Mikhail Saakashvili to replace the regime of former Soviet boss Edvard Shevardnadze. Russia inflicts a humiliating defeat on Georgia in 2008. Brief war over South Ossetia, then recognizes South Ossetia and Abkhazian independence and starts building up its military in both territories. Baku shows the world its charms by hosting the first ever Formula One Grand Prix in the Caucasus in 2016. And in 2018, anti-corruption street protests lead to Armenia's Velvet Revolution ejecting Sarjan from power after a decade as president. So there you go. That's a little potted history there of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. So if you just want a quick overview here, we've got three countries which we call the Caucasus. Azerbaijan is predominantly Arabic. Armenia is Armenian Christian, and Georgia is Christian as well, but not in the same way as Armenian Christian. Both Armenian and Georgian and Russian and Greek and Ukrainian Christianity is a lot sort of similar in terms of it's a bit more orthodox. It's a bit more Eastern Orthodox, and than the sort of the Catholic version of it all. I don't think Georgia's particularly Catholic. I've got to check, haven't I? I do have to check that. I might get into trouble. Someone saying, "Oh, you're saying we're not Catholic? We are Catholic." Georgia. Let's have a spell Georgia, wouldn't it? Georgia. Located at the intersection of Eastern Europe and West Asia. Georgia's religion. Yeah, so 83% of the Christianity people are Georgian Orthodox. So, like I said, the apostolic autocephalous. Like somebody needs to go to the doctor to get cleared up there. Church is the Georgian, commonly known as the Georgian Orthodox Church. Is an autocephalous Eastern. Oh, I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? Autocephaly. From Greek, meaning self-headed, is the status of hierarchical Christian church whose head bishop does not report to any higher-ranking bishop. The term is primarily used in Eastern Orthodox and Oriental Orthodox churches. The status has been compared with that of churches provinces within the Anglican Communion. So there you go. Now you know. On those ADHD meds, something a certain airplane picked the wrong week to give up. Then again, the devil's dandruff puts me to sleep. Okay. Fun fact, before relatively recent imprisonment in Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili was quite a prominent politician in Ukraine. Oh, really? Fun fact, while Georgia technically wasn't the founding state of the USSR, it was a part of a short-lived Transcaucasian republic together with Armenia and Azerbaijan. Very, very, very short-lived. Yeah, indeed. Anyway, so Georgia, right? Had a good time in Georgia. Lovely place, lovely people. Had a good time. Apparently, if you say cheers or Nostrovia with beer, that means you're my enemy. If you can do it with vodka or whiskey, that's fine. But you do it with beer, that's no good, apparently. Or so I was told. They might have been lying to me. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to zoom out now because we've been to Georgia. Done that one. Where to next? Where to next around the world? Georgia. Next up, we've got a place called Germany. Germany? Okay. So let's go to Germany. Hey, there's Germany there. Hello, Germany. Hello. Right, let's have a look. Where can we get a quick overview of Germany? Europe on the shoestring. There we go. Cool. Right. I like this because it's too big to give a load of history. I just want a couple of paragraphs, man. I want to go on forever. There you go. That's all right. Events in Germany have often dominated the European stage, but the country itself is a relatively modern invention. For most of its history, Germany has been a patchwork of semi-independent principalities and city-states, occupied first by the Roman Empire, then the Holy Roman Empire, and finally the Austrian Habsburgs. Probably because of this, many Germans retain a strong regional identity, despite monumentous events that have occurred since. The most significant medieval events in Germany were pan-European in nature. Martin Luther, a monk from Erfurt, brought on the Protestant Reformation with his criticism of the Catholic Church in Wittenberg in 1517, a movement that sparked the 30-Year War. There's a lot of things going on with this 30-Year War there. Germany became the battlefield of Europe and only began to regain stability after the Napoleonic Wars with increasing industrialization and the rise of Kingdom of Prussia. In 1866, legendary Prussian Iron Chancellor Otto von Bismarck succeeded in bringing German states together, largely by force, and a united Germany emerged for the first time in 1871 on Kaiser Wilhelm I. Germany's rapid growth led to mounting tensions with England, Russia, and France, sparking World War I. After Germany's defeat, the Weimar Republic was proclaimed, but new government was hampered by impossible reparation payments, hyperinflation, and domestic depression, bolstered support for extreme groups, including Adolf Hitler's National Socialists, Nazis. By the 1933, the Gobshites, the Nazis, had maneuvered themselves into positions of political dominance. Hitler was appointed Chancellor, dissolved Parliament, and assumed control. In September 1939, he attacked Poland, provoking war with Britain and France. You know, when he dissolved Parliament, you know, that's what Trump wants to do in America, right? With the American Parliament, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. Yeah, you don't think he's going to do that? I think he is totally going to do that. Provoking war with Britain and France. In September 1939, he attacked Poland, provoking war with Britain and France. Behind the scenes, concentration camps exterminated an estimated 6 million Jews and another million more enemies of the state. Germany surrendered in May 1945, soon after Hitler's suicide. After the war, the USA, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union divided the country into 4 occupation zones. In September 1949, the Federal Republic of Germany was formed from the 3 Western zones. In response, the Communist Democratic Republic GDR was formed in the Soviet zone with East Berlin as its capital. To prevent skilled workers emigrating, the GDR built a wall around West Berlin in 1961, closing its border with the FRG. For almost 40 years, capitalist and socialist Germany coexisted uneasily. In 1989, however, the peaceful revolution overtook the reform-shy GDR regime. On the 9th of November 1989, the Berlin Wall opened, and in 1990, East Germans voted clearly for reunification, which occurred on the 3rd of October 1990. In recent years, the dodgy economy, 12% unemployment, has been a major domestic issue. In 2005, Angela Merkel was elected the first female German chancellor and put together a broad coalition to try and tackle the problems, which she kind of did. I've got loads of messages here. Much loves, but it looks like you picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines. Don't worry, I'm sure the chat will assist you to keep going no matter how confused you may get. Am I making loads of mistakes? I'm sorry. History is fascinating in general, to be honest. Oh my, the history of Central Europe, Germany is fascinating as well. The sun will come up in a few hours, us vampires will need to leave. And secular Dave. Hey, Graham Hughes and friends from Western Canada. Hello, Canada. How you doing? Glad to have you with us. We love ourselves some Canada. Anyway, so that's Potter's history of Germany. Yeah, that sort of that was very Potter's history, because I've missed out the whole of the Germanic tribes that fought very hard against fought very long and hard against the bloody Romans. Bloody Romans. Need to press things now and again to make sure things don't automatically turn off. Because they're like, hey, are you still here? Yes, I'm still here. It'd be fascinating to watch this back and see, get the clock going really fast. I'm sorry about any mistakes that I'm making. I don't mean to upset anyone. But I have been going now for the best part of 18 hours. I'm not even halfway through. God damn it. Can I have a biscuit? My next Ghana. Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about Germany. So one of my formative experiences, and one of the reasons why I did the Odyssey expedition years later, was traveling around Europe in a camper van with my family. And when I was 11 years old, in the summer of 1990, I went to Berlin, and I got to chip off a bit of the Berlin Wall, which was really cool. They had little hammers that you could like rent a hammer and a chisel and chip off a bit. So I still have my bit of the Berlin Wall that I chipped off. I wonder where that is actually. Oh, I can see it. I'm gonna get my bit of the Berlin Wall. This doesn't count as not being there. Oh. See, don't worry, still here. Still here, haven't gone anywhere. Oh, there you go. That's my bit of the concrete of the Berlin Wall. Oh, hang on a second. You don't need to see Berlin, you know where it is. There you go. There you go. That's my bit of the Berlin Wall. And what the guys with the chisels used to do is they used to go along the wall at night and just respray it, so you had a bit of spray paint on the wall, because otherwise it would just look like a chunk of just concrete. But this is actually genuine piece of the Berlin Wall, chipped off by me as a little kid, which is pretty cool. That, my friends, is a rock that was sitting loose on the top of the Great Pyramid of Giza. So that's what that came from. And yeah, I've got some other rocks in here that have a fascinating story behind them, but I'll tell them another time, I think. Anyway, is anyone's interested, you look up Babin Yar and Odessa, although I must warn you, it's horrible. I've read the Odessa files. Was that Frederick Forsyth? That was all about the Nazis escaping, wasn't it? Escaping there. What should have been their punishment. So there's Berlin there, which was split in two by the Berlin Wall. So a big formative part of my youth was when I was a kid. Was going there, doing that. And where have I been in Germany? Well, I've been all over Germany. I've been to Dusseldorf, been to Cologne. I've had a hamburger in Hamburg. I've driven past Dresden, because this number 4 road here, this is the road that I took whenever I was on my way driving over to Ukraine, a journey that I've done about 5 times now. But yeah, I went past Dresden, but I would like to go and visit Dresden. I want to see the cathedral that they rebuilt after reunification of Germany. Where else have I been? I've been to I've been to Cologne, been to Dusseldorf, been to Essen, been to Hanover. Oh my God, I've been all over the place. Had a lot of good times. Been to Ulm. Where's Ulm? Ulm is a university town in Germany. There it is. Been to Ulm. Ulm is actually where Ulm is where Einstein was born in March 1871. No, 1879. 1879. This is a university town. Been there. Beautiful place. Really cool. Like, Germany's just a cool place. I really love it. When I went to Berlin once, I was staying with a friend of mine who actually grew up in East Germany. So it was interesting to get his perspective on it all. You know. I'm surprised that with the West's attention to camps, virtually exclusively about half of the deaths happened in fields, ravines, etc. of Eastern Europe, where most resided in Europe, e.g. in Odessa. Yeah. No, grave. It was the Holocaust continuation of a couple of my previous messages. Sorry. Good morning, all. Just on the background while I hopefully go back to sleep. Oh, lucky for some. Oh, hard dream of sleep. I'm gonna have to take some time off. So, how long have I been going now? 18 hours. So let's have a look. 18 times 15 minutes divided by 4. That doesn't work. Hang on. Sorry, I'm obviously clearly not with it now. 18 hours times by 15 minutes. Okay. 270. So 270 minutes. 270 minutes I can take off. Is that right? Divide that by 60 because it's 60 minutes. Okay. 4.5. Oh, that can't be right. Can't take 4.5 hours off. I don't think. Oh, it's only 5 minutes an hour. Why am I thinking it's 50 minutes out of every hour? Jesus Christ. 5 times. That was a bit too much. I'll do complicated maths at this time of night. So 5 times 18, 90. That's an hour and a half. An hour and a half. And I took about a quarter of an hour off. So let's say 1 hour. 1 hour and a quarter minutes. Okay. So I'll just try and keep going through. I'll try and push through. I think about 5 o'clock in the morning would be a really good time to try and get some sleep. And I'll sleep from 5 till 6 o'clock on the couch behind me there. That'll be me plan. That's me plan. But yeah, Germany, bloody lovely, mate, bloody lovely. So let's see what our top places to go and see in Germany are. We have got we've got Berlin, Munich, Schloss Neuschwanstein. The Black Forest is in the Black Forest of Gatto. It's all made of cake or cats if you're Spanish. The Romantic Rhine, Dresden. Told you I want to go to Dresden. Heidelberg. Wasn't he the baddie in Breaking Bad? Cologne Cathedral, Nuremberg, Rothenburg ob der Tauber, and that's it. Yeah, so all cool places to go to. Next up, we have got Ghana, which used to be called the Gold Coast, which was an old British colony over here in Africa. Let's talk about Ghana, the Ashanti people. Let's pick up this book over here. Worrying fact: AFD is leading in the polls now. Well, it's leading the polls in West Germany. They want to go back to the days of being ruled by Russia. So, where are we? Ghana. Principe. Oh, that's not good. Niger, Mali, Ghana. Okay, let's talk about Ghana. Okay, present-day Ghana has been inhabited since 4000 BC, filled with successive waves of migrants from the north and east. By the 13th century, several kingdoms had developed, growing rich from the country's massive gold deposits, gradually expanding south along the Volta River to the coast. By the 16th century, one of the kingdoms, the Ashanti, as I mentioned just earlier, emerged as a dominant power, conquering tribes left, right, and centre, and taking control of trade routes to the coast. Its capital, Kumasi, became a sophisticated urban centre with facilities and services equal to those at Europe at the time. And it wasn't long until Europeans discovered this African kingdom. First, the Portuguese came sniffing around the coast, and then came the British, Dutch, French, Swedes, and Danes. They all built forts by the sea and traded slaves, gold, and other goods from the Ashanti with the Ashanti. But the slave trade was abolished in the 19th century, and with it went the Ashanti's domination. By the time the British had taken over the Gold Coast, the area became called and began muscling in on Ashanti turf. This sparked several wars between the two powers, culminating in the British ransacking of Kumasi in 1874. The British then established a protectorate over Ashanti territory, which they expanded in 1901 to include areas to the north. The Gold Coast was now a British colony. By the late 1920s, the locals were itching for independence, and they set up the political parties dedicated to this aim. However, parties like the United Gold Coast Convention, or UGCC, formed in 1947, were too elitist and detached from those they were meant to represent, the ordinary workers. So the UGCC Secretary General, Kwame Nkrumah, broke away in 1948 and formed the Conventional People's Party, the CPP, which became an overnight success. Nuremberg was impatient for change and called on for a national strike in 1949. The British, anxious about his popularity, jailed him. Despite this, the CPP won the elections of 1954, and Nkrumah was released and became prime minister. When Ghana finally won its independence in March 1957, Nkrumah became the first president of an independent African nation. His speeches, which denounced imperialism and talked about free, united Africa, made him the darling of the Pan-African movement. But back home, Nkrumah was not popular amongst traditional chiefs and farmers who were unimpressed with the idea of unity under his rule. Factionalism and regional interest created an opposition to Nkrumah that Nkrumah tried to contain through repressive laws by turning Ghana into a one-party state. Nkrumah, however, skillfully kept himself out of the fray and concentrated on building prestige projects such as the Akosombo Dam and several universities and hospitals. But things started to unravel. Nkrumah expanded his personal bodyguard to an entire regiment, while corruption and reckless spending drove the country into serious debt. Nkrumah, and seemingly oblivious to his growing unpopularity, made the fatal mistake of going on a state visit to China in 1966. While he was away, the regime was toppled in an army coup, and Nkrumah died 6 years later in exile in Guinea. Dr. Kofi Busia headed a civilian government in 1969, but nothing could be done to overcome the corruption and debt problems. Colonel Achimpong replaced him in the 1972 coup, but few things changed under his tenure. By 1979, Ghana was suffering through food shortages, and people were out on the streets demonstrating against the army fat cats. Onto the scene came Jerry Rawlings, a good-looking, charismatic, half-Scottish Air Force pilot who kept cigarettes behind his ear and spoke the language of the people. Nicknamed Junior Jesus, Rawlings caught the public's imagination with his calls for corrupt military rulers to be confronted and held accountable for Ghana's problems. The military jailed him for his insubordination, but his fellow junior officers freed him after they staged an uprising. Rawlings' Armed Forces Revolutionary Council, the AFRC, then handed over power to civilian government after a general election and started a major house cleaning operation, that is, executing and jailing senior officers. The new president, Hilla Lyman, was uneasy with Rawlings' huge popularity and later accused him of trying to subvert constitutional rule. The AFRC toppled him in a coup in 1981, and this time Rawlings stayed in power for the next 15 years. Although Rawlings never delivered on his promised left-wing revolution, he improved the ailing economy following orders from the International Monetary Fund. During the part of the 80s, Ghana enjoyed Africa's highest economic rates. In 1992, Rawlings was under worldwide pressure to introduce democracy, so he lifted a 10-year ban on political parties and called a general election. However, he hopelessly gathered opposition. The hopelessly divided opposition couldn't get their act together, and Rawlings won the 1992 election freely and fairly with 60% of the vote. Still licking their wounds, the opposition withdrew following the month's parliamentary elections, giving Rawlings' newly formed National Democratic Congress an easy victory. In 1996, he repeated this triumph in the elections were considered free, when the elections were considered free and fair. Sorry, I've got a fingerprint on my lenses on my glasses. Dark 4x4 says, after the installation of electromagnetic detection equipment, my door has stopped excluding slime and having claw marks embedded into it. However, it has not yet appeared to. I have no idea. Anyway, I don't know why I need to be more confused than I already am. Where was I? I don't know. After 8 years of Rawlings in the NDC, the constitutional barring Rawlings standing for a third term in the 2000 presidential elections, his nominated successor and former Vice President, Professor John Atta Mills, lost to John Kufuor, leader of the well-established New Patriotic Party, the NPP, which also won a slim majority in the parliamentary elections. Kufuor and the NPP were victorious again in 2004, which means that each party will have 8 years in power by the time the next elections roll around.
Curafor and the NPP inherited some tough economic and political challenges. The party slogan, "So far, so good," is perhaps an uncannily accurate reflection of the confidence that they and the country hold, even though both parties continue to be criticised for cronyism and corruption. Ghana's economy continues to grow and attract investment, and the outlook is brighter than in many other parts of Africa. That being said, in 2005, the per capita income was an estimated $2,500, and Ghana is classified by the UN as a low-income, food deficit country. The majority of very poor people live in rural areas. The bulk of the country's labour force is employed in agriculture, which accounts for 37% of its GDP and 35% of its export earnings. So the country is 15% Muslim, 70% Christian, 100% obsessed with spiritual worship. Yeah, that's true. So there you go. That's a little bit of info that you need to know about Ghana. Something else that you probably need to know. Oh my God, what is even happening here? I didn't mean to do that. Also, that shouldn't be there. Right. Okay. There was I. I was talking there. Ghana. Right. See, next to Ghana, there's a place called Togo. Yeah, Togo. That used to be Togoland, and then if I draw a line down here, right, like that bit of Ghana used to be part of Togoland. And then when Germany lost World War One and lost all of its colonial colonies, they had to move. They had to get rid of that. What's happening around the world? Ebola. Oh God, Ebola outbreak. That can't be good, can it? That can't be good. Don't worry, Graham. I have no idea too. Okay, thanks. Let's move on. We're now at 24 minutes past 3 in the morning. We really need to crack on because we're taking far too long on each country. I'll just tell you something fascinating about. Well, let's tell you something fascinating about Germany. The German word Donnerdampfschifffahrt Gesellschaft Way means widow of a Danube steamboats company captain. That's all one word. And then we've got something interesting to tell you about Ghana, I hope. Ghana, Guinea, Sierra Leone. Ghana. The word Ghana means warrior king in the Soninke language. How cool is that? That's very cool. Right, who's next? I've had Ghana and Gambia and Germany. We've got the Guineas to go, haven't we? We will have to do Guineas at some point. I'm pretty sure. But before then, Greece. Oh my God. So, Greece, my friends. Let's see what it says. Endless miles of aquamarine coastline. Actually, let's get rid of that. Endless miles of aquamarine coastline, sun-bleached ancient ruins, strong feta and stronger ouzo. The Greek landscape thrills, and the Greek people are passionate about politics, coffee, art, and gossiping. That they are, my friends. That they bloody jolly well, shitting well are. Which is lovely. I just realised that my lovely passport stamp background here is not on the when we look at the map. So I'm just going to sort that out because that should be there behind. There you go. There you go. Look at this. That's much better. I like that. So Greece. Oh my God. How am I supposed to tell the story of Greece in, I don't know, 15 minutes? I'll just be here. I'll be here all bloody day. I've got a Greece lonely planet. Oh. Greece next. Greece. Hello. Sorry, that's backwards on the old. What are you called? You know, TikTok. Greece. Oh, this has got me little lines around Greece marked out as well. If you oh, jeez, stop doing that, Graham. Look, see all that bit there. That's cool, isn't it? Okay. All right. Where are we? Where are we, Ferrari? We are gonna. It told me to the folks are convinced a metal box with a wheel in each corner is more important than the life of their mom. It also seems to have something to do with the difficulty of selling cocaine. I'm sorry, Dark 4x4. You absolutely lost me. I don't know what it is you're trying to say. Anyway, I could give you the history of Greece out of this book, right? And we will be here for the rest of the night because this goes back a long way. Facts about Greece. It goes to the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Mycenaean civilization, the Geometric Age, the Archaean Age, Sparta, the Persian Wars, Classical Age, the rise of Macedon, the Crusades, the birth of the Greek nation. Oh my God. Civil War, Colonel's coup. Yeah, I'm not going to read it out of there because we'll be here all night. I'm going to read it out of Europe. There we go. Europe. Okay. Greece. I should see how far through I am because obviously I've got, 5 more hours. I'm coming up to 19. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, five and a half more hours exactly. So let's see what page number I'm up to in my book here. So Greece is page 363, and oh shit. So I'm 353 out of, oh shit. Oh dear. Zimbabwe is page 974. So I'm about a third of the way through my my big book here, my world book. Ooh, right. So what was I going to do? I was going to read a potted history of Greece. Potted history. There you go. Oh god, this is really short. Okay. Cool. With its strategic position at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, Greece has had a long and turbulent history. During the Bronze Age, 3000 to 1200 BC in Greece, the advanced Cycladic, Minoan, and Mycenaean civilizations flourished. The Dorians, who replaced the Mycenaeans, introduced Greece to the Iron Age. Next was the Dark Ages, a 400 period upon about very little is known. Homer's Odyssey and Iliad were composed during this period. Well, isn't it the Iliad and the Odyssey? Because the Odyssey came after the Iliad, right? By 800 BC, Greece was experiencing cultural and military revival, with the evolution of the powerful city-states of Athens and Sparta. The unified Greeks repelled the Persians at Marathon and Salamis. This was followed by the classical or golden age, when Pericles commissioned the Parthenon, Sophocles wrote Oedipus the King, and Socrates taught young Athenians to think. While preoccupied with fighting the Peloponnesian War in 431 to 404 BC, God, it went on for 20 years, nearly, the Greeks failed to notice the expansion of Macedonia Sorry, more than 25 years. More than 25 years. Jesus. The Greeks failed to notice the expansion of Macedonia under King Philip II, who conquered the city-states, although Philip's ambitions were surpassed by his son, Alexander the Great, who marched triumphantly into Asia Minor, Egypt, Persia, and parts of now what is Afghanistan and India. Roman incursions began in 205 BC, and by 146 BC, Greece and Macedonia become Roman provinces. In AD 395, Greece was part of the Eastern Roman Empire based in Constantinople. In 1453, when Constantinople is a very long word, fell to the Turks, most of Greece became part of the Ottoman Empire. By the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire was declining, and the Greeks fought the War of Independence from 1821 to 32. In January of 1833, Otho of Bavaria was installed as king until 1862, when he was peacefully ousted, and George I, a Dane, was chosen as king. Greece fell to Germany in 1941, but more people were killed in the resulting civil war than in World War II. Almost 1 million Greeks left in search of a better life, primarily to Australia, Canada, and the USA. An army coup d'etat in 1967 led to a period of brutality and repression. The Turkish occupation of Cyprus became and remained one of the most contentious issues in Greek politics. Finally, a discredited junta had to hand back power to civilians. In 1981, Greece entered the European Community, the EC, now the EU, and in 2001, the EU agreed that Greece had met the requirement for monetary union. Greece had held a successful 2004 Olympics, though it is still counting the cost. Now Greece is supporting its neighbour Turkey's bid to join the EU. Really? Is it? Support? Used to me. Anyway, so that's Greece. Look, Greece has got such a long and storied history, and it is just an incredible, incredible place. I've travelled all over Greece myself. Where have I been? So I've been to Athens, which is awesome, and then I've been up to Delphi, which is over here somewhere. I don't know. Where's Delphi? I don't know where Delphi is. I can't see Delphi. Where's Delphi? Anyway, wherever. Actually, do you know what I'll do? I'll look at the Greek Lonely Planet here, because I've actually marked it on the map here. Delphi. So it's actually Mangona. Petraeus. Athens went round this road here. Lividia. Where was Lividia? I saw Lividia. There they go. There's Lividia. And then if you continue on along from Lividia, that should be Delphi around here. So there's Delphi, right? So recommended Delphi. That's where you can go and see there's ancient ruins there, and also that's where the cave of the oracle was in Delphi. That's where it says "Know thyself." And then kicked back to here, and then went up to Lamia. So up to here, Lamia, and then up from Lamia to oh god, these are different trips. Oh, okay. So went up from here to Trilica. There you go. Went to there, and then went to Ionia, which is beautiful. Loved Ionia. Then from Ionia went up to the mountains here, to the Zagazohoria hills. I can't find them. I'm too tired to read anything now. Gonna have to have a little break in a bit, I think, because my mind's falling apart. Zagazohoria, also Meteora, which is where they have the amazing Zagazohoria and Vikos Gorge. Yeah, I went to there. Meteora. Oh, Meteora's back here somewhere. Where's Meteora? Meteora is a place where they have the monasteries that are like halfway up the mountain. Let's buy Kama. It's here somewhere. Meteora. There we go. That's where they. Oh, I don't want the pin. I want the. I want to see. There's the monasteries. Shit pictures, of course, because it's Google. Google, why can't you give me decent bloody images?
More photos. There you go. Right, perfect. You get the impression, okay? Yeah, that's one of the places. That's one of the monasteries up on the mountains. There's a James Bond movie with Roger Moore where he climbs up to these. This is in Meteora in Greece, and the priests used to get up and down from these cliff top monasteries on a rope, and when they replaced it, it was a bit like when they're saying they said when do you replace the rope, and the priest said, oh, when the Lord allows it to break or something mad. But yeah, so there's a few more pictures here of these monasteries on the hills on the mountainside. Just absolutely beautiful. Just an amazing joining of nature and incredible scenes, my friends, scenes. There's also Mount Athos in Greece, not far from Thessaloniki. I was about to mention, do you know what? It's funny you just said that, because I was honestly just going to mention Athos, because so this is quite interesting. Where is it? I'm just going to look it up, Mount Athos. Because this is famously the place where no women are allowed, not even chickens, not even hens. But yeah, Mount Athos. There you go, Athos here. So yeah, don't go there if you're a woman, and don't go there if you're a chicken, because they're not allowed any female things at the monastery here. The holy monastery of Zogographus, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, that's the Athos Peninsula, and yeah, be careful. Don't upset any of the monks, I guess. Isn't that weird? Look at the way that is just a weird shape, isn't it? It's like a spaceship. It's like a, I don't know, Klingon spaceship or something. Yay! It's finally my comments that precedes your words, and not vice versa. Cool. No, I was actually thinking of mentioning Mount Athos, because it's quite funny that they don't allow any females there, not even female chickens. I'm sure female insects get there all the time. So yeah, I've been to Ionia, and then up to Zahoria, which is around here, and they've got some amazing roads up in the mountains here. Loads and loads of switchbacks. I went to one bit where there was like, I don't know, 17 switchbacks in a row. You see the roads going through the mountains here. The slate villages up here, which are absolutely beautiful. This is mainland Greece, well worth checking out, because not many people come this way. Then I've been to Mencia. I wouldn't recommend it. It's a bit grim there, actually, to be honest with you. And then Corfu is nice. Corfu is always nice. There's Corfu here. And then if you want to take the boat down to here, I've been to Patras, which is okay. This is Sparta, old Sparta. There's Corinth there, and the famous Corinth Canal. There's a Corinth Canal which cuts through here. This is an ancient canal. I think the Corinth Canal's been there for a very, very long time, and that stops you having to go all the way around there. And the ships used to go through the Corinth Canal. I don't think you can do that anymore, but there used to be a ferry that went through there. And if you watched Around the World in 80 Days with Michael Palin, he took a ferry through the Corinth Canal from Greece. I think he took that ferry over to Egypt, which is only over here. So here's Crete, which is part of Greece. Heraklion is the capital there, and I've been to over here to Agos Nicholas. There's the cave of Zeus somewhere over here, and there's a very famous archaeological site by Heraklion Knossos, which is kind of a bit weird, right? So, I don't really know if this should have been. I don't think it should have been done, but a lot of the ruins were restored by a British archaeologist who took a few more flights of fancy than he possibly should have done to try and make places look like they used to. So he used concrete to recreate bits of Knossos to look like what he imagined these places look like. So see those pillars there? They're not original. They're made of concrete. You can actually see it's like a mashup of concrete and the original original stone. A lot of these ideas he came up with are quite fanciful, and there is a lot of debate on whether he should have really done this or left the ruins as they were. And to be honest with you, I mean, I don't think he should have done it. I think he should have left it. So there's that, and also there's Rhodes there, which is quite famous. That's where the Colossus of Rhodes, apparently spanned across here. Maybe at some point you sort of, I don't know, sailed in underneath his legs. And there's loads of beautiful little islands. And then if we hone in on Athens again, obviously it goes without saying the Acropolis of Athens, the Parthenon there on the top is absolutely a stunning bit of architecture dating back a ridiculous number of years. They've got a crane coming out of the middle of it on the 3D render there. I think that works. And still building it. But yeah, the marble figures around it, the Parthenon marbles, were taken away by some British dickhead, and are now in the British Museum for some reason. I could go on about that for ages. It shouldn't be the case. But the reason why the Parthenon has no roof is when the Turks invaded, they decided to use it to store ammunition. For shit and giggles. There should have been a museum with archaeology-based reconstruction instead of bastardizing ruins, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I think it looks a bit shit. I wouldn't have done it. Right, it is 3:44 in the morning. Woo! And I'm going to make another cup of coffee before I die. But yeah, we can talk about the Parthenon marbles. They should be restored to the Parthenon, or the Parthenon Museum, which is next door. But well worth going to see the Parthenon. And obviously there's loads of other temples and tombs to go and see around Athens. There's a lot of ancient shit that is really quite incredibly cool. There's a temple of Olympian Zeus. This is where one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world was I think. There was a golden statue. That's all that's left of it now. Just a few pillars. Everything else has been taken away to go and make I don't know, other buildings over the years, which is a bit of a shame. To say the least. There's also, if you're in Athens, there's also the original Olympic venue from 1896, was it? 1896 was the first modern Olympics, and it was held in Athens. I have a feeling they used an original Olympic, what do you call it? Stadium. Olympic Stadium? No. London Stadium. What the hell? Oh God, why is it? Olympic Arena Athens. There you go. The Pantheic Stadium. There you go. That's what you want. Cool. Pantheic Stadium. There you go. The world's only white marble stadium. Isn't that really cool? Now, I might be wrong, but I think this was built for the Olympics, the first time that they held the Olympics, the first modern Olympics, which I think was in 1896, and this was where they used the running races. So you can see it's pretty cool. Whatever year it was, someone's going to tell me in the chat now what year it was. But well worth checking out. Proper old school. There you go. Anyway, so Panathetic Stadium. Let's put that in here.
Living symbol of ancient and modern heritage. One of the main attractions. Blah blah blah. Stadium. Is built on the site of a simple race course, primarily for the Pantheatic Games. It was built in marble, which is cool. Originally since the 6th century BC, a race course on the site. That's interesting. Reconstruction by Herodotus, someone, blah, blah, blah. Abandonment. 1896 Olympics. I told you, the Greek government, through Crown Prince Constantine, requested the Egypt-based Greek businessman George Avarov to sponsor the second refurbishment of the stadium prior to the 1896 Olympics, which is the first of the modern Olympics. There you go. The games of the first Olympiad, commonly known as Athens 1896, the first international Olympic Games held in modern history. There you go. Based on a few different things, based on the Highland Games, and also based on Oxford University sporting games. They did a version of the Olympics beforehand, and then there was a French guy who sort of picked up the baton and ran with it, and said, let's do this. Let's make it an international event, which is kind of cool. Right, Iron Maiden were in Athens a day or two ago. I'll see them in Lisboa in July. That's quite cool. Box chicken. Let's get me some coffee. All right, come on. It's the middle of the night. Need me some coffee. Oh, you missed my fun fact about the Hellenic Parliament. It's elected via PR. It uses plurality bonus system, which I personally quite dislike. Yeah, no one's got a perfect system. It's why I get kind of like a little bit like, I would like the voting system to be fairer, but I don't think it's going to be a cure. But I don't think it's affect. It's going to sort out all of our political problems. I mean, a huge part of our political problems is we've got a bunch of dickhead gammons who vote for the most horrible person. They're like, oh, can you be really horrible? Someone, I think they phoned up the Right Stuff or something, or one of those people on the telly, and they were like, "Oh, I'm voting for Nigel Farage because he brings the country together. There's so much disunity." And I'm thinking, are you mad? Woo! Kettle here. Just gonna get the kettle. Take this over. Kettle falling off. Kettle falls off. It'll go on to the. But if I get the kettle, if I knock it off, then I'll be in trouble. Problem is, because I'm ADHD, this coffee doesn't have much effect on me. I can drink a coffee and then fall asleep. It's pantheic, all Athenian. Pantheic. Woo! Right, where were we? Greece. What a place! Philosophy. Quite interesting that a lot of the Greek legends, like if you actually read the Iliad, when Troy actually falls, it's not told triumphantly. It's told in a way that's like really makes it clear that war is hell. And in contrast to a lot of the Roman narratives, which were all like, "Yay, war! We love war." A lot of the Greek stuff was kind of like gay, framed in this idea that like, what's the point? What's the point of all this? Why does all these people have to die? Bugger all. Anyway, onward and upward. Arctic Greece. Great food in Greece. I love Greek food. Great food in Cyprus as well. Okay, next up, we're going to another place that I've not been to. So if we ever do ones that got away, it's kind of top of my list. It is a country that Donald Trump is obsessed with at the moment. It is Greenland. Stone Age traditions collide with modern technology to create a complex society where children eat whale blubber while watching satellite TV, and hunters learn first aid skills to qualify as guides. The 3-day Arctic Circle race is one of the toughest ski races in the world. It follows a 160-kilometer circular route around the mountains of Sisimiut in southwest Greenland, and usually takes place during the first week of April. Now, Greenland is very much the part of Denmark. It's part of Denmark, and you know what? I think I've realised that of all the places, I don't think that I've got anything on Greenland, because it's not going to be in Europe on a shoestring, is it? And it's not like listed under the Danish section. It's not like, oh yeah, if you fancy going to, Faroe Islands, Finland, no, the Faroe Islands are not listed in this one, in the Europe on a shoestring. So I guess there's just no way of knowing. Anyway, Greenland is part of Denmark, and it was settled originally by Erik the Viking. Back in the day. It's funny because it's not green, it's white. It's icy. It's Iceland. It's icy land. In prehistoric times, Greenland was home to several successive Paleo Inuit cultures known primarily. Oh no! No! This live is longer than live streams make by 100% of creators with a following. Damn, I didn't notice that the live had ended. So I'm going to have to do that again. Post photo tech. Oh, it's not letting me do a live. That's interesting. Okay. Sorry, I've got to sort my phone out, man. I've got to sort my phone out. Okay. Now this is really interesting because I often go on TikTok and I just accidentally press something and it doesn't do what I want it to do. Live. Here we go. There we go. Yes. Right. Oh, damn, I can't believe I didn't notice that. It's because I was too busy making a cup of coffee. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. 3, 2, 1. Hello, TikTok. I'm back. I got kicked off because I went to make myself a cup of coffee and I wasn't looking. Sorry about that. I'll try not to neglect you again. Neglect you? We're coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning now. Graham, show photos of Greenlandic Parliament, please. Okay, I will do. So yes, from around 2,500 BC to around 800 BC, southern and western Greenland was inhabited by the Sakic culture. Most finds of the remains from that period have been around Disco Bay. Disco Bay is not a great name for a bay. It's called Disco Bay, including the site of Sakic, for which a culture is named. And then we've got from 2400 to 1300 BC, the independence culture existed. The independence culture, independence the first was a culture of Paleo Eskimos. Okay, whatever. Norse settlements from 986. West coast was settled by Icelanders and Norwegians through a contingent of 14 boats led by Erik the Red. Erik the Viking. They formed 3 settlements: the eastern settlement, the western settlement, and the middle settlement on fjords near the southwestern tip of the island. They shared the island with late Dorset culture inhabitants who occupied the northern and western parts, and later Dorset culture. Those are the Thule culture who entered from the north. Norse Greenlanders submitted to Norwegian rule in 1261 under the Kingdom of Norway. The Kingdom of Norway entered a personal union with Denmark in 1380, and 1397 was part of the Kalmar Union. So Icelandic sagas account of the life in Greenland were composed in the 13th century and later, but not primarily used the history of early Norse Greenland. Those Norse settlements vanished during the 14th and 15th centuries. The demise of the Western settlement coincides with a decrease in summer and Western temperatures. A study of North Atlantic seasonal temperature and variability during the Little Ice Age shows a significant decrease in maximum summer temperatures beginning around the turn of the 14th century. European interest, there was in 1500, King Manuel of Portugal, sent Gaspar Cote Real to Greenland to search of Northwest Passage to Asia, which, according to the Treaty of Tordesillas, which I've mentioned before, which split the New World between Portugal and Spain, was part of Portugal's sphere of influence, apparently, because the influence went all the way up to there's Greenland there. It went all the way up along this line of longitude in a straight line. So they were like, well, this is ours. this is ours here. And so if you draw a straight line, you see Greenland. Yeah. There you go, Greenland. So Nuuk is the capital of Greenland here. Nuuk. Where's Nuuk? It's over here, isn't it? There's Nuuk. Hello, Nuuk. Have a bit of nookie in Nuuk. And there's Nuuk Airport. There is the Seaman's Home. That's where you go for the seaman. And there's a boardwalk, National Museum there. Nuuk Centrum. Look, Parliament. Nuuk. Greenland's Parliament. There you go. You happy now? They've got the Greenland Parliament building. Oh my God, that's the most boring building ever made. Wow. That's it. It looks like a travel lodge. Exciting stuff. Anyway, I can see why Trump wants this so much. Anyway, there's Greenland there. European interest. The Portuguese wanted it. Then King Christian IV of Denmark and Norway sent a series of expeditions to Greenland and the Arctic waterways in 1605 to 1607. Norse settlements died off. The various Inuit groups prevailed, but Dano-Norwegian government never forgot or relinquished the claims to Greenland. And then in 1721, a joint mercantile and clerical expedition led by Dano-Norwegian missionary Hans Eged was sent to Greenland, not knowing whether a Norse civilization remained there. His expedition was part of the Dano-Norwegians' colonization of the Americas. After 15 years in Greenland, Hans Eged left his son Paul Eged in charge of the mission there, and returned to Denmark, where he established a Greenland seminary. When the union of the crowns between Denmark and Norway was dissolved in 1814, the Treaty of Kiel severed Norway's former colonies and left them under the control of the Danish monarch. So there you go, de facto control by the Danes. And Greenland's connection to Denmark was severed on the 9th of April 1940, early in World War II, after Denmark was occupied by Nazi Germany. On the 8th of April 1941, the United States occupied Greenland to defend it against a possible invasion by Germany. The United States occupation of Greenland continued until 1945. Greenland was able to buy goods from the United States and Canada by selling cryolite from a mine in Ivitut. The United States military used Bluey as a code name for Greenland, where they kept several bases named Bluey East or West, and then a sequential number. Greenland has had a protected and very isolated society until a protected and isolated society until 1940. It was a colony. It was believed the society would be subject to exploitation or even eradication if the country was opened up. The Danish government had maintained a strict monopoly on Greenlandic trade, allowing no more than a small-scale barter trading with British whalers. In wartime, Greenland developed a sense of self-reliance through self-government and independent communication with the outside world. So home rule and self-rule. There was a referendum on greater autonomy on the 25th of November 2008. According to one study, the 2008 vote created what can be seen as a system between home rule and full independence. On the 21st of June 2009, Greenland gained self-rule with provisions for assuming responsibility for self-government in judicial affairs. By the way, the Danish monarch remains Greenland's head of state. In 1985, Greenland left the European Economic Community, the EEC, as it did not agree with the EEC's commercial fishing regulations and a ban on the EEC ban on sealskin products. So, there was a Grexit before a Brexit. They actually left the EU before the UK did. We left it quite stupidly. Whatevs. So that's a little bit about Greenland, and then we'll move on to the next topic. Greenland, that's an R. I'm guessing Guinea. Is Guinea Grenada. Grenada. We're going to lob a Grenada into the chat here, and we are going to go to Grenada, which is just in between Trinidad and Tobago and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. If you want to know how I got there, I got on a boat called the September Song from Port of Spain there in Trinidad and Tobago. And then I went up to Grenada here, and then I travelled across the country from St. George to over here somewhere, I don't know. And then I got a ferry over to Carriacou Island, and then from there I went to Union Island. So see Union Island there? That's actually part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Carriacou Island is part of Grenada. So here's Grenada. Hello, Grenada. How you doing, Grenada? Let's tell everyone about Grenada very, very, very quickly. Probably quicker than reading from Wikipedia about Greenland. Grenada. It's a little island. One of the few countries to have. I don't know. Let me have a look at my book. I've got to tell you something interesting about Grenada. Oh, Grenada, Panama, Honduras. That's before then, Guyana, Venezuela, Bolivia. Oh my God. Grenada. Due to sprinter Karine James' success in the 400 meters and its tiny population, Grenada topped the per capita medals table at both the 2012 and 2016 Olympics. There you go. That's a fascinating tale. I'm going to just pop the lid back onto here because I don't want to knock over my coffee. I can find Caribbean Islands. Greenland Parliament looks like a school class in the inside. Yeah. Looks like a Premier Inn from the outside. I'm sure I've heard Greenland was theoretically the place where the Garden of Eden was meant to have been. By the way, you're doing amazingly. Thank you. Theoretically, I mean, it would be a bit cold, wouldn't it? I don't think they should be walking around in the knack. So where are we? Grenada. I keep forgetting that it's not actually in alphabetical order, this book. All the other books are kind of in alphabetical order. This one is north to south. Grenada. Okay, so there's a bit too much information here, but I'll try and skim through it. In 1498, Christopher Columbus became the first European to sight the island of Grenada during his third voyage to the New World. It wasn't until 1609, however, that English tobacco planters attempted to settle there
on the island, and within a year, most were killed by Caribs. Hurrah! Some 40 years later, the French purchased, in inverted commas, the land from the Caribs for a few hatchets, some glass beads, and 2 bottles of brandy. My God. Not all Caribs were pleased with the land deal, and skirmishes continued until French troops chased the last of them to Sorters Bay and at the northern end of the island. Rather than submitting to colonists, the remaining Caribs, men, women, and children, jumped to their deaths off the rugged coastal cliffs. French planters established crops that provided indigo, tobacco, coffee, cocoa, and sugar, and imported thousands of African slaves to tend the fields. Grenada remained under French control until 1762, when Britain first recaptured the island. Over the next 2 decades, colonial control of the land shifted back and forth between Britain and France until 1783, when the French ceded Grenada to the British under the Treaty of Paris. Animosity between the new British colonists and the remaining French settlers persisted after the Treaty of Paris. In 1795, a group of French Catholics, encouraged by the French Revolution, supported by the comrades in Martinique, armed themselves for rebellion. Led by Julien Fedon, an African-French planter from Grenada's central mountains. They attacked the British at Grenville. They captured the British governor and executed him along with other hostages. Fedon's guerrillas, who controlled much of the island for more than a year, were finally overcome by the British Navy. Fedon was never captured. It's likely he escaped to Martinique or drowned attempting to get there, though some islanders believe that he lived out his days hiding out in Grenada's mountainous jungle. In 1877, Grenada became a crown colony, and in 1967 it converted to an associate state within the British Commonwealth. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique adopted a constitution in 1973 and gained collective independence on February the 7th, 1974. So then we had one-time trade unionist Eric Gary rose to prominence. He made some early political missteps, such as using his first opportunity to speak in front of the UN to plead for more research into UFOs and the Bermuda Triangle. There were rumors of corruption with ties to notorious Augusto Pinochet of Chile, and a group of thugs called the Mongoose Gang to intimidate and eliminate adversaries. Power went to Gary's head, and this former Labour leader was soon referring to his political opposition as sweaty men in the streets. So there was a bunch of coups, revolutions, blah, blah, blah. On October the 19th, 1983, thousands of supporters spontaneously freed Bishop from house arrest. This was guy who was overseas. Maurice Bishop, a young, charismatic London trade lawyer and the head of the NJM, the New Jewel movement. He became Prime Minister. They freed Bishop, who had been placed under house arrest, and marched with him and other sympathetic governor ministers to Fort George. The army was unmoved by the display, and Bishop, his pregnant girlfriend, and several of the followers were taken prisoner and executed by firing squad. Jesus Christ. In the courtyard. To this day, it's unclear whether the direction came directly from Coord, though most believe it did. 6 days later, 12,000 US Marines, along with a few soldiers from half a dozen Caribbean countries, were on Grenadian shores. 70 Cubans, 24 Americans, and 170 Grenadians were killed in the fighting. Most of the US forces withdrew in December 1983, although a joint Caribbean force and 300 US support troops remained on the island for 2 more years. The US sunk millions of dollars into establishing a new court system to try Coord and 16 of his closest collaborators. 14 people, including Coord and his wife, were sentenced to death for the murder of Bishop. Although the death sentences were commuted to life in prison in 1991, the most recent appeal for full clemency and release from prison was rejected in 2005. So there you go. After the US invasion, or intervention as the Americans say, elections were reinstituted in December 1985, and Herbert Blaise, with his new National Party, won handily. Many PRG members reinvented themselves politically and found jobs in the new administration. From 1989 to 1995, different political parties jockeyed for control, and a few short-term leaders came and went, but all within the democratic process. In 1995, Dr. Keith Mitchell became Prime Minister and steadily held the position until the time of this book's publishing in 2007. Although Mitchell has success in building the tourism industry, his term has been plagued by accusations of corruption and financial misdealings.
He has been criticised for a weak initial response to the devastation of 2004's Hurricane Ivan. So yes, we have more bananas. So yes, this is Grenada, not to be confused with Grenada, and it is a little couple of islands, a few islands between Trinidad and Tobago and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Something I want to point out as well, very rarely are island nations just a single island. They're usually a collection of little islands. It's very rare for an island just to be an island nation on its own as one little tiny island. It does happen now and again, but most islands have got another little satellite island around them. I think the Garden of Eden was supposed to be in the New World, from what I remember. I think the Garden of Eden was supposed to be like a made-up place. But I'm pretty sure that Greenland exists. So I don't know if it can be the same place. Oh, this is still too hot. I love these containers that keep these flasks that keep your coffee hot. But you know when you want to drink it and you can't, that's kind of annoying. I'm gonna have to blow my nose. I'm sorry. Apologies, everyone. I do have to blow my nose. I'm gonna tell me. All right, Mike's back on. Hello, Mike. I'm sure I heard Greenland was theoretically. I've read that one. Okay. So we're next. I keep saying Guyana. We're not even close, are we, to Guyana? Bloody hell. Grenada, Guadeloupe. Guadeloupe is a fascinating archipelago with each island offering travelers something different while retaining its rich Franco-Caribbean culture and identity. Guadeloupe's two main islands look like wings of a butterfly and are joined together by a couple of bridges and a mangrove swamp, which is cool. Always love a good mangrove swamp. So yeah, we'll just say hello. We'll just pop over and say hello. So you go from Grenada, and then you get if you get over to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. If you get to St. Lucia, you can get the ferry from St. Lucia to Martinique, to Dominica, and then to Guadeloupe. And yeah, it does look a bit like a butterfly, I suppose. It's part of France. It's on the back of the euro note. You'll be able to see the distinctive shape on it on the back of a euro note. I have a buddy who has a place in Guyana. Ooh, that's quite cool. But there you go, Guadeloupe. Next up is Guam. So let's go over to Guam. So this was an American possession that the Americans took. The Americans were feeling expansionist in the 1890s, I think. They took Guam. There it is. Difficult to get into these days. Northern Guam is mostly taken up by US military's Anderson base, but the south is a must-see with its rural kaleidoscope of historical villages, stunning waterfalls, and pristine beaches. You son of a beach. So there you go. I have a buddy who has a place in Guyana. That's quite cool. Also, Grenada was not far from Grenada, modern Colombia, Venezuela. Yes, Svax. Simply Secular Dave says, like that. So that's Guam there, which was taken over by the Yanks in. Where's my Pacific and Micronesia? I'll tell you a little bit about Guam. Tell you a little bit about Guam, baby. Oh yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about Guam. So here we go. Guam. So oh, that's far too much history for a place that's not even independent. The ancient Chamorro inhabited the Mariana Islands, Guam, Saipan, Rota, and Tinian as early as 1500 BC, probably migrating from Indonesia. They shared Southeast Asian language and customs. The Chamorro name for Guam was and is Guahan, meaning we have. It's a bit like Graham. It's almost Graham, but with a U instead of an R and an N instead of an M. We have, and the island was divided into districts, each made up of one or more villages scattered along the coast. There were Chamorri, district nobles, but no island-wide leader. So the nobles often fought with slings and spears as weapons of choice. In March 1521, the Trinidad, captained by Ferdinand Magellan, sailed into Guam's Attic Bay. In 1565, Miguel Lopez de Legazpi arrived in Guam and officially claimed the Marianas for Spain. In 1668, the Jesuit priest Diego Luis de San Vitors established a Catholic mission in Hagathna, renamed Agana and Angana under the Spanish. The Jesuits gained influence. They opposed indigenous traditions, forcing the Charimos to rebel and fight back. In 1898, shortly after the US declared war on Spain, US Captain Henry Glass sailed to Guam's Apra Harbor with guns ablaze. Comically, the Spanish governor greeted him as if they were old mates. The Spanish authorities, having no idea that the two nations were at war, they actually apologized for not having enough ammunition to return the Americans' salute. That's quite funny. Salute. With the signing of the Treaty of Paris in late 1898, Spain ceded Guam to the US, and in February 1941, US President Franklin D. Roosevelt declared Guam off limits to all visitors, a so-called coconut curtain that remained in place until August 1962. I've been to Guam. They didn't let me out the harbour. They didn't let me out of Apra Harbour. That's a bit annoying. The Japanese forces, the Japanese language. On the 8th of December 1941, the same day as the strike on Pearl Harbor, Japanese bombers attacked Guam from Saipan. Guam was an undefended target, and on the 10th of December, within hours, 5,000 Japanese forces coming ashore. The island's naval governor surrendered the Japanese force to the Japanese language onto the Chamorros and renamed the island the Omi Yajima, which means Great Shrine Island, boasting that they would rule for 1,000 years. Their reign lasts 31 months. Originally, the Chamorros were largely left alone. The islanders could live where they liked and paid low wages for their labour. Towards the end, things turned nasty. The Chamorros were placed in work camps to build fortifications and forced into farming to provide food for the Japanese troops. And in the final days of the conflict, there were several horrific massacres. Jesus. In one infamous incident, 40 Chamorro men were taken at night from their camp to carry provisions for the Japanese, as the Japanese retreated to the north. On arriving at Taragu, in Taragu, the Japanese, fearing the men would go back to their camp and give their positions away to the advancing US forces, tied them to the trees and beheaded them. Jesus Christ. The US initiated pre-assault bombings on 17th of July 1944. 4 days later, 55,000 US troops hit the beaches at Agat and Asan. The US secured Guam on the 10th of August. After fierce fighting, with 17,500 Japanese and 7,000 US casualties. Hagatna and many smaller villages were destroyed. Large tracts of land, roughly 1/3 of Guam, were confiscated by the US military. When the war ended, the military kept the land and turned them into bases and to permanent facilities. In 1986, a class action lawsuit for the dispossessed landowners won a multi-million-dollar settlement from the US government. Although hopes that sizable tracts of land might return to the Chamorro people have been dashed by America's plans to boost its military presence on the island. So that's quite sad. So there you go, the sad story of Guam. But the good news is, for me, we're actually on the GUs now, so we can't be that far from Guyana, Guinea. Got loads more to go. Let's try and get through the G's. Come on, we can get through the G's. Guatemala. Jesus. Okay, we'll have Guatemala next. Okay, over to Guatemala. Over here. So there's Guatemala. Guatemala City, the capital of Guatemala. Don't really care about that. The place you want to go to is a place called Flores up here, which is beautiful. It's actually that you stay on the water here. This is so very, very cool.
What's this now? Yopitan. Pitan is the area. Yopitan. That's quite cool. You stay here in the lake in Flores, and then you head up to Tikal. You go to Tikal, which is famous for being this amazing Inca temple complex hidden away in the jungle. That's an amazing picture, Google Maps. I love that you've put that in there. And there's some of the pyramids there that are there, some of the temples. And this was actually this place was used in Star Wars. So if you look at Yavin 4, the rebel base on Yavin 4, when the what's it called? The Millennium Falcon's coming in. There's a guy who's tracking it coming in with the helmet on. They're actually here. You're actually here. You can see the top of the place there. Look at that. You can climb up that, which is kind of fun. Looks a bit scary. It is. Yeah, this is Tikal. Well worth checking out in Guatemala. That's my number one pick for Guatemala. Also, I've been to a few places. I've been to Puerto Barrios here. I've been to Livingston in Guatemala, which is a Garifuni. I was mentioned about the Garifuna people. So there's. Oh, sorry, I need to move that over so you can see it properly on your screen. Yeah, so this is where this is a little town in Guatemala that doesn't have a road to it. Look, there's no road. Look, no road. So the only way to get there is by going along the river here, or by getting a boat from Puerto Barrios, and which is really cool. So Guatemala, what have you got to tell me, Guatemala? Tell me a little bit. It's okay, you can tell me. Guatemala, Guatemala City, telephone, survival gang, understand Guatemala. Guatemala today. Guatemala is a nation with a bright tourism scene, but one that continues to struggle economically and politically. More than half its population is under the age of 25, with a similar proportion living below the poverty line. Gang violence and still unresolved aftermath of the civil war, countered by boundless energy if limited resources of Guatemala's grassroots organizations. Successive governments may continue to make promises, but Guatemalans rely on each other to deliver solutions. I'm trying to just see if there's anything in the Lonely Planet here. It doesn't really have the history anymore. Oh, history, there you go. Oh, I'm not reading all that. Bollocks to that. Earliest estimates put humans in what is now Guatemala. It's hanging over there. At the as far back as 11,000 BC. And the prevailing theory is they got there by walking across a land bridge from Siberia. The development of agriculture and resulting improvements in stability of the food supply and the population growth. The development of early art forms and language that is traceable to what many Maya speak today. Further developments in the agriculture and increases in population gave these early civilizations time and resources to develop artistic and architectural techniques. Between 800 BC and 100 AD, population centers such as El Mirador grew with trade and conquest, and hundreds, if not thousands, many are yet to be uncovered, of temples and ceremonial centers built around the Mayan Empire. This Guatemalan's most famous Maya site, Tikal, which I just showed you, came into its own around the start of the classic period, around AD 250. The history of these and many other city-states have been troubled at best, characterized by broken military alliances, food shortages and droughts. By the early 16th century, Mayan civilization was already in trouble. Some centers, such as El Mirador, had already been abandoned, and others, such as Tikal, had shrunk to the size of minor towns. Theory suggests that many have abandoned El Pitan in favor of the highlands, setting up capitals in other places. And relocation didn't bring peace, though. Soon, Toltec tribes, having abandoned the Yucatan, but moved in and began to take control, infighting amongst tribes over population, and the resulting strain on food supply combined to make conditions very favourable to the Spanish when they arrived in 1523. By the way, Tikal was completely covered in jungle. Those those temples that I just showed you were completely covered in jungle. Like they were under a mound of soil. They just looked like a hill, like a very steep hill. They all had to be uncovered by archaeologists. It's phenomenal. The Spanish didn't just walk in, as many think. Spirited resistance was met, most notably from the Quiche in a famous battle led by Teku Uman near present-day Quetzaltenango. Neighboring Quetzalcoatl not only refused to join the forces with the Quiche, they joined the Spanish and fought against them. Dickheads. It didn't take long for the Spanish to turn on the Quetzalcoatl, though I'm pretty sure most of the Maya were under the Spanish control, exceptions of the Rabinal, who largely maintained their culture, and the Itzales, who hidden at the island of Flores in El Patan, that I just showed you, were unconquered until 1697. Independence. By the time thoughts of independence from Spain began stirring among Guatemalans, society was already rigidly stratified. Angered at being repeatedly passed over for advancement, Guatemalan Corrillos, or Guatemalan-born Spaniards, successfully rose in revolt in 1821. Independence changed little for Guatemala's indigenous communities, who remained under the control of the church and the landowning elite. Sounds familiar? During the short existence of the United Provinces of Central America, liberal President Francisco Morazan instituted reforms aimed at correcting three persistent problems: the overwhelming power of the church, the division of society into Hispanic upper class and indigenous lower class, and the region's impotence in world market. But unpopular economic policies, heavy taxes, and an 1837 cholera epidemic led to an indigenous uprising that brought conservative Rafael Carrera to power. Carrera ruled until 1865 and undid many of Morazan's achievements. The Liberals regained power in the 1870s under President Justo Rufino Barrios, a coffee plantation owner who embarked on a program of modernization, constructing roads, railways, schools, and a modern banking system. Did everything possible to encourage coffee production, including promoting forced relocation and labor. Nice. Succeeding governments generally pursued the same policies, maintaining control by a wealthy minority and repression of opposition. And then in the 70s, the 60s and 70s, the place fell into civil war. The economic inequality in developing a union movement forced oppression to new heights. Amnesty International estimates that 50,000 to 60,000 Guatemalans were killed during the political violence of the 1970s. In 1976, an earthquake killed 22,000 people and left more than 1 million homeless. In 1982, General Jose Efran Rios Montt initiated the Scorch Earth policy. Huge numbers of people, mainly indigenous men, from more than 400 villages were murdered in the name of anti-insurgency, stabilization, and anti-communism. An estimated 15,000 civilians were tortured and massacred. 100,000 refugees fled to Mexico. In response, 4 guerrilla units united to form the URNG, the Guatemalan National Revolutionary Unity. In August 1983, Rios Montt was deposed in a coup led by General Oscar Humberto Mejia Victorez, but the human rights abusers continued. The USA suspended military aid in 1985 to the election of civilian Christian Democrat Marco Vincento Serraz Alvarado. Why does everyone have such long names? But the military had secured immunity from prosecution, and armed conflict festered in remote areas. There were peace accords that were signed in 1986, and it's been a rocky road since the war ended. The greatest challenge to peace stems from the inequalities in the power structure. It's estimated that 70% of the country's arable land is owned by less than 3% of the population. Sounds familiar? According to the UN report, the top 20% of the population has an income 30 times greater than the bottom 20%, or as many Guatemalans will tell you, there are 7 families who own Guatemala. So there you go, a little potted history there of Guatemala, which is a beautiful country. I'd really recommend it if you want to go and visit South America. I would recommend doing, because I've done it, the Ruta Maya, which was a lot of fun. And can we get rid of this thing? How do we get rid of this thing? No. There we go. That got rid of it. Stop doing that. By the way, the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, that landed about here, by the way. Mayan, Graham, not Incan. Doesn't Guatemala have a lot of Mayan sites? Did I say Incan? Sorry, I meant to say Mayan. Yes, it does. I showed you Tikal there. There's loads more in the north here. There's Mirador, which has got a temple there as well, which is you got to trek through the jungle to get to. There's loads of temples. I mean, there's over 100 Mayan habitations or temples spread out across the Yucatan Peninsula, down through Palenque. There's Mayan ruins in Palenque there. In Mexico, you can see Mayan ruins. There's a bit of Mayan ruins there. There's also it would be good if it would just say show the Mayan ruins. But you've got Tulum Mayan ruins there. Obviously, you've got Chichen Itza as well. You've got Uxmal. I'm trying to find some. Why does it? Doesn't really show you the places you might want to get to. This does it? And yeah, there's in Palenque. Then there's cool places there. Like I said, in here in Guatemala, there's Tikal. In Belize, by Orange Walk, down here from Orange Walk, I mentioned before, there's the Temple of the Crocodile Lamini, which is incredible. Got some pyramids there. Then down here just by Puerto Punta Gorda, you've got another place called Dump. You got some more amazing Mayan ruins. Obviously, there's Mayan ruins all over Guatemala, and there's Mayan ruins as far south as there's a place called Copas Runas. It's actually in Honduras. I think it's the most southerly of the. Actually, it might not be the most southerly because I think that there's some Mayan sites in El Salvador as well. So there's a few cool places. I wonder what I said about El Salvador in my book. What did I say about El Salvador? What interesting fact did I pull out my arse about El Salvador? Let's find out. Dominica in 1980. Eugenia Charles of Dominica became the first democratically elected black female head of government in the world. Oh, that's something cool about Dominica. Here's Q. The long dark dingy ride of the soul. I didn't mention the British Virgin Islands. That should come under B, shouldn't it? The BVIs. There is an uninhabited island in the BVIs named Ginger Island, but it's spelled ginger like the herb. Dominican Republic. Santo Domingo, capital of the Dominican Republic, is the oldest European settlement in the entirety of the Americas. Let's have a look. El Salvador. El Salvador once went to war against neighboring Honduras over a football match. Guatemala, the ancient Mayan city of Tikal, doubled as the rebellion's Yavin 4 base in Star Wars. Well, that's what I was talking about. But yeah, loads and loads of Inca sites, hundreds of them, well worth checking out across this entire region, stretching for miles and hundreds of miles in every direction. So basically, if I just draw let's measure the distance. If I draw sort of a line around there you go. There's in that box that I've made there. There's loads of amazing Mayan sites that are well worth checking out. So I would recommend having a little scoot around there and seeing what you feel. Sorry for saying Incan when I meant Mayan. Light outside again now. That's cool. Gone through the night. Next up, come on, let's crack on.
So we just did Guatemala, Guatemala City. Next we have Guinea. Imagine you're traveling on smooth highways. Oh God, they're taking the piss here. And then get tempted off a dusty turn-off signed adventure. Well, that turn-off is Guinea. No, it is a massive turn-off. Little known to most of the world, this is a land of surprising beauty from the rolling mountain plateau of Fonta Jalun to wide Sahelian lands and thick forests. Yeah, I didn't have a particularly great experience in Guinea myself. I'll tell you a little bit about it if I dig out my Africa Lonely Planet. Tunisia, Togo, so this part here. Guinea Conakry. Right. Guinea's story is tragically familiar. The post-independence promise of socialist utopia, the slide down the slippery slope to xenophobic isolation and murderous cultural revolution. More recently, the transformation to ramshackle klepto-capitalism. As the current regime steps into senility, Guineans have their hearts in their mouths. Is life set to improve at last, or is chaos just around the corner? Guineans, so people from Guinea Conakry and people from Guinea. That's what I'm talking about here. And Bissau are both known as Guineans. Nigerians from Nigeria called Nigerians, and Nigerians with an E rather than N at the end are from Niger. You've got Congolese from French Congo from the Republic of Congo, and the Congolese both got the same. Guyanans, people from French Guyana and people from Guyana, both called Guyanans. It's very confusing. Anyway, so Guinea was once part of the Mali Empire, which covered a large part of Western Africa between the 13th and 15th century. From the mid 1400s, Portuguese and other European traders settled in Guinea's coastal region, and the country became a French colony in 1891. The end of French West Africa began with Guinea. It granted independence in 1958 under the leadership of Sékou Touré, who rejected French offer of membership in the Commonwealth and demanded total independence, declaring, "We prefer poverty and liberty to riches in slavery." French reaction was swift. Financial and technical aid was cut off, and there was a massive flight to capital. Sékou Touré decided to model Guinea on the revolutionary Chinese pattern, collectivizing farms and industries. It was an unmitigated disaster, and his paranoia triggered a reign of terror. Conspiracies were detected, and in one group or another, and dissidents were either imprisoned or executed. By the end of the 1960s, over 250,000 Guineans lived in exile. Towards the end of his presidency, Touré changed many of his policies. A major influence was the Market Women's Revolt of 1977, in which several police stations were destroyed and some local governors were killed as part of the fight against state plans to discourage private trade. So that's nice, isn't it? Good morning. I'm struggling to sleep in the heat. It's so incredibly hot here. It's expected to be between 30 and 32 today. Where are you, Daniela? That's crazy. Doesn't Guatemala have a lot of it? Yes, it does. Koreans from both Republic and another more People's and Democratic Republic. Yeah. Two different countries. Cypriots. I suppose you're Turkish Cypriot or you're Greek Cypriot, but it should just be Cypriots. If you're wondering where Guinea is, go over to Guinea. There it is. Hello, Guinea. Kind of, it's giving Sierra Leone a hug, and it's tapping Liberia on the shoulder. There's Guinea, if you wanted to know. Conakry is the capital there, not to be confused with Guinea-Bissau. Guinea was a French colony, Guinea-Bissau, Portuguese colony. Easy to remember, I think. Towards the end of his presidency, Touré changed many of his policies. A major influence was Western Market Women's Revolt of 1977, in which several police stations were destroyed and some local governors were killed as part of the state plans to discourage private trade. Touré died in March 1984. Days later, a military coup was staged by a group of colonels, including Lansana Conté, who became president. He introduced austerity measures in 1991, bowed to pressure to introduce a multi-party political system. Presidential elections were held in 1993 amid tight security and official secrecy. Conte won with 51% of the vote, and the elections of December 1988 was re-elected with 56%. Accusations of fraud accompanied both campaigns. And not long after, Conte's main rival was detained and imprisoned for alleged sedition. In November 2001, a nationwide constitutional referendum, also marred by irregularities, repealed the two-term limit for presidents. God, that keeps happening, doesn't it? And lengthened the term from 5 to 7 years, effectively setting Conte as president for life. Not surprisingly, he won the December 2003 election. Key opposition leaders, citing government obstruction, boycotted both this and earlier parliamentary elections. Guinea's not done much better than that. Listen, I had a terrible time in Guinea. I crossed the border. I came from Bamako, here, in the capital of Mali. And then I travelled down here to Coromale, crossed the border. Guy shouted at me because I was walking along here, right? I was walking along here, and this guy's shouting at me because I was using my camcorder. He didn't like me using my camcorder. He told the police to come and get me. The police came and got me. The police guy wanted to take my camcorder off me, and then another guy came in and he looked at my passport. A police officer looked at my passport and he went, Liverpool. As that's what's down as my place of birth is Liverpool. I'm from Liverpool originally. Hello. They let me off. Because I was from Liverpool. And he was like, yay, Liverpool, I love Liverpool. It's my favourite place in all the world. And I'm like, that's because it's the best place in the world. And they were like, yeah, it is the best place in the world, isn't it? I went, cool. So I got away with that. I thought I was in real trouble there for a moment. So then I travelled to, where did they go to? Oh, no, I think it was just there, and had to get in a car and travel down through here. Just, it was supposed to take 12 hours or something to get to the capital, Conakry. Siguri. I was here. I travelled down to here, Siguri, and lovely place, as you can see. And then I got a shared taxi, a set plus taxi with like 16 people in it and a goat on the roof. And we travelled all the way through here. We went through Dabola, went to Mamu, went to Kilda, and went to Conakry. So it was a 360 mile journey. So it's quite a journey, I expected it to take a day. It took 2.5 days. It was just ridiculous. I had to spend the first night in the car because it broke down, and we just sat there in the car, and I had to sort of sleep on the front. And I was sharing the front seat. Like I said before, I had to share the front seat on certain vehicles. So I had to share the front seat with another guy, and he had, because it was left-hand drive, so the right-hand seat, and the guy I was sharing the seat with, he got the good side of the seat. I had to have one butt cheek on the emergency brake, on the handbrake, which had a towel over it to make it a little less. But when you're going over the bumps and you're just hitting onto the brake every time, it was a bit it was a bit hard on my arse. Oh God, that's still too hot. Will you cool down, coffee, please? I want to drink you. I'm falling asleep here. Anyway, we finally got into Conakry after numerous breakdowns, and got there, and the police officer pulled us over, and he was like, come in, and there was a pregnant woman with us who had a baby with her, and they were like, we're going to put you all in the jail cells unless you pay us a bribe. They didn't say bribe, pay the fine for having two people sitting in the front seat or whatever the stupid bribe was. Even though we've been through so many checkpoints on the way through Guinea, like to stop us there at the end was like ridiculous. So they all look at me, and I said, how much is the fine? And they went, how much have you got? And they basically cleared out my wallet. They cleared out my wallet. I was probably the only Western tourist in the entire country at that point. And, I'm not asking for like exceptionalism because I come from Britain or nothing. It's just, you got a tourist coming to your country where hardly any tourists come. Just don't take all his money off him, in the middle of the night, and leave him in the middle of bloody, Guinea with nothing to do. So the driver of the car was allowed me to stay in the car. So We got to the capital, Conakry, after I paid the bribe. And he allowed me to stay in the car and have a couple of hours sleep. And then in the morning, he made sure that I was sorted out with getting another car from Conakry down to Freetown in Sierra Leone, which I liked a lot better. Sierra Leone kicks ass. I like it. But yeah, so then I wrote the chapter of the book in my book about Guinea, and I called it Guinea: Foul. I thought that was quite funny. Right. Anyway, so now I guess after Guinea Conakry, I've got to go to Guinea-Bissau. So there you go. I would have put Guinea-Bissau first alphabetically because it's not Guinea. It's Guinea dash. Would you put a dash before? I don't know. I know you wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't put anything after. Anyway, Bissau is there. That's Bissau. I came across the border from Zig over here, and I went to São Domingos. So I went to São Domingos here. Got some pictures of me by the water in São Domingos, by the river. There's a river that goes. See the river. Got some pictures of me down by the river, and I was there for an hour, and then got on a bus and went back to Zig. But Guinea-Bissau, like I say, it used to be back in the day, a part of the Portuguese Empire. So I'll tell you a little bit about Guinea-Bissau. I'm going to wrap it up here pretty quick because I'm fed up with talking about the G's. Guinea-Bissau, a little bit. So Portuguese navigated, the Great Sahel Empire of Mali, which flourished in the 13th and 15th century AD, included part of present-day Guinea-Bissau. Portuguese navigators first reached what is now Guinea-Bissau around 1415. They found navigable rivers and facilitated the trade in the interior, was soon extracting gold, ivory, pepper, and especially slaves. For centuries, the Portuguese presence was limited to coastal and trading stations, but at the end of slave trade in the 19th century, the Portuguese had to win control of the interior to continue to extract wealth. To do so, they allied themselves with Muslim ethnicities, including the Fulia and the Mendico, to subdue animist tribes when the right-wing dictator Antonio Salazar, great name, came to power in Portugal in 1926. Christ, he was in power for 50 years. He died in 73, didn't he, Salazar? Couldn't tell he was evil. His name was Salazar, and he was in power. He was in power for 40... Christ alight. 47 years. 47 years he was in power. He imposed direct Portuguese rule, forcing peasants to plant groundnuts, peanuts for export, like it or not. By the early 1960s, African colonies were rapidly winning independence, but Salazar refused to relinquish those under his control. The result, one of Africa's longest, bloodiest wars of liberation. The father of independence was a guy called Amilcar Cabral, who in 1956 helped found the Partido Africano del Independencia de Guinea y Cape Verde, or Capo Verde. And in 1961, the PAIGC started arming and mobilizing peasants and controlled half the country within 5 years. They built schools, provided medical services, and encouraged widespread political participation. Cabral was assassinated in 1973, but freedom was inevitable. When Salazar's regime fell in 1974, following his death, the new Portuguese government quickly recognized the fledgling nation. Once in power, the PAIGC government faced staggering problems. Only 1 in 20 people could read. Life expectancy was 35 years old. Yay! Yay! Colonialism! Yay! What would we ever do without colonialism? How would people have railways? And rice production had fallen by 71%. The new socialist state made significant inroads, especially relative to other post-colonial countries. Nevertheless, a coup in 1986 forced President João Vieira to abandon socialism and sell off state enterprises. Meanwhile, intractable poverty as well as growing corruption under Vieira culminated in national strikes in 1997, which quickly devolved into civil war. Vieira is forced to flee the capital in 1999. Remarkably, military commanders handed power back to civilians. Nevertheless, several subsequent coups kept the war-weary country on edge, and separatist conflict in southern Senegal frequently spilled over into Guinea-Bissau's northern border. Despite continued fears of factional violence, the 2005 presidential elections were deemed largely to be free and fair. The winner was deposed President Juan Vieira, who returned from exile to run a successful campaign based on national reconciliation. While fundamental problems of corruption and poverty could yet destabilize the current peace, Guinea-Bissau nationals generally express cautious optimism about their country's future. I do need to sneeze, so just give me a moment. Sorry about this. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to the people watching. Fed up with the G spot. What's the difference between the G spot and the pub? The men can usually find the pub. Okay, so that was Guinea and Guinea-Bissau. Oh God, still not out of the G's yet. Okay, we've got one more to go, which is Guyana. Okay, so I'll take you over there, and then I'm gonna have a break for an hour. Okay, I'm gonna have a break for an hour. I'm gonna have a sleep. I'll be back here at 6 o'clock. But yeah, we're gonna have a break. Okay, so I'll leave. If you want to watch me sleep, it's a bit of a weird thing to do. But if you want to watch me sleep, you can jump in on the what's it called? I can't even talk. You can go to Twitch. Okay, so we're gonna go to Guyana next. So we'll pull out a Guinea-Bissau and Guinea. And we'll go to the Guyana, another place that was messed up by foreign powers. There's Guyana there. You can see there's dotted lines because Venezuela claims all this territory. Suriname claims this territory over here. So Guyana itself, if the competing powers had their way, it would just be this tiny strip down here. From towering waterfalls and tropical jungle to caiman-filled rivers, few places on Earth, on the planet, offer raw adventure and as authentic and densely forested Guyana. Now, Guyana's a really cool place. I really love it. I would like to point out, though, that you know the Jonestown cult? Yeah, that was in Guyana. That was not Guyana's fault, but it was Guyana. So let's see if we can find Guyana's here. Guyana's. God, my ears are so blocked. It's not fun doing this with a cold. Okay. So let me tell you about Guyana. Guyana. Oh wow! You see that little triangle bit at the bottom there, right? That's claimed by Suriname and French Guyana. Wow. Jesus. Yeah. And on the other side of Suriname as well, that other dotted bit that is claimed by Suriname and French Guyana. Oh, sorry, not French Guyana. This triangular bit is claimed by Suriname and Guyana. Wow. Crazy. Okay, so on the north coast of South America, the independent republics of Guyana and Suriname and the territory of French Guyana exhibit a curious political geography left by British, Dutch, and French colonization. The entire region takes its name from an English corruption of the Spanish spelling of the Surinese Indian tribe Guayana. Is the correct name, but the Spanish wrote it as Guayana or Guayana. The English misread it as Guyana. The name does not mean land of many waters, as often alleged, collectively referred to as the Ghanas. These three territories are more culturally more Caribbean than South American, and are a fascinating contrast with the rest of the continent. The interior regions, which are never dominated by the Europeans, retain some of the world's best remaining tropical forests, although these ecosystems, particularly those in Guyana and Suriname, are constantly threatened by both uncontrolled gold mining and the advent of multinational timber companies operating with just a few environmental safeguards. So the history of Guyana is in 1831, three colonial settlements of Essequibo, Demerara, and Berbice managed to become British Guyana after the abolition of slavery. Africans refused to work on the plantations for wages. Many established their own villages in the bush. Plantations closed or consolidated because of shortage of labour. A British company, Booker's, resurrected the sugar industry by importing indentured labour from India. From 1846 to 1917, nearly 250,000 labourers entered Guyana, drastically transitioning its demography and laying basis of fractious racial policies. British Guyana was run very much as a colony until 1953, when new constitution provided for home rule and elected government. In 1966, the country became an independent member of the British Commonwealth with the name Guyana, and in 1970 it became a republic with an elected president. Guyana hit world news in 1979 with the mass murder-suicide nearly 1,000 cultists in the expatriate religious community of Jonestown. But that's the famous place where they drank the Kool-Aid, the poison Kool-Aid. A new constitution was proclaimed in 1980 by Socialist President Forbes Burnham. The current state controls the two main export industries, sugar and bauxite, but the recent trend is to reduce government in the involvement in the economy, so both of these industries may be privatised. Love Guyana, really quite fun place. Don't go there and drink the Kool-Aid, obviously. I came over the border in Latham here. If we just zoom in here, this is where I came in from, because like I say, the border between Guyana and Venezuela is closed, and I was on Bomfin, and then this was before this bridge was being constructed when I was there, and I got taken over by a guy in a rowing boat who said he was going to be out of a job because of this bridge. I went to Latham, and the place where I got my stamp for Guyana was like a cafe, restaurant, bar, pub thing. They just came in and said, give us your passport, and do you want a beer? And I'm like, yeah, all right. I sat down. It's like a little cafe, and while I was drinking a beer, they were stamping my passport in. It's fantastic. I think that all passport control should just also be a cafe bar. Graham, is 48 hours going to be enough in your 5 letters, and you're nearly 24 hours in? Going to be long enough, you're 5 letters in and nearly 25. Yeah, I can skip some places. Well, just tell you a few things about some places. I wouldn't worry. I'm not worrying. Right, we're up to Haiti. I've already done some stuff about Haiti because I talked about other places, didn't I? Hong Kong, we've got Hong Kong, Hungary, Honduras, India. Oh, India's going to be fun. Right, so it's just coming up to 5 o'clock now, so I'm gonna call it I'm gonna call it there for an hour. I'll be back on YouTube in an hour's time, and I'll see you then. I'll be continuing on Twitch if you want to keep watching me. If you want to watch me sleep on the couch behind there for a little bit, I'm gonna leave my phone on for as long as I can, and otherwise it's time to say ta-ra. Bye. 5, 4. Okay, here we go. See you, everyone. Bye. Okay.